Hello! Wow, what a night! What a night! What a night! Oh my god, it's all going on. It's fucking kicking off all over the place. Add-on developers are sunsetting themselves. They're calling it GG. They're saying we're out. We didn't realize it was going to be this much. We're out of here. We're gone. Bye. Fucking hell, man. Yeah. 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 It's happening, dude. It's happening. This fucking classes are simplified. I kept myself pretty in the dark. We were supposed to be streaming some alpha last night, but the service didn't come for quite a while. So I was like, oh, I already did a 16-hour day the day before. I could do a long day the next day, so that's fine, because all I really want to check out is the zone. They're actually shutting my account down, not in a bad way. They're going to shut my account down later this afternoon, and then they're not sure exactly when it's going to come back up, which is... in the idea of transparency, you guys asked for pure transparency when we make an alteration. Tactics is not going away. I am actually fervently determined to beat Tactics on its tactician mode. But they are closing our alpha accounts later on. I assume it's going to be coming back up at some point, because I have we're going to have Paul Cubitt, the game director of Midnight, is going to be on the stream. He's chilling with us. It's not like an interview. He's going to be coming and dropping in and hanging out with us and dealing. I don't know who's got an interview first. I might be the first person who's speaking to somebody after all the information has come out. That might have been tactical. I don't know. That might have been tactical. I might be one of the first people who's chatting with one of the devs after all the info has come out over the last 24 hours. Yeah, I wonder if that was a tactical play. It's always interesting when that kind of situation coincidentally occurs, but there you go. Might be a mistake. It might be. I don't know. Garrison reacts. What's the info? There's a lot to get through here, so I've got to preface this with two things. If you're one of my usual audience who hates WoW and feels the need to just, like, rag on it every other comment, I'm really not interested today at all in any way, shape, or form. You should be fully aware of how important WoW has been in my life, and it's very tiresome and fucking boring. So just keep it to your fucking self for 5 minutes if you can, instead of being like, I don't like it. I get it. Right, Shadowlands was a long time ago. It's a little unhealthy at this point. Let it go. Okay? It's just a video game.
Mike.
Your life's not going to end. All right? It's fine. It's just a video game. It's all good. What I am interested in, though, is the actual changes and stuff. Obviously, yes, this is important to me. It has been 20 years. I'm only here because of WoW, and I do love it. I want it to do well. Okay,
wow,
so...
bad. You traitor. Wow,
where
bad.
do we even start with
Match.
this? Where do we even start with this? I think the biggest one that we saw... First of all, the... let's talk about the add-on things. It was the...
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
Saw a bit on Noble's stream. Silver Moon looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. It's beautiful. We'll have a look at it in a bit. Yeah, so what's going on with the add-on thing? So we did get the preview. I did a video of what they put in. A lot of this they did say was going to happen, which was that boss mods were going away, your bigwigs and your deadly boss mods, and they were going to replace it with their own, which they've done. Damage meters going away, replaced with their own. It's not in the alpha yet, but it is there. You can see it. They've made it. I should probably bring up some footage here. Would make sense, so you guys can see it. And there's some... It's not just staring at my ugly fucking mug all the time. But we didn't know how far it was going. Now, for transparency, this is something that has been on the docket with the players of the World First for a while. Like, off camera, behind the scenes, talking about, like, what this is going to be like, what we expect to come from this, what they're eventually doing. I think most of us here, at least in my community, who are also a mix of WoW and FF14 players, understood that they were probably trying to make it as FF14-like as possible. And for those of you who don't play FF14, that is a quote-unquote, and I use big giant quotation
20
marks
months, get fucked.
Let me just mute that for a while. that they are technically, quote unquote, playing without add-ons, right? Playing without add-ons. Now, the question was, when this was announced, it was Max and Dratnos who did the announcement with Ian at Blizzard. It was unclear as to how far this was going to go. I took from it that they were going to gradually roll this out. So they were going to start small at the beginning of midnight with probably the boss mods. And then over time, over the course, by the end of midnight, ease people into the idea that you do not have anything add-on related that uses the combat log at all. So what does that mean? Because I think, as Chris pointed out, Ziggs, I just said I was muting you, and now you're going to moan at me. I just said, Ziggs, I was muting you. That doesn't appear to be what's happening. But I'm gathering that Blizzard's not even sure how far they're going to go with this. Now, I got some information last night, which was very interesting to me. And I didn't record, because it was not allowed to record the chit-chat that we had during the pre-alpha summit. They called it a summit, the get-together. That they were inviting add-on developers to this version of the alpha that you're looking at right now from day one to get them in. That's not seemingly quite accurate, because I got contacted by somebody who makes a very popular add-on. I'll put it that way. A very popular add-on. That they had not been invited. In fact, they didn't know anybody who had from the add-on developer community. And I was like, oh shit. Really? Now, this may be just my mistake. So again, a little bit of rope on this, because it was a discussion. So it could have just been a slight misspeak or whatever. But they have been, and I've been informed this morning, that they have now been invited and are going to be part of the live alpha that's starting at some point today. So the add-on developers are getting in early. But it's gone much further than people anticipated in terms of what Blizzard's restricting. But it does appear that Blizzard doesn't quite understand or quite know yet how much they're going to be stopping, because it kind of feels like all of it. Oh, have they just shut me down? You motherfuckers. Was that it? They said they were shutting me down. Have they just done it? Literally as I start. You motherfuckers. Have they just shut me down? I fucking knew this was going to happen. That's why I was here. I knew it was going to happen. Hold on. Are we dead? We're not dead. Not dead yet. Okay, cool. But it does seem to be pretty much everything is gone. What does that mean? It looks like you won't get things like /sake things anymore above people's heads. Looks like that's gone. Auto-assigned markers are gone. So, you know, getting a marker over your head to say you have a thing and you should go and put it at orange or whatever does appear to be also gone. Because right now, it basically, and this is really hard to explain to the average player. It does appear that way for now, and this could change, is that for the average player, they don't really get this add-on removal thing. Cosmetically, things should stay the same. That's what they're aiming for. But in terms of things that can read the combat log, now what does that mean? Every action that takes place in World of Warcraft appears in the combat log, right? Including what the boss does and things like that, and timers and things like that. All comes from there. And it does appear, at least for now, that anything that can interact with that is being stopped. Now, right now, what are our options to mess around with the boss mod? This is the alpha version. This is always going to change. Not much. You can change how it looks. That's kind of it. This information is what you get. This is the boss mod here. You see, it just shows you the ability that's coming. Anything longer than 10 seconds will sit here in the order it's going to happen, and then it joins this timeline, which is a 10-second countdown, and then it tells you when it's going to happen. That's about it. It kicks you out sporadically. It's a bug in the build. That's fine. It wasn't happening to me yesterday, but it's happening now. And you can also do things like show the spell name. Right? So you can have the words going across. And all you can really do with this is either make it vertical or horizontal. But you can see on the horizontal version, it does not show you the names. So if you want the names of your spells, you need to turn it this way. So you can see what's going on. And then you get these critical warnings, which you again could just change the size of it, medium warnings, and ordinary warnings. But that's kind of it. What you can't do is what a lot of people are used to with boss mods, which is remove notifications that you don't care about, add notifications that are actually really important to you, and pick and choose what colors people get assigned. All that kind of stuff does not appear to be here, and perhaps will no longer be a part of the game at all. This is coinciding with a lot of functionality that people use, specifically weak auras. I don't know if Chris can get me the source. He saw that weak auras is debating what they should do going forward. So we know Hekeli is sunsetting. This UI hurts your OCD. Well, my personal gut feeling on this, my logical brain, is going in two directions here. One, if they hard change this, because what they can't do is implement this boss mod like this and still allow you to use DBM and bigwigs, because nobody will use this one. Because the other two just provide infinitely more functionality to go with them. Because I can't add like sound effects or anything like that. So we had some tweets come out last night. Oh, it closed on me. Let me open it again. There we go. So Hekeli is put out. Hekeli will sunset with the launch of Midnight's pre-patch. I hope the add-on helps you take on Overcome. This is not surprising considering the one button rotation's in, but that add-on is just going away. They're going out. Full nuke is probably actually appropriate response. Weak Auras posted this. We'll post a statement about the future of Weak Auras once we have more details to talk about it amongst the team as to what they can actually do. Because a lot of weak auras, I think most people, I would guess, use weak auras for cosmetics, but it actually does come from being able to track things. Because one thing we don't know yet, the essential cooldowns manager that's now in the game, that's this bit. So that's the boss mods. That's the functionality you get with it. It doesn't appear to mark people or anything like that. Instead, what Blizzard wants to do, and they've been quite transparent about this, is they want to make it very clear you have a debuff. You have a big blue circle around you. You should know that's happening and do what you will from there. Now, many of you will be used to, like, I get the orange marker, so I go to orange. What we don't know yet is whether macros are being disabled in terms of being able to do things in combat. So similar to FF14, you can't put markers out in combat. Can't do that. So is that way WoW's going to be? Could you macro mark me? Well, they have the ping system, which I assume is staying because that's relatively new. But are you able to macro, I'll put an orange marker on myself? And does that mean all players need to have all the markers available? Because that guy put orange. I need to put blue then. But then we both changed it and swapped back and forth. I think the gameplay they're looking for is that you get debuff, you use Eyes Weak Aura. You get what I'm saying? And then you figure it out from there. Instead of what you're probably used to. This is going to be a really awkward transition for a lot of people, I think. However, I think it's okay if they get the encounters right. I would never choose to have my boss mods look like this. I hate this. But I think after a month, I'm fine with it. But I would never fucking choose to have my boss mods look like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like it. I like my bars. I've been used to that since I was fucking a teenager. That's what I like. But some players already use this, and I've no doubt if this is the standard going forward, that people just get used to it and it's fine. But they kind of do have to put this line in the sand. But I can't say I'm super happy about it either. I don't feel happy about it. I feel like I'll get used to it, but I don't super like it. Yeah. Do you think there is also something said for having everyone's UI look more similar? I mean, it depends on your point of view. From an average player, I think people really care about what their UI looks like. A lot. Like, not everybody, but, like, a lot of people will regularly come into my stream or somebody else's stream and be like, can I download your UI? I think it looks really pretty. And they'll do that across a variety of content creators, or they'll go to Wago and get their stuff or whatever they want to be. And then there are other players who just play standard WoW and don't care whatsoever. I'm wondering if DBM and bigwigs will be able to shift and whether they can be asked to a cosmetic variation of this. Will Blizzard allow you to cosmetically change this? So that this is the information Blizzard's providing for you. This is it. Are they going to enable you to be like, okay, this is just the info we're giving you, but you can present it in a different way? If you prefer bars, you can have bars. Is that a problem for Blizzard these days? And the answer is, we don't know, and I don't think Blizzard knows either yet. I'm going to be talking to Paul about it later, but I don't think they do. Every question that comes up about add-ons, and people are rightfully, including myself, looking for distinct answers, keeps getting told you'll have to wait for a report from the engineers. So, Mystical, you're part of the DBM team, right? So, no, have we had that confirmed, Mystical? It's like they're not even going to allow you to, like, aesthetically change this? Is that, like, confirmed now? Did they, because I heard last night they put out a statement to the add-on developers Discord or whatever to give them some information. I think they're trying to allow any... I think cosmetic unit frames and stuff is definitely staying. But this has been the biggest divisive announcement that's come out from Midnight so far. Because I don't think any of us were ready for them to do this much this quickly. So if you think about how much is going away potentially... Your boss mods are going away. Your damage meters, your recount, your details, going away. That's going to be gone. Weak auras, maybe? Your loot mod, yep. Loot mod's going away. Weak aura reminders are probably going away, which then opens questions to third parties. Like, do you have an external timer running on a different screen? Because people really want those things. You think about Disc Priest that has to be ready to ramp. I know Jesse... for years has made one single sound effect that tells him when to ramp. I haven't seen your video, no. I only just got up this morning to the nightmare that's happening here. Not nightmare, but the shock of how much is going to change considering the day-to-day life many people have had for over a decade that's going here. Because the cooldown manager doesn't have anywhere near as much customization as I want. It's fine. If I had to play add-on lists, I could make this work. Yeah, it's alpha and a lot of feedback. And I really genuinely do not think Blizzard knows exactly how far they're going to go with the launch of Midnight. But on certain things, they do have to draw on a line in the sand and have it going forward rather than be a bit more flexible at the start and then take more away later. So we might have a system like that. I feel like we actually need to experience some form of content with this. That's what my, like, mature-ish brain is thinking. Is like, I don't like this because it's not what I'm used to and it's not how I would have done it. But if this is how it is... And I said this, like, if I played Fellowship or 14 or Guild Wars and this is how they did their boss mods, I would be fine with it. It's just absolutely not what I'm fucking used to. At all. And there are choices that I've had since Vanilla WoW that I do not have now. I think the idea is to allow a pass-through of their timeline that we can use secret API to hide spell info. We don't know what the spell timer is for, but let us reskin the bar. I would be happy with reskinning the bar, I think. Because I just don't like this. At all. And I've played with it now. Only a few hours, admittedly, but I have played with it. And I know that when I associate this icon with whatever it is, I do like that we can mouse over tooltips and stuff. But it's the same. What is the damage meter going to look like? There are a lot of people who really give a shit about their fonts and their textures and their color scheme that go with this. We don't know what the damage meter is going to look like yet. It's just an empty box right now. But... what's your thoughts on the prune? We're getting there later. This is the first one I thought we should discuss, considering we did see some maybe reactionary content coming from some posts from some people like, we're not sure what the future of this is anymore. But it's a lot that's changing. It's a lot. It's a lot that's going away. Yeah, the cooldown manager. Yeah, so when you go into the cooldown manager, if we right-click it here, so you get this... menu. So far, and I assume this is going to change, but it might not. You can't add things to this yet. In fact, if they disabled it completely, this used to give me an option to add things, but it just said sound and whatever. Oh, yeah, add new alert. So this is designing this bar and this bar. So you've got your essentials, which go across here like a weak aura would show it, and then utility cooldowns here. And then you've got your buffs that you want to track. But as it stands, I can't add a new spell to this. Yeah, like trinkets. But this might be an alpha thing. Add alert. I could add a sound, whens. So I've got available, pandemic, on cooldown, and charge gained. And some things are text-to-speech. So, will trinkets be in here? I hope so. Right? I hope so. I don't know. I don't know. And then you can make the bars, where you can see the buffs. These are the buffs you want to track if you have the talent selected, but that's based on Blizzard's decision. And then you have bars. But like I pointed out in my video, there are certain things I would like to be a bar and not on this cooldown. Like dispersion, right? If I was playing Shadow, I would like dispersion to be a bar instead of the way it shows in the game. Let's respec so I can show you. Because that's how I like that stuff, so I can time it to the second. Hello, Kina. Hello, hello. Can't you drag and drop spells? No, I tried that. Now, that might work, but at the moment, you can't do that. Unless they've changed it since last night. Again, this is early days, but it's worth getting the feedback out early as to what you might be concerned with. So you can see these are the things here, and it says empty slot. So if I go... why isn't this changed now? The fuck? There we go. Okay. That was weird. And now the other window's closed. Oh, fuck's sake. Go here. Advanced. Alright, dispersion. So I want dispersion to be a bar. Nothing happens. I can't add. See what I mean? But there is empty slot here, so maybe this is how it works. But I wonder if it's Blizzard's decision, because what they've done, if you see here, so dispersion's here, right? If I press dispersion, which is listed here, so I dragged it up to here, this is how they track it. So is this Blizzard deciding this is how you should track it? We feel it should be this and not a bar. It's that little customization, I think, that people are really going to have a bit of a problem with what's going on here. What the future seems to be very dramatic, at least for experienced raiders. I'm not sure how much like non-seasoned raiders will have an issue with this stuff, but it's going to be quite a dramatic change. You know what I mean? Unless they have building blocks for anything. I don't know, and I would like to get this answer later. Is this them deciding this is what we think you need and we can build encounters better based on knowing the information you have? And therefore, yes, you've been used to years for being able to customize and to decide and to emphasize certain things that are more important to you. Like, you can think of it simply in a boss fight, right? This debuff comes out that the healers have to deal with. As a DPS, I don't really give a shit about that. I don't have to prepare anything for it, but for a healer, this is a really big deal. Like Infest, going old school on Lich King. So the healers want to make that mega, make that emphasized. No, you can't. Maybe. But on the other side of it, you could. The only thing I could say is, like, from a Race the World First caster standpoint, if everybody's boss mods are identical, that's nice. Everybody could read it. That's it. Like, okay, all looks identical. I have to look around the screen for it. Cool. I guess. The question is, can you visually overwrite these? Well, apparently not. Reskin, I think, is the way of doing it. Is like, can I just reskin this in some way? Which is a kind of neither here nor there. Or will we just get used to it relatively quickly? I don't know. I don't know. I can't say I particularly like it. I said users are going to wait. I said, okay, so I said users are going to want to control what spells they see or not in the timeline. Exactly. as you said, by roll and whatnot. Him and the UI guys were like, good point. Prior to bring it up, though, it was like they didn't even think of that, though. Having dealt with Ian a lot, they've absolutely thought about it, but it's almost like I'm guessing. I wasn't in the conversation, but sometimes Ian will be very much like, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And they have already absolutely considered it in many ways. Yeah, a social nicety. Yeah, I'm not saying that's definitely what it is, but it can feel that way. It's like, wait, do you guys not even consider this? Because sometimes they don't, which we had with the Legendary Ring, where they're like, oh, okay. You guys don't even know what this fucking thing does yet. But that might have also been bullshit. They absolutely knew what it was going to be. Yeah, like, you know, good point. Yeah, of course they, you know, sometimes they're like, it's one of those things. But if DBM isn't going away, who cares? We just use DBM. It is going away. Very likely, unless it can be used to reskin. That's why they have to put a line in the sand of it. It's like, this is the way it is now. Going forward. Is LVY still usable? From what we can tell, and again, this is all up in the air, and this is why it kind of kicked off yesterday with the people involved with creating this stuff, is they're saying the cosmetic changes you make, which I assume means unit frames and shit, will stay, because that's how everything looks. But functional stuff, functionality stuff is going away. And this leads into... Do you have a weak aura set up when certain procs line up nicely so you don't have to track that? Right? So I've set up a weak aura that means I have my super power buff, my trinkets randomly procced, and I have this, meaning that I should stop everything and start blasting, and that gives me a huge DPS gain when I do that. Okay, Mystical says, I suspect DBM won't go away. It'll get skinning options and still retains its out-of-combat functionality. Ah, yes. So stuff not like this. A question I still need answer to. If they still use private aura sounds, right now add-ons can register a custom sound to a private aura. Yeah. I don't think they know the answer. I really don't. I really don't. I think their goal, at least by the end of midnight, is that you will visually see debuff. They will give you this. And that's it. Go from there. It'd be interesting to see how players respond to this stuff when it's actually out. They also said they want to lower combat complexity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So instead of you being marked with a certain thing and go to a certain marker, instead you'll get debuff and players have to figure it out, which does equate to increasing the skill level of players, right? If you're on autopilot because you're so focused on your rotation that if you get a marker over your head, you go to a certain spot. The difference is now, like, 4 of you get that, and you now need to position in a way that makes sense. And we actually see that a lot in certain encounters, right? They can match this with the easier classes, which they are. Yeah, I'm reasonably hopeful. Personally, I think my feeling on this, and I'm still sort of processing it all, because I'm playing with it and getting used to it, which is obviously not many people are, but you will over the next couple of months. I feel like when it's all put together and we actually get to do some raiding and playing some Mythic Plus and whatever, like actually get into encounters where it matters, because right now you can ignore the fucking boss timers because it's normal mode content's all we have, like who cares? It'll actually come together as a cohesive package. I think that first couple of months, though, for a lot of people is going to be very, very rough, especially on the day they log in and their shit just does not work anymore, that they've been used to for a really long time. That's what's going to happen when the midnight pre-patch drops, is people are going to log in and a lot of shit that people have had for years and years is just gone now. Like, will combat res timers still exist? You know, stuff like that. That's kind of an important piece of information. Will that exist? Not currently, right? That's kind of a big fucking deal, is that people know how many combat reses we have, do we have timers, right? Like, well, that's, as it stands right now, that's gone. So am I actually going to have to ask a fucking DK in a pug who cares only about popping zits, like, when's combat res? And he's just ignoring me because he's fucking blasting. And I'm like, okay, how do I get that? You think the first raid will be super easy? I think this is what is also... There's a lot of pieces of this puzzle that are coming together, right? The rumor mill that is circling is that the first 2 raid tiers that come out initially are going to be relatively easy. And then the hard one is coming in a couple of weeks' time. That kind of fits this picture of people getting used to what the fuck is going on before we get into the hard raid, which comes later. You see how it's all slotting together so they can see the problems? They're doing raid testing already, although it's not actually live. It was broken. But they want the raid's going to be open, or at least one of the bosses, from the start of the alpha, seemingly. Hopefully they'll get it working by tonight. It was supposed to be open for us, but it's not. How will that work? You'll have a macro to say what the combat... well, I wonder if they're going to disable macro functionality. Me and Chris were talking about this morning. Because the players kind of outed themselves when private auras came out. It's like, oh, well, we can still macro it. Oh, Mystical's got an answer to that. Have you got a video, Mystical, I can link people to? Mystical is one of the bigger add-on developers for DBM in the chat right now. So they have had some communication with Blizzard in the past 24 hours about this stuff. So I am not the font of all knowledge on this. I don't want anybody fucking thinking I am. I'm learning as we go along. I'm showing you what I see, what they're presenting us, and bits and pieces that are coming my way. All right? Yeah, just before some fucking cockend starts fucking racting. Send add-on message and send chat message are now disabled. So you can't send any messages. So I assume, Mystical, that means if you have something, a macro that, like, say, whispers somebody to give you innovate, that's just a whisper. That should work, right? But as it's a macro, does that work anymore? That's not going to work either. Holy fuck, dude. That's... oh, or you'd use a whisper to work around limits. Yeah, but you can't macro the whisper then, right? Because that's a send chat message macro. Yeah, well, let's link it here as we're doing this. I'll DM you on Discord for Innovate. You mass bad... yeah. Yeah, slash whisper. Will that be... wait, will that be a thing? Yeah, we'll see. He's here right now, Waterdust. Should we just jump in a Discord code, Mystical? Is this going to be easier? Than me sort of, like, rambling at you. And you'd, like, trying to answer me back. Would that make more sense? So you can explain what's currently disabled, and then we can chat about it. Would that make way more sense? Yeah, I was just about to say. Yeah, that'd make way more sense. All right, let's try and get to the bottom of this, because there's a lot more stuff that's going away than I think we realized in the boss mod. Oh, can you DM me so I can flag up? I've had so many messages this morning. It's ridiculous. And I need to add my stream PC. Days like today when the Discord goes fucking wild. Shadows, thank you for the 59 months, brother. Oh, just had a message from Blizzard. We're all set for this afternoon with Paul. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. I'm now getting DMs from you arsehole on Discord while I'm trying to set this up saying innovate me. You guys are fucking idiots. I swear to God. You guys are fucking idiots. Innovate. Can I get PI? Yeah, I need PI and innovate. You DM Chunky. Chris, can you put a call together with me, Mystical, and Streamzilla, please, if possible? He's just DM'd you. What I'm most worried about is healing add-ons. I use dual binds for my spells. I want to go back to help harm macros. I had too many issues with those. That's a good point that I don't know of an answer to. I don't think that's what will happen. Oh, let me check with Chris. He might be busy. Oh, there we go. actually, I just seen it pop up. Excellent. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, brother. Hello. Oh, hello. Is that coming through?
Hello.
Whoa, loud. Hold on.
Am I too loud? Sorry.
It's okay. I fix. I think that's fine now. Are you there? Can you give me a sound check?
Sound check.
Yeah, that looks fine. Chat will let me know if it needs any more adjustment. How you doing, man? Has it been a long 24 hours for you, or what?
It went about as much as I expected it to be. You know, I expected it to be a bulldozer, not a scalpel.
Yeah, I mean that's what I got from some of the world first guys, is they expected everything was going away, and it does kind of lean that way. So let's talk about macros for a second then. The send message thing, that doesn't stop like whispers and stuff, right?
I think they'll break whispers too, because otherwise you can because you can parse whispers too, in a sense. I mean, they are breaking parsing too, so. But I still think for protection, they're just going to break all chat messages altogether. That's what it sounds like anyway. So
yeah, and they're doing this specifically in combat encounters, right? So it's a case of when you go into combat, you will have.
Well, that's the thing that we're complaining about right now. Currently, they said that the restriction is going to be instance-wide combat or not, which is why it's breaking a lot of add-ons it doesn't need to break. They're going excessive with this.
Oh.
The second you enter that portal, no add-on communication whatsoever, which means your loot add-ons, RC loot talent is dead for no reason. And also no chat message either, so you can't even do your gamble add-on during breaks and raid anymore. That's gone.
Wait, as it currently stands, you cannot talk in chat at all in an instance.
No, you can talk in chat. Add-ons can't send anything to chat, and they can't read the chat either.
Okay, and macros don't either?
I'd assume macros have the same restriction because that's the target goal. I mean, they know if macros would be used to work around otherwise.
Yeah. Interesting. So we wouldn't be able to, like we were talking about, or with the way it's going, you won't be able to macro putting down world markers, or macro putting a macro on your head. You could keybind it though, I suppose. That would work.
Well, I don't know about raid target actually. They didn't mention it specifically. You might still be able to macro setting icons and stuff. I do want to clarify one thing in the chat though. WIM and chat add-ons aren't going away. They have this feature called secrets, to where you can't read what's in the chat and you can't post the chat, but you can reskin the chat. So add-ons that customize how chat looks will still work. They just won't be able to read or post the chat for you.
Oh, okay.
It's explained in a little more detail in my video, but it's this new API where basically the text that's sent and received, it's like contained in some kind of encryption bubble to where you can't see what that text is, but you can render it in your own customized frame.
Exactly. So they want the aesthetics to say the same. Yeah, can we link the video in your chat, or in my chat as well, so people understand and can get more information on this? Because it's important to see where this is going, because I don't think... I'm shocked at how much is changing, because it's when you start really breaking it down. That's the problem. Oh, as he's an unsubbed poor. Let me fix this. Thank you, Lifeline. Let me ask this question to you. What's broken? You said we were expecting the bulldozer, but what do you think is the thing that people aren't expecting to, or didn't expect? Oh, wait, that, you know, like combat res timer isn't something we really thought about, but that's likely going away. There are these little conveniences that are not going to happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of little conveniences are what people aren't expecting. Like like people thinking about like computational weak auras and boss mods and stuff, but they don't realize that like Blizzard is not using a scalpel approach here. Not really. They're kind of going nuclear. So like all these little things that people didn't think about are gone too, and they're going to realize it on day one. They're going to be like, wait a minute, this is not what I want weak auras to go away. I didn't want my combat res timer to go away. Like things like that, like you said. Yeah,
and just as it stands right now in terms of buff tracking of other players, is that definitely gone now? So, you know, like you were able to track, I don't know if you're aware of this, of like, oh, I can see the power infusion on the other players. I can see the healer cooldowns. They did say for Mythic Plus they wanted that to go away. Do you know if they've just killed that functionality entirely?
From what I've heard, being able to track other people's buffs and debuffs is broken in combat only, but out of combat it's still going to work because I think they realize that you still want to see if people have flasks and buffs and stuff before the pull and stuff. So they're leaning towards conservative on that, but it will be broken in combat.
Even in raids. So in raids, your tank will not be able to track the life cocoon, iron bark, or power, pain.
Well,
pain,
they did mention and that the cooldown manager is going to be able to track external cooldowns for tanks to help supplement that. Like, They recognized the feedback from tanks was, I can't see my healer cooldowns, I can't see what's going on in my other tank, and they're like, you know what? We'll add that to the cooldown manager, but your add-on still can't see it. Right.
I wonder how that's going to play into a lot of instances where people are trying to manage these things. That's wacky. Yeah, I actually thought they would relent on that because it is a very useful function to have for shot callers and things like that. But no.
Here's what I think, though, is I think at the alpha, they're actually going overkill on purpose to start, and then from there they can peel back, as opposed to going too light and then having to hammer down more as the alpha goes on, which would look bad for PR. I think, like I said the same thing in my video, but I think it's not going to go live the way it is now. I think there will be some concessions. Like, I don't think the add-on comms out of combat, there's no way that goes live. There's no way they'll break your loot add-ons and stuff. That's just too far, I think. I think they'll peel it back. And it's better to peel back from something that's too much than to tack on more restrictions as the alpha goes on. I think the approach they're doing it makes sense.
Well, that was the impression I got from when Ian spoke about this. He did it in the Q&A yesterday, which is like, he doesn't know yet. Like, and it does feel like that's actually the way it's going to be, is they're going to nuke everything. It's all gone. Now play for a bit, and they're giving us raid testing and dungeon testing all the way through, and it's like, okay, which of these is actually a major point of friction? And can we add that to the cooldown manager? Because I could easily see, like you just said there, tanks need to be able to track healer cooldowns. We're going to put combat res part of the cooldown manager or in a different utility window, so you can track that information. You guys are bringing up that this is really important. All right, cool. We're going to add that into here. But I do think you're right, is like they're not going to... they can't, right? They have to be kind of hard on this. If they're going to make this change, this isn't something you can do now and do more next expansion. It's better to, like, put the knife in. This is how it's going to be. Then we can see where the points of friction are. We could add that to our own rather than just letting add-on developers create something outside that, right? That seems to be the approach.
Right. One thing I've stayed even clear on is they want as much communication as possible, but they want the communication to be what's missing and what can we do about it. They don't want you to be like, you broke my thing, put it back. They want to know, why are you upset it's broken? What is missing? And why is it a problem? Like, they want details like that for feedback.
Which makes sense, right? There seems to be, has been for years with WoW, Blizzard makes something. I guess the stupidest example I can think of this was the Azerite armor animation. You guys remember this shit? And it would take like 10 seconds to do a spinny wheel. And then immediately an add-on is made that gets rid of it. And that's how Blizzard has worked for so long, is like they create something and our instinct is to create an add-on to change that in some way and get rid of it. And the meme of there's an add-on for that isn't just limited to Bethesda, it's been to Blizzard. But I think you're getting this vibe as well. I just read through the brief, actually, that was kind of sent out to the add-on developers. Is like, not doing that anymore. If there's something missing and there's a problem, we're not leaning on you guys to fix it. We're actually going to understand whether we need to add that ourselves, and sometimes not. Which is a new philosophy, I guess, going forward as to how they're going to make these things. How has it been affected your team, like what you've seen so far? Because you said DBM and stuff is going to still be around, but different.
Yeah, I've been working on a lot of out-of-combat features lately. Like, DBM has the ability to check a lot of raid tools built in now, like latency checks, durability checks. It also has the keystone stuff that Details and Bigwigs have. Granted, all three of those are broken right now because they're not allowing add-on comms out of combat either, but I think that'll change. But we're working on just that kind of stuff, and also other stuff like, obviously, it's still going to track boss stats. How many times have you pulled this boss? How many wipes do you have? How many pulls it take to kill the boss? That kind of stuff is stuff people will still use. So I don't foresee people like uninstalling an add-on if they're still not if it's not broken, like they're going to keep it installed for those other like flourishes. Which is what I've always said to Blizzard is like, if the base game is good enough without the add-on, and the add-on's not mandatory, then it's okay because then the add-on's only adding like some sprinkles on top. It's not, you're not serving a cake that's missing frosting and going, you need to download the frosting before you can eat the cake. You know, add-ons should be the extra on top, but not to make the game playable to begin with.
Yeah, 100%. It's gonna. I don't think. Go on.
So I think the way Blizzard's approaching is like, I don't think they really want to kill the add-ons. They just want to reel them in. But I think they're still going to work with us to try to make the add-on have some usefulness and some function. Like, I even foresee that us still being able to create bars in the future, but it's going to be very limited to the information we have. Like, they got that secrets feature now, like I said. We'd be able to start our own bar, and then the text we put in there by Blizzard, not us. So we won't know what spell it is or anything about the spell. We'll just be able to say, hey, it's our bar instead of this timeline thing that no one likes to look at.
Yeah, that's what I find really strange with this, because I understand what Blizzard's going for, and they haven't clarified this. Like, if we look at the boss mod in particular, it's just the visual aspects of it. And whether they are being so hard on this and saying, like, no, this is how it will be for everybody in the game all the time. And there is some benefit to what Blizzard's coming from there, right? If we try and take ourselves away from it, if you're playing with somebody who's new to the game and you say, oh, you need to run away from Deadly Bomb. And he's like, well, what the fuck is Deadly Bomb? And you say, oh, do you see the icon on your bar that looks like the blue lightning shield? And you guarantee that everybody can see the same thing. Then there's a benefit to what they're saying there. But it's not how I would have it, right? It's not what I want to see. And whether they'll have the other approach, which I think is what you're saying, is like, you're giving this information already. Let us change it around to how we want it to be, and make it work. Because right now, there's nothing here. I can't add sound effects to this, you know, for people who play that way. You know, simple stuff you guys have provided for years. It's like, oh, you want a custom sound for this because it's really important? You can't do that. In fact,
I'm
this
hoping
is it.
that too. That registers sounds to like alerts, because the timeline feature. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's not just timelines. They have boss mod alerts in this too.
Yeah, I can't do anything with it though. That's the thing.
But I'm wondering if they're going to let us register custom sounds to it, like because they were very interested in the idea of still allowing us to register sounds for accessibility reasons, because they recognize that some people do play this game with disabilities and have trouble. Like, the text alerts aren't enough for some people. I've got people who are visually impaired that use DBM exclusively because the voice packs have clear sound, like TTS sounds that say, you know, frontal or crap on the ground or taunt the boss or whatever. And like, I know some people don't like that hand holding, but for some players, they can't play the game without it.
I mean, we have that in the cooldown manager. It's not working yet, seemingly. But if you go into there, that's exactly what you were saying, is if you go to adding a new alert, it's all sound-based. Although it's disappeared for me again. This fucking thing. New alert, there we go. Although this functionality doesn't seem to be in yet. But yeah, you're right. They do seem... Adding sound seems to be a vital component. Or even... text-to-speech is listed as a function. You just can't do anything with it yet. Oh, hang on.
I know. One thing I'm looking forward to, the timeline is we're going to have precise timers at all times. One of the biggest things that big rigs and DPM can never fix is bosses that have inconsistent timings or spell queuing issues.
Tell me you're with me. I put this in my UI video. Is this fixed spell queuing? Because it looks like it does to me. Oh!
Well, yes and no. Bosses will still have spell queuing, but the thing is, because the timeline has access to the real data, it will always know about it.
Yeah, like, and it puts them in the right order is what it looks like to me.
You've been around a long time. Spell queuing goes back as far back as the Lich King. You know, every once in a while you get Defile before Valks or Valks before Defile, and you'd be like, what in the hell? Last pull, it was in a different order. And spell queuing has been involved for ages, and the timers can't tell you when it's going to happen. You just know sometimes it happens. Sometimes the abilities just come different pull to pull.
You end up having to mentally learn the priority list that the boss is going to use. And you're like, okay, it's got 5 spells. This is more of a priority. But But I did notice on their timeline previews, like, I think that's fixing spell queuing. And that's what it looked like to me.
Well, I suspect spell queuing will still happen. Abilities might still flip, but you'll know about it ahead of time because when the timers start in a timeline, Ian said they're not ambiguous. They are exact. They are always exact. It's not going to be 1 second slow, 1 second fast. When that timer hits 0, that spell is casting no matter what.
Yep. That's what it looked like. I mean, that is cool. That is like definitely an advantage. Not that it's going to fix bosses where spell queuing fucking fucks you and you have to AFK for 20 minutes, but at least you're aware of it happening and can actually make some accurate predictions. That is definitely a benefit. I think that's something that affects like 1% of the player base who's aware of this system. And for the super nerds, this is actually a kind of a really cool thing to have happen there. What are the benefits you've seen so far? Like, obviously, it does affect you as the DBM developer, but is there anything you've seen that is like, this is kind of good?
Well, besides the exact timers, I do like the fact that a lot of this stuff being built in actually does mean a little bit less work for me. Like, I don't want my add-on to die, but I will tell you that over the years, it's gotten harder and harder to maintain by myself with how much you have to do. It's like, oh, you got 4 versions of Classic to work on. You've got Retail to work on. Oh, and there's a PTR at the same time. And all this Mythic Plus, there's now 80 spells you got to add just for the trash alone. It's like, holy crap, that the amount of work is, you know, when I started this, bosses had 3 mechanics.
Back in the day. Yeah. Back in the day. They did not come, they just certainly didn't come with a bibliography and an encyclopedia for every single boss thing. It's a weird time, though, to have this happen. And I do think that is going to be the issue that it's hard for me to get across to a general audience without having a list of what is going to go away that you're probably used to. And like you said at the beginning, this was not what I asked for. You know, it's a monkey's paw situation. A lot of people are asking, like, I want add-ons to go away. I want to return to a simpler time of gameplay. I don't want my game to look like the Matrix. And, you know, certainly if they tune into the Race to World First or whatever, and they see just a ludicrous amount of very complex add-ons that are doing crazy stuff for them. But it's actually the stuff that is really just little things that you add in. You know, notifications of procs. Because I can't even see trinket proc tracking in the game right now. I don't know if you have any knowledge of that. If they're able to track item cooldowns. But is this too early in the cooldown manager, probably?
I think it's still too early in the cooldown manager. Like, they've expressed a lot of interest in, like, adding anything possible they can to the cooldown manager. Procs, trinkets, you know, you name it. I think that's going to be in there eventually.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm biggest concern is about all this is I wonder if they're taking on more than they can handle. Like, if they can keep up with all this. Because once they commit to killing add-ons, they have to commit to doing it themselves. And Blizzard, for the last 20 years, as you said, there's an add-on for it. They've often relied on us to do something for them so they didn't have to. So this
100%.
is a very big change for them and their UI team. You know, they just took on a crap ton more work, and they're have to commit to it going forward.
I mean, I would assume, and I'm not sure if you could even mention it if it happened, they haven't reached out to you guys to like, hey, we kind of want you guys on the team, or like some opportunity to work together or something like that. So they need bodies to do that work. Unless they're going for, I mean, this might be an argument on their side, not to say it's a good one, is why everything seems so nuclear. Get rid of it all and make it simple. It's just boss icons, and the boss design team has designed these spell cooldowns. They just feed that information into, you know, I'm sure they've packaged it up in some way. It's like they can send a piece of information that then just gets routed into here, and that's it. It's done. We don't need nobody else to do on it. Is that might be a perspective as why they're trying to kill everything. It's like, we don't have to worry about it. And now when the boss is made, you feed out the boss timers, and that just plugs straight in. And then they don't need to touch it ever again.
Yeah, I do think they'll be able to reel the boss mechanics in a bit. Like, some of these journals for some of these bosses, like, I counted the spells up. Like, one boss had 48 spells. 48 spells, one boss. Because he had, like, 4 phases and, like, 2 intermissions, and every phase had new spells, and it's obnoxious. And one of the main reasons people use add-ons was because they can't memorize that much, and they wanted the simplicity. You know, one thing that DBM Big Rigs often did was rename spells, because Blizzard also is obsessed with flavor. The boss would have, like, this super long spell name, that doesn't even tell you what the spell does, and then you install DBM or Bigwigs and rename it to Frontal. Be like, oh yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, true. Oh, that is. I actually wasn't aware that had become part of the nameplates add-ons because it happened while I was away for a bit. I came back and every spell in a Mythic Plus I saw, I think I was talking to Gingy, it was just Frontal or Tank Buster, and I was like, "What happened here?" It's like, "Oh, the names got stupid." So, and that's going away as well, obviously, with the nameplates change. That
was actually something we asked Blizzard about. It's like, well, are you gonna still let us, rename spells? Like maybe you could add an API where we can just be like, I'm gonna rename this spell because it makes more sense for me. I can't remember all these obnoxious names, and Blizzard didn't really give us an answer on it. But it's one of those things like we're always giving feedback because we know what players are gonna miss. As an add-on author, we have more perspective on what players asked for and what they're gonna miss when their add-ons are gone. So we're trying to give that information to Blizzard as much as we can.
Well, without memeing, and I mean this genuinely, there is an accessibility point of view, because this game is played globally, and not every language is translated within client to anything. So if you have incredibly obnoxious names for spells, and then the tooltip that goes with that spell is a paragraph of sometimes reasonably complex English language or whatever, expecting all your players to be able to understand that is not realistic. And so it's not only just a convenience thing of being like, hey, if I could just call this, can you at least call it Frontal or something like that so I can actually recognize that word and understand what's going on? Then that's a good thing. Because they do it visually these days, right? If you see an icon, you generally know whether this is a stack or a spread or whatever it's going to be, which is following like the FF14 mantra. But I agree with you. Like, I can't tolerate Blizzard's tooltips on trinkets these days. They're too long. They're like an essay of flavor text. And I don't know what it does. And it can be the same with mechanics. When actually you break it down, you're like, oh, okay, this is a spinning AoE, or it's a marker, or it's a run out, or something like that. But there is a legitimate argument to be made for accessibility to not have that and to have simplified stuff like you're describing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things to discuss there with terms of customization and simplification and accessibility, which is why I think this is going to be an interesting alpha. And not just add-on authors, but I think users like all of you should also be giving as much feedback as possible. And I mean feedback like, this is what I need, this is what I'm missing, not, I hate you, Blizzard, bring me back my add-ons. If that's the feedback they get, they're just going to laugh at you and ignore you.
Yeah, it's always the difficulty of the alphas. Lord knows I know after the Shadowlands alpha is you beg and plead, and sometimes it doesn't happen. But you're right. Rage threads don't get us anywhere. And you have to actually play it. I think we're going to go through a really awkward time until this is more public. Is to people watching it and taking away from it without playing it. That's going to be a difficult transition. It could really do with a lot of people playing the beta to actually test it out. As like, because I don't know myself. I look at this boss mod and I'm like, I don't like that, but it's not what I'm used to. But is it a case of after a few hours, it's fine?
I think that might be why they've said the Epic Edition comes with free beta access. I think there's a reason for that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they need it because this is a bit the most. It's hard to convey how dramatic a change this is to World of Warcraft. It's the biggest change I've seen in so many years. Because this game was built on these kind of add-ons since its inception, right? All the way back in 2004. And it's not going away because they're building it into the game, but a lot of what we've been used to for 20 years, some of us, is going away and changing. And what this is going to be, what this image looks like in... When are they going? So we're talking, 3-4 months maybe until this game comes out. It's going to be a big deal, especially for you guys in the add-on creator space. Because, I'm sure you've seen a lot of posts going out of add-on developers either sunsetting, certainly custom WeCora makers who are just stopping. They're just not doing it anymore. And WeCora's has got a statement to make, and I don't know what they're going to say. Because a lot of their stuff is based on really technical functionality, which, as you've explained, is just now gone. It's not there.
Yeah, I predict that a lot of add-ons will not survive the add-on get-in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the ones that are going to hit the most are nameplate add-ons, because Blizzard has made it very clear. Sure, you're going to be using their nameplates and nothing else. And damage meters. Like, they said that the damage meter, it's all going to be private info. Damage meters will not have access to what's in Blizzard's damage meter. Like, and there's no combat log to speak of. So player and details especially are just gone. I think DBM and bigwigs will survive in a weakened capacity just because we have the ability to do some out of combat stuff, and the people still have been using those statistics for years. Even though the ability to auto reply during combat saying you're busy fighting a boss is gone, because see, like I said, little features you didn't think about collateral damage to them breaking chat messages.
Yep. People are asking about logging. As far as I know, logging will exist, but you'll get it after combat. So
just out of game combat log for like Warcraft logs, yeah, that's not changing. It's still going to be on a delay so that you don't just use overlays and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to stick around. Have you got any predictions what the outcome of this would be? Because that's been a big hot topic, at least around the Echo Race to World First. Is this going to be a case where we have to use some sort of external timers and things like that? You know, because obviously at that level where you're tracking, it's really important that this ramp starts here and this cooldown gets used here and then this Hellstone gets used here. And that used to be just built into weak auras. But that's not going to happen now, because even the combat time start is gone now, right? Like, even a time tracker from pull?
As long as you still have access to encounter start and encounter end, we should still be able to track when the pull starts and when it ends and how long we've been in pull. So I think it would be possible. But because they have add-on comms broken in instances, we can't actually share notes with, like, method raid tools. So it's still not effective right now. Now, if they restore add-on comms out of combat and you can share a note before you pull the boss, then notes should survive. Which I think they should survive. I think notes are fine.
Oh, that would be great.
As long as you're sharing information out of combat, I think it makes sense that it's still allowed. But we'll see, because right now Blizzard's not allowing it. But it might just be an oversight.
Yeah, it could be. We don't know. Again, seemingly they don't know either. Would that mean then, if you create some sort of... I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I think everybody else is the same. Like, notes on that actually show on your screen. You know, we've used notes for ages. That should survive. But in terms of, like, at 1 minute and 20, I want a sound effect to play. Would that kind of function, or a message to appear for me only, not in the chat, but just for me? Would that functionality still exist as it stands?
I don't see why it wouldn't, because that's just something that's scheduled, and it's not using information related to, like, the encounter. You're not getting information like who an ability is targeting or anything like that. You can't see what the boss is casting. It's just a personal reminder, hey, healer cooldown at 1 minute 30 seconds. That, I think, would still be possible.
What you won't be able to do, which is something that people have been very used to, is a debuff goes out on somebody that needs freedom, right? So if you think about Dimensius, puts out the slow on people in P3. Certain people need help with that. It goes freedom on Mystical. Because he got the debuff, it tracked that, and then it told you as the paladin to put freedom on him. That stuff will be gone, because that's something that's reading the combat log to find out who got the debuff and then telling you who you're assigned to. You know, smart assignments, all that kind of stuff is going away.
Right, that's definitely all going away.
Yep, that's going away. So we need a please macro, similar to splitting and speedrunning. Well, we don't know, because as Mystical pointed out, the macro stuff is changing as well. The send message. What entails the send message content? What would that hit? You know, you said the send message stuff in macros is no longer functional. What kind of things does that hit?
I mean, for the most part, it just breaks add-ons being able to send messages for you while you're in an instance, which also applies to macros. So you can't just... Because I don't know if you realize how those macros work. Is basically all they did was sent a hidden message to other people on the raid so that you knew, hey, you had a private R or whatever. And they either used send chat message or send add-on message. Blizzard's breaking both just to be certain that you can't use either one to work around it. Because otherwise, you still macro every debuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Like Revio's saying here. So any mess, you know, if you get a debuff and it starts saying bomb on me above your head.
Yeah, that's also not going to be doable. Not that you know you have debuff anyway, but yeah, you won't be able to do like automatic chat yells or anything like that either, because that's part of send add-on or send chat message.
Exactly. So that'll be going away, and certainly countdowns above your head. You know, the 3, 2, 1, that kind of stuff. Gone. That's why.
They haven't.
Go on.
they've been pretty good about the spell visuals anyway. Like they usually put a good circle around you or a floating bubble above your head. For the most part, you can see that now. So
Yep.
countdowns and yells haven't been as important lately, except for in Mythic Plus when you got 8,000 mobs on your screen and nameplates and AOE effects everywhere. Then you might need the yells.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, that's what people are going to notice. That's what I've been trying to get around and finding a good way to sort of orate that. Is like it's not the, you know, it's not your sneak dot lures. It's not your crazy. We always go to the Queen of Shara add-on that I'm sure you've seen as well or played with, where it like assigned the entire raid exact positions and how to react to, you know, run and move, spin in circles, stand still, go stand here, that kind of stuff. It's actually the little things that you're very much used to. Run, you know, getting a message above your head that says run away because you're not sure what you're supposed to do. But the boss mods that you guys have created tell you, you know, run away. That kind of content that you're used to is going to be gone, and how that's going to affect people. But do you, before we wrap up here, how do you feel? Because I'm still on the fence of whether, like, a month into this, it's fine. The visuals are better. I get used to the boss mod. It's just how the game works now. Or do you really think, are you expecting some sort of major fallout from this?
I suspect raids will be the most be fine because there's just so much more visual clarity, and with that lack of add-ons and auto solving won't be as much of an issue. I think Mythic Plus is where the pain point is going to be. Mm-hmm. You're going to have Blizzard nameplates. You're going to have visual clutter all over the place. You're not going to have add-ons doing chat bubbles where you can see things. And unless Blizzard has solved magic where walls don't get in your way or tapestries don't get in your way, you're going to miss things constantly. The add-ons used to call out for you, and there's going to be a lot more deaths in Mythic Plus. And then you consider the fact that you have the pug scene, which even is less skilled in the top end. Like, you might turn into a Twitch stream and see someone doing 16s, and they'll be fine without add-ons after a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Your average pug is a different story. I think there's going to be huge growing pains in Mythic Plus, and that's going to be where the biggest issue is.
Okay. It's going to be an interesting time and see where they, if, as I suspect, they're going nuclear now and then backtracking it later on. But, yeah, this is going to be a really interesting time. And I don't know if people really get how big a deal this is going to be for their gameplay. And that day they log in on pre-patch, it's going to be wild. People are like, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore. I can't do that anymore. Why not? Why is this spell all changed? But
right. And I think,
go on.
I think the most important fact, too, is people don't realize how many people just play the game. They don't follow all the news. They don't follow Alpha. They don't read Valhalla every day. There's going to be a lot of players that don't know about any of this until pre-patch. So it's going to be a big awakening for a lot of players. Like, any noise you see now on Twitter, people panicking about add-ons, that's a massive minority to compare the noise that you're going to get on day one of pre-patch.
100%. I'm just going to link your video. I appreciate you coming in, though. Let's catch up again when we do the next update and see what's changed. Because I'm sure you guys will be keeping a log. Oh, you'll be keeping a log of what's going on and what they're adjusting. And any feedback you guys are getting. Because I'm still wrapping my head around it myself. I'm trying to think what I'm missing. But as it's alpha, everything's fresh and new anyway. So you're not settled into the game yet as to what's going on. But I'm linking your video here, Mystical. Go check that out for more information. But it's going to be a wild time. It's going to be a wild time. Well, the nameplate one needs some adjustment, don't you think? I can't find any. I don't know if you have the alpha, Mystical, but I can't find any modifications I can make to the nameplates at all, anywhere.
Wait, there should be if you hit escape and go to options, nameplate should be in there.
There's some stuff that's like, what do you want it to show? And icon stuff.
On the left side, there's a whole category.
Oh, yeah, this is the stuff. But what I can't do is like, this is stuff I missed actually. Yeah, I'm a moron. You found it. There you go. I had to scroll down. I'm too old for that. There we go. Super. I'll leave you there, my friend. But let's catch up again when we get more information as to what's happening. Maybe things don't.
I send you a friend request so you can reach out easier in the future.
Got it now, dude. Thank you very much. Looking. I don't see you actually. I'll send one to you and that should work. Easy. Got. There we go. Sorted. Yeah. All right, dude. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Take care.
Mystical. Wild, bro. That's a lot going on. Thank you to Mystical there for actually giving us some information. DBM developer. So most of you have probably used DBM at some point. The man behind DBM, who is working and a part of a lot of the add-on stuff that's going on in the background. So knowledgeable and direct of what's going on. Yeah, DBM's the GOAT add-on. I use Bigwigs purely because like I like Just Wait. And he's involved with that. Like it's nepotism at its finest. Okay, I actually did not look at what nameplate stuff we could do. I can't move this window. Okay, so I can just gotta adjust as we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Bit bigger. I do want my buffs to be bigger when I'm dotting stuff. You went with Just Wait a lot. Poor you, man. Poor you. Cast focus. Ah, so that puts the cast... okay, so that puts that's there. Thin. Nobody likes a thin dick. Block. I would... Again, my feedback to Blizzard is, can we have a proper preview of this within the screen that doesn't stop after the first one so I could properly assess it? I'd also like previous and new. That's the legacy style. Okay, cast focus. Nameplate information. Rarity icon. Displays the unit's current health as a percentage. Yep, I'm fine with that. Health percentage is what I prefer. Aggro display. Progressive? Oh, does that show you when you're going to pull threat on them? Oh, that's fun. That's pretty good. Do you want to see mob debuffs and personal debuffs? Shared CC. Enemy buffs, personal debuffs, big debuff. I care more about enemy buffs being big. Yeah. Big debuff. What is big debuff? I'll put big debuff on. We'll try a dungeon if we can get one. Debuff padding. Controls the vertical space. Simple nameplates. Oh, simplify the nameplates. Yeah, like stuns, etc. I care more about enemies having buffs. I made weak auras, which I assume is going away now, maybe. I made weak auras to make a big giant icon when a boss has a certain buff. And I want that functionality. I want that functionality. How fun is Shadow Priest? Asking the important questions. Really fun. You know why? Because you can spawn giant hentai tentacles. Wabang. Brilliant. What more do you want? Wabang. Right? I don't think there's anything more you need. Real shit. Yeah, you can spawn your giant hentai tentacle and wabang things. Okay, on to the next thing. The simplification of class. That's section 1 of today's thesis at the university. They're simplifying the classes. I didn't read this. I got tons of notifications about this, but I decided to wait till now. Okay, we have a post. All right. We have a posty post here. All right. Where are we going now? Developer Insight Combat for everyone in midnight. As a reminder, we will have Paul Cubitt on the stream later. He's the game director on Midnight. So questions and things we're discussing today we'll be able to bring up with Paul later. And see what Daddy Blizz has to say. He's going to be joining us on the stream while we're doing some stuff. Hopefully doing a dungeon with us is what I've asked. I'd like to shoot the breeze with Paul while we're doing dungeons. But we'll see. Okay, since the release of WoW, our goal has been to make a game that everyone can enjoy. There is as many ways to play and enjoy WoW as there are people, and we love to talk to players about how they like to play and how to love it, whether it's the story, running dungeons, blah, blah, blah. Okay, everyone's different. Yeah, we get it. One thing we often hear is that there is a high level of complexity in WoW's class and combat design. Classes have a lot of abilities to manage, and it can be tough to find comfortable keybinds for them. During combat, there are many buffs and debuffs to keep track of, which is critical to play well and can require intense concentration. Players trying out new specs also reports that the talent tree can be intimidating. Even after learning the purpose of each talent, there are still subtle interactions that aren't obvious, and players often feel like they do not understand what bonuses and combinations are critical to their success. Alright, starting paragraph. 100% agree. Does anybody have a problem with this? And if so, why? I think this is entirely true. I totally think this is true. I did this yesterday with Devour a Demon Hunter. I read through all the fucking talents, and it was still like, wait a minute, I need this talent that's on row 21 to work with this talent over on row 4 on the right, but the one on the left. And I even find this with specs I know a shitload about, is like reading through all the fucking talents and then saying, oh shit, I need to find a point from somewhere because I want Wheel and Woe to work, but I need this to go down here. Why is complexity often bad in WoW? Where it's fine in PoE. Okay, let's clarify one thing. PoE's target audience are not the WoW target audience at all in any way, shape, or form. PoE prides itself on being for the sweatiest human beings alive, and they love it. They absolutely adore it. That's who that game is targeted at. It's also the reason that games that are simpler, quote-unquote, appeal to a different audience. Those would be Diablos and your even Last Epoch, which is considered to be the middle ground. Some people adore the fucking depth of PoE to the ends of Earth, and they play it for that. There are a lot of people who don't. A lot of people who don't. They're not aiming for the same type of player. Never forget, as much as we are nerdy as hell and balls deep into the fucking intricacies of how this talent works at certain points, World of Warcraft is targeted to be played by your grandmother, and should be accessible by her as well. Now, as long as there is some headroom for, we can call it player expression, a skill ceiling, whatever you want to describe it as, that is fine as well, because it does have extremely high-end gameplay. It has been around for many, many years, but its target audience is not somebody who knows how to get a Warcraft log from their machine to a website. If you know how to do that, you are in the fucking 1% of WoW players. Whether you know it or not, you are, and you are not the target audience. Those players exist, and we love those players, and I'm one of those players. But they are not the target audience at all. Never forget, WoW is for 11 plus. I think they might have changed the age. I think it was 11 plus. Might be 13 now. Gam Gam loves her mage. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of very old people playing WoW. I'm one of them, you know. But I fully agree with this. I'm totally fine with this. I don't think there's many people who we could sit here and say they can pick up a class and pick out a talent tree without copy and pasting one within 2 minutes that's actually close to perfect. It's something you need to sit and go through, and often you get a lot of them quickly. The complexity of the combat system impacts all types of players in different ways, and everyone faces barriers. There are challenges for new players trying to learn the ropes for the first time, as well as returning players who are able to catch up. Going further, we understand these challenges make it harder to recommend WoW to friends. Players sometimes feel that their more inexperienced friends need a robust guide on how to play, manage add-ons, and more to even get started. Experienced players who are eager to improve their play so they can tackle more challenging raid difficulties often don't know where to begin to get better. Without reading a guide, they might miss a subtle aspect of maximizing their performance. We have heard feedback from skilled players who tell us that they have shelved some of their favorite characters because their character's gameplay is more demanding than they have interest in. Expert players can spend hours configuring and maintaining add-ons to display information that they need to play at the top level. I do not disagree with a single word that's in there. And I don't think that's because it's being vague either. I think everything in there is true. Oh, that absolutely applies to world first characters. There are plenty of specs that they hope aren't BIS because it's a fucking pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass, and the encounters often don't even let you... an encounter doesn't even let you play. I mean, we could even apply this to 14. How many black mages find significantly different positions to be in than the rest of the group, and may even require grips or to charge to someone because their game does their play does not work if they have to move as the encounter deems. An example, have you seen a warlock play phase 3 Dimensius? It is so fucking sad. I wish I could re-roll for them. It is one of the saddest fucking things in the world, is watching a warlock play phase 3 Dimensius. It is brutal. It's like taking food from a baby. It's ridiculous. If you need any example, watch them. Watch fucking Kalamazzi do phase 3 Dimensius. Who knows what the fuck he's doing? It is so sad. It is the saddest shit I've ever seen in my life. They just fucking run around in circles. It's bullshit. It doesn't work. He did kill it, but yeah, it's brutal. Like, there are just certain classes that need certain things to happen that other classes just don't deal with. Like, take a fucking... Where is it? Oh, I'm in combat. Hold on. You do. Will you log out? Oh, this breaks. Yeah, okay. I forgot you can't log out. Take any BM hunter? BM hunters? Ha! BM hunters. Are you kidding me? They are old news, dude. BM hunters. BM hunters haven't got shit on this fucking monster. Fucking BM hunters. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but yeah, BM hunters are actually immobile, stone boot wearing freaks compared to this fucking thing. This thing is fucking jokes. Let me just go to a training dummy real quick. Here's your new Devourer Demon Hunter. Admittedly, this is one of the easiest specs, but you can DPS everything from here. No problem. Yeah, I'll stand still. Make me stand still. Go on, you wouldn't. Why would I stand still? Oh, to do my one eye beam. That's okay. We can go over here. Over here. Maybe I can go back over this way. Maybe I can backflip over here. I can keep DPSing. Alright, sure. No problem. Yeah, no worries. You gotta stand still for eye beam for a couple of seconds. That's it. That's it. That's all you do. It's very fun, but like, you could go fucking miles. Oh, now I go metaform and I beam again. Keep moving, slashing things. Yeah, I don't know what anybody else is going to be moaning about mobility if you're playing this thing is fucking nuts. Absolutely, this is built. I mean, the reason I'm not memeing here, this is the future they're looking for. I think you have to stand still for Collapsing Star. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you have to stand still for Collapsing Star. But other than that, you can just keep going. Try this out ASAP. This makes Evokers look like absolute fucking wheelchair class. Absolute wheelchair class. Fucking Evokers. I haven't got shit. Absolute trash pandas. I mean, I'm standing still because I've no reason to move, but you can just dance around all the time. I'm still in meta, by the way. There we go. Yeah, wee. I'm back again. Just to give a comparison, 14, Red Mage is instant every second pull. It's obnoxious to move with it. Yeah. He's enjoying himself, lad. Bad. Yeah, you can go with a melee-centric build, like a more melee-centric build, but you also don't have to. I mean, I'm not exactly fucking close, and there's no downtime here. But anyway, let's get back to what we were saying. So that is kind of the future they're looking at, is, you know, you being able to do that kind of stuff. It is a Demon Hunter. All right, we're making WoW more approachable. Here we go. With Midnight, we aim to make gameplay clear and easy to understand, so the path to improvement is more apparent for players at every skill level, while maintaining the depth of mastery that WoW offers. We're updating every class spec with an eye towards approachability by reducing complexity and making gameplay more intuitive. We are beginning by focusing on what makes each spec unique and designing gameplay that matches their theme, so your character's personality and style will reflect in how you play. Our goal is for the most appealing, visible elements of your spec to be what matter most. Uh-oh, rep pallies are in fucking big trouble here. That often means managing resources, tracking a few key buffs and debuffs, using ability charges strategically, and responding to important triggered effects, also known as procs. We want to ensure that players have all the necessary information to play a spec with clearly visible prompts and indicators in the user interface. This can include changing the design of complex abilities or reducing the number of buffs or debuffs that can be active, so it's easier to pick out the most essential information on enemy nameplates or in the cooldown manager. We are also reviewing the amount of concentration or cognitive load required to play each spec. Cognitive load encompasses tasks such as keeping track of active auras, parsing conditions to choose the most effective ability in any given moment, or remembering long sequences of abilities. Some specs will demand more load than others by design. Keeping track of damage over time effects requires concentration, but it's also a big part of the appeal of specs like Affliction, Feral, and Assassination. However, we are reviewing all specs for areas where concentration demands are excessive, unclear, or don't serve enjoyable gameplay. Ultimately, our goal is that once every spec has all the new class talent points, hero talents, and apex talents, it has what we feel is a manageable, fun, and appropriately challenging level of complexity. So, some examples we've seen of this is like Unholy DKs. They no longer put out their little pustules. It's now on the player, so you're not trying to like micro tab between a bunch of enemies and get all the zits ready for the big pruning. My take on this that we were talking about a little bit this morning hasn't changed. This is the first time I've actually read what they said. I don't disagree with most of this, actually. If this brings up the base level of skill so that, like, the weakest players are now risen up, and I do wonder how much information and data they've gotten since the one-button rotation came in, if they're seeing dramatic changes, a very noticeable shift in success rates of lower-level content, because people are playing the one-button stuff, and actually they were playing their specs wrong the whole time, or picking up new specs and just getting decent results out of it instead of being terrible. I think that's great. As long as there is room, which they're saying will exist for really good players to be able to utilize this information correctly in order to get satisfying outcomes. I'm not saying just do crazy amounts more damage. I don't think it should ever be like double damage or anything like that. I think that's stupid. But a good player who is aware of his buffs and utilizing them properly and aware of damage windows and saving and pooling resources for these windows and utilizing them correctly and working in tandem with like boss timers, so you know you're not pumping your load into a fucking immune boss. I'm fine with this. I think long gone are the days of super high level needed complexity. As much as that might sound wrong coming from me, who really, you know, pushed that stuff for a long time and made a living off teaching people how to do that, the Mexican blood tap, I think it was nicknamed, to do the Mexican blood tap, or to do the double ice lance, or whatever it might be, whatever bullshit little trickery was possible with the classes so you could be the best of the best of the best. I don't think it was a good thing. You're fine with two-button specs. I am not fine with hyperbole, Sunza. Which is what that is, and you know that's what it is. There are no such thing as two-button specs. Is not the point of this post in any way, shape, or form. So let's not get hyperbolic, because that doesn't help anybody. Save that for Twitter, where you can. That's not what's actually happening, is it? If they're brand new spec, so fire lost what combustion. It just presses fireball or whatever. I am fine with... If this is the baseline of their new spec design, let's look at it from this. This is their latest spec. This is the latest and greatest that has been made under the privy of the new design philosophy from the ground up. currently, in its simplest form, which is what this is... in fact, this is not the simplest form. It has 6 buttons. Which, I would say, it's not just an olive branch, but truthfully, what is the spec? This is not the spec I finished with. No, I don't want... Oh, I switched it for the video, didn't I? Yeah. I would say, truthfully, this is too simple for me, and I couldn't play it. Long term. This is too simple for me. And I'm with you there, Sunza. This is too simple for me. It's 6 buttons that have some interactions. They have some interactions, but it's 6 buttons, most of which have a very, very long cooldown, right? So I have, it's not immolation, or it's called soul immolation. This just shatters souls from the enemy. Right, see, generates a soul. I have a Fell Blade replacement called Void Blade, which as far as I could tell in this version of the spec, I never need to press anyway. This just gets you, this is a charge essentially. Right, just 4k damage, it's whatever. Maybe you throw it into the rotation, maybe you don't. But that's on a 40-second cooldown. I have a filler spell called Consume, which I can cast on the move. And until this gets going, I have nothing else to really press here until I reap a bunch of souls, and then I reap them with Reap, which has an 8-second recharge. So, beyond that, everything has a really, really long cooldown, and even this has a 30-second recharge to shatter the souls. And then I press I-Beam. So, for me, gameplay-wise, this is unacceptable. I appreciate what it is, and I'm not angry about it, but I couldn't play this. This is way too fucking dirtbag simple. I have more utility spells than I have anything to do with combat, right? If I go for Vengeful Retreat, Blur, Charge, Torrent, Interrupt, Taunt, Stun, Imprison, Darkness, Purge, all these spells on the top of utility, on my actual action bar, I have not much. Now, I can add more, but I can add 2 spells. I can add the Hunt, and I can add Sunder. Sunder is a 1-minute cooldown, and the Hunt is a 1.5 minutes. So, is this a very complex spec to play? No. Does it have some depth? Yeah. It has some stuff to min-max. I can't remember where exactly the talent is. But I would not choose this as a main spec. But some people really would, because the idea of being able to, like, not track too much stuff, I will say the cooldown manager doesn't work with this yet, not track too much, have infinite movement, like, there is no raid encounter in the world that would require to move as far, as fast as this spec can move, right? Do you know what I mean? So I would say this doesn't appeal to me, but it definitely appeals to someone, and maybe a lot of people. Which is why you need variants, and they've been pretty good on flavor. Now, if something like you're saying with Fire Mage, legit just becomes like Arcane Mage and Cataclysm, which was 4 buttons. And that happens widespread. Let's be clear on that. Having definitely much easier specs is fine. But if it's every spec, then that's a problem. That is a problem. Like, if everything's like, I'm just not interested in what I'm pressing at all. But I haven't tested every spec to get that answer. Yes, this is the alpha right now. This is the new Devourer Demon Hunter. More important, does 6 buttons result in big number? Well, I mean, where's the cutoff for there as well, Finn, right? Because it's the classic example is the TBC Warlocks is everybody, the high-end players that were forced to play Warlocks, say Black Temple and up, all re-rolled after they'd finished the boss because the spec was too boring. Is it possible to link a video link a video to you so you can see it mods? Yeah, if you link it, it'll... oh, you're not subbed. Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, the Galactically Simple will happen. I mean, it's... Let's be clear on this. It's fucking subjective, right? If you've got as much experience as some of us have, this spec is objectively very simple, like BM Hunter, right? But then again, if I gave you something very complex, you'd probably be shit at it as well. It depends on, or a new player or whatever. I don't know how hard... I'm not being a shill here. But legitimately, how many people join the game and have no fucking idea what you're talking about? And then if you watch a new player, it's the cringiest shit in the world. They have no fucking clue what's going on. If you've got more than 10 years experience in this game, fuck knows what you are going to get out of it, right? Everything can be picked up and played very quickly. Look, I'm showering meteors. I'm not a shill. That's what a shill would say. Yeah, exactly. What is this? Oh, this is preheat. Yeah. Preheat was. I talked to preheat on the alpha day. Actually, he was talking about Fire Mage. Yeah. I am aware of this. I was talking with preheat on comms. He was going over the mage changes. But thank you for that. But I get where you're coming from. None of us wants it to be a game that becomes boring. I agree with you. Like, Dev Demon Hunter is really silly. This spec is fucking stupid. For me, the spec is absolutely fucking stupid. It can go anywhere in the fucking world in the blink of an eye and get back and can just DPS on the move all the time. Like, it's really fucking stupid. I wouldn't play it. That's okay. I don't know what I would play. Shadow, I'm really enjoying. Shadow has a lot more going on with it. Do you think you would find the spec boring or easy on Mythic Dimmy? The question is irrelevant. I would never reach Mythic Dimmy on this because I'd be bored to death by the time we got there. I wouldn't even be able to do the heroic farm on this boss. On this, I would. This is the Havoc. Demon Hunter in general has only ever been something I can play for like an afternoon, and I have fun with it because it's bombastic and silly and stupid. And then I want to put it down and maybe touch it again in like 4 months' time. Is it really that stupid? Man, do you really think that, though? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, from my perspective, do I think this is stupid? I think it does a lot of things that just makes other classes go, okay. Right? A ranged DPS, which you can play as ranged here. It's supposed to be a hybrid, but I mean, this thing does no white damage from what I can see at all if you play the spec. Unless you switch to the melee hunt and the hungering slash build, which you can do. They could also go 8 million miles instantly, and if you get hit by something on this spec, you've really fucked up. Right? Bomb. I'm over here now. Bomb here. I'm over here now. Bomb. Oh, it came back. Okay, I'm over here now. Another bomb. Okay, now I'm over here. Like, and not only that, that's based on me actually standing still, which I don't need to do either. I could be running while doing all these things. Like, that for me is too much. I think this is way too much. I think it's kind of bullshit, honestly. Like, it's people moan about mages all the time. This could do, besides the ability to teleport through walls, this thing could do crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Yeah. Death Knights and movement. I played DK for ages. I was DK for a long time. I guess in summary here, we're getting a bit off track. In summary, I'm not against this idea, but I'm with you for those of you who fear, like, I'm just bored now playing my character. That is a fear to have, and I haven't checked every spec in the game. But if your favorite spec gets nullified to something, so if you are a Fire Mage, for example, like maybe Sunzo was indicating there, and now your spec is... Although, fuck, man, I've played Fire Mage a long time. Was there a lot of cognitive load with a Fire Mage? I mean... Yeah, not really. Like, it's changing. But that doesn't mean it needs to be simpler than it already was. Right? Well, I see where you're going. It's like, I don't even want it to be... It's already simple. I don't want it to be even simpler than it already fucking is. Like, I don't need that. That's not very fun. We need to playtest this. In theory, I don't disagree with this, as long as there's headroom for improvements. In theory... We'll get some answers from Paul. Let's talk about this with Paul later on. Let's put this on the docket, and we'll chat and see what he's got to say. Okay, some examples. Here we go. What do these goals mean for class design? Here are a few things we're reviewing, along with examples of abilities and talents we're enhancing as a result. We don't want gameplay to rely on add-ons to show the information that players need. Going forward, we plan to design the game so all information required to use abilities and intelligence is available in the interface. So here's the bits of the puzzle coming together. Two categories of abilities are particularly tough to play without the use of add-ons. Abilities where players rely on add-ons to calculate when to use spells. Oh, shout-outs to the old Ignite timer, talking of Fire Mage. Who had the... what was it called? What was that? Combuster? Nups will remember. That made sure that had that little box with all the different types of dots that were going to roll into your combust, so you could... was it called Combuster? I think it was. Remember that fucking thing? And abilities that rely on information that is hidden in the UI. For instance, Outlaw Rogue's Roll the Bones is an ability where players often use add-ons to calculate when to use it, as there are many factors involved. In Midnight, it is much easier to see when it might be worth recasting Roll the Bones. An example of an ability that relies on tracking information that's hidden in their user interface is the Feral Druid ability Blood Talons, which is just... Blood Talons is gone. Is snapshotting gone? Or are they just getting rid of the Blood Talon snapshot? Okay, Rogues, I come to you. I haven't played Roll the Bones in a long time, and I remember distinctly building the weak aura for Roll the Bones. I very distinctly remember spending fucking hours of my life building the weak aura for Roll the Bones to distribute to you guys, and I hated it. But getting that fucking 6-roll was really good. Adding the John Cena music in was good. Are you against the idea that, like, this ability is kind of RNG, and I have to use things to track it? Is that a fun ability? Does that make you a good player? Are you making the choice as a player, or do you have an add-on that's telling you that you should press the button? And that's where they're coming from. Right? Do you get what the difference is? Are you considering yourself a good player because you had an add-on that was telling you to press the button? And if it said don't press the button, you didn't press the button. I agree with where they're coming from here. It's like, the idea of, like, you roll this thing and you might get a crazy buff is cool, but if it's come down to the fact is you either had an add-on to tell you or not. And players who, and more importantly, if you don't have that add-on, you are objectively just fucked in comparison to the guy who does have the add-on. And that's where Blizzard's coming from. It's like, okay, you have the add-on, so you're hot shit. Other players aren't even aware that maybe you should install this fucking thing to tell you when you should press it. I kind of see where Blazing Solos comes from. Every time I've tried to get people back into WoW, which hasn't been for a long time, they play for about an hour, and it's too much, and they log out. For a whole variety of reasons. It's way too fucking much, and they just log out. Oh, I get you, Sunza. I do. Because I went through this. I want to give some context to this, because somebody who's a complete piece of shit will probably go back to Legion and link my BM video of me losing my fucking mind at just how dogshit easy BM was. And they're not wrong. At the time, I would argue Legion was probably one of the most complex times for classes. And BM genuinely fucking upset me, because I was like, what is this spec? Infinite mobility, could just never be tied down, and has like 3 buttons. Like, who is this for, and why would anybody not want to play this compared to everything else that we're doing? And that preach was right at the time. That was over 10 years ago. It's before I had children. Tomorrow I'll be going to my son's high school rugby game. To give you context. And over that time, a lot of things have happened in the fucking game. A lot of things have changed. A lot of things have fucking changed, dudes. A lot of things have changed, including most of the WoW classes that are far simpler now than what they were, right? Far, far simpler overall. And more things have got complex outside of that. Raid encounters were far easier, and the classes were harder. And it's shifted the other way now and gone in a different direction. And that's okay. So, in this respect, I'm fine with it. To give you context. Let's do that. Abilities with meaningful gameplay. Don't use that fucking word near me. Alright? I might be more chill these days than what I have been in the past, but if you put meaningful in a Blizzard post, I'm immediately angry. I'm immediately angry. Do not use that fucking word near me. Gameplay should have some element of interest or intention. If individual abilities are frequently macroed or consistently used alongside each other, they're not adding meaningful gameplay. Removing some of these skills will simplify long sequences of abilities that are usually cast in the same order during openers or on cooldown windows, Simple maintenance buffs where you periodically use an ability with no strategic considerations. Falls this category as well. Okay. Warriors will know about this, where you have like 8 cooldowns that literally just are all off the GCD and you just press them in one giant macro and it goes... that's not fun. That's stupid. You're just stacking cooldowns on top of cooldowns, and it's fucking stupid. So in that I agree. I will also do this to you, Blizzard, though. I might be sort of on your side right now, but I am going to tell you this. You have said this before and failed. And you went back on this very fucking quickly. You have said this exact thing before and made these changes before. You did it during Cataclysm, where we had this exact same post and discussion. And the prime example I could think of at the time was Inquisition. A wonderful little maintenance buff that Ret Pallies had to put up to do more damage. And you said, we're getting rid of all that stuff. We're not going to do it anymore. Because it's stupid that you have to keep this buff up. And if you don't, you fail and it sucks. So, colour me unconvinced that this isn't essentially a spell squish. And in the next 6 years, you'll have added more and more stuff to the game and we'll be right back to square one. Which is possibly just actually the intention, so that there's a new base ground to build on for the future for more talents and more spells to be added to the game. I can totally see that as well. You liked Inquisition? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I really like building up 5 holy power to press a 1 minute buff that I can't tell does anything. I like Inquisition. What a twat. What a twat. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. This is so fun. I love pressing this button. It's so good. So good. I could have pressed like Templar's Verdict or Divine Storm, but no. I pressed Inquisition instead. I think there's any credence to that. Oh, I totally believe this is all... there's a part of me that absolutely believes this is all fluff language to reset spellbooks. And so in the next 8-10 years, they can just keep adding more spells, and then there'll be another squish down the line where we'll get this exact same wording. This will all happen again, and rightfully so. Is that actually a bad thing? No. You can't just consistently add things on top of things on top of things in an MMO. You can't do it. Doesn't work, especially one that's lasting 20 years, 30 years. Doesn't work. At some point, you have to fucking strip it all out and then have something you can work with again. This is totally normal. So, yeah. This is not surprising. Assassination is an example of a rogue spec that uses several abilities in a rotational order alongside its major cooldown. There is no choice or strategy. The challenge is mostly a dex check. Several of those effects have been removed to make these windows less involved. Resto Druid's F-Flow is an example of a simple maintenance buff, and Resto is gaining options to maintaining F-Flow easier. As long as you have to move it around, because that's the brain power skill element, right? You leave your F-Flow in fucking China, that's because you suck. But if the group's staying all in one place and you keeping it up, it is annoying just to plop it back down again, just to become part of the rotation. Its position, I guess the way you read this is, the position of the F-Flow is more important than keeping the F-Flow up on a cooldown. And I could buy into that. Modifier auras. Several abilities give you a temp bonus or alter the value of your subsequent use of an ability. And these can be fun. However, when a spec has a lot of these, it can make spells feel not worth using unless you've done some amount of setup first. Plus, all the auras for those bonuses can make your active buffs list feel bloated. No shit, who looks at their buffs fucking list anymore? Have you tried clicking off a buff these days? It's like fucking roulette with a Twitch chat. It's crazy. Prevent spells you use to frequently feel consistently good. So we're removing or adjusting some bonuses like this and moving their power into more potent-based spells. Windwalker one because a lot of these type abilities, effects like Dance of Shiji, Transfer of Power, and Martial Mixture, have been changed or removed to address the need to track auras to determine when to use abilities like Spinning Crate Kick. Okay. You disagree with the F-Flow? Do you, though? I mean, I will say, I will agree. Let me ask you this question. If you disagree with my thoughts on F-Flow, do you have an add-on that tells you when F-Flow is about to run out that you are a weak aura? Because F-Flow doesn't have a cooldown. You can press it whenever and move it around. So you then need a weak aura to actually tell you when it's running out. So if you're using a weak aura, including the ones I built to track it, yes, I built the fucking thing. Because you're a resto druid and all the melees on top of the fucking boss, you don't know when your F-Flow runs out. You have no idea. You have no idea. So, yes, the skill is positioning the F-Flow and keeping it where it needs to be and moving it as appropriate. Not whether it's run out or not, which you can't see. Unless you're studying it and watching your buff menu to see whether your F-Flow buffs run out. Important but subtle, hard to discover talent. Hard to discover talent interactions. There are many talents in WoW, and most do a good job of explaining how they work and what they do. Some have interactions with other talents or implications that aren't immediately clear. True. But are critical to basic performance. These kinds of subtleties can be interesting and welcome when trying to master the spec, but it shouldn't require a lot of specialized knowledge to play a spec at a base level. Balanced Druid's Waning Twilight is an example of a talent we feel too subtle. Its damage bonus is very important, but it isn't apparent how to meet those criteria. How many of you guys are like me? I work backwards through the WoW talent tree. When I went to play Dev yesterday, I read what the last talents were and what spells affected them, and then worked backwards through the tree. Does anybody else do that? Because that's the only way I don't know if when I start a talent tree, right? Well, I can't copy because the spec didn't exist. When I see like soul immolation, I know what it does, but I don't know if this matters all the way down here. Because I could pick up something that's like, oh, this is all melee shit that's going on down here, right? Well, does that matter? Like, choices like this. Reap generates 10 fury. Okay. Am I fury starved? I don't know. Void Blade damage is increased by 25%, and Void Blade now generates 20 fury. Okay. So what's better? And does that matter? Actually, yes it does. You know why? Because Void Blade modification comes all the way down here. Which is another like 4 rows down. That's where I get my fucking Hungering Slash, which means I should use my Void Blade. Oh, okay. So work backwards, and then you can figure shit out that you want it to do. You see, I can't actually read, though. I don't bother reading any talent tree other than those in my main spec. Can I ask you guys a question, legit? Do you like the idea of a talent tree? Even though you don't read it and you copy and paste what's best from some content creator or whatever. As opposed to the Mists of Pandaria style where you chose one of 3. But it looked too simple. Is there a sense of, I guess, self-gratification that I have all these points spent? Even though I don't know what they do. Rather than it feels like I didn't spend many points. But it looks easier. I'm kind of torn. Yeah, I think that's a real fucking thing. It's like, even though I imagine, not to say you're wrong, because I don't know either, alright, to be clear. I think there is very few people in the world who can who have played, let me word this correctly. I think there's very few people in the world, even though you've played the same spec since the talent tree was implemented, who can respec a talent on the fly. With confidence, you've made a good choice. Let me put it that way. That like, oh, can you pick up Sunder here? I need you to heal every 1 minute because we can't carry it. And then you're like, well, what do I take out? Shit. And they're like full fucked at that point. Like, I have no idea how I get this. I need to spend 1 point and I don't know how to do that without fucking my entire build. Right? You cannot DK. Yeah, but I think the amount of people who could do that is like really small. Really, really small. This isn't utility. This is in this tree, right? This is in this tree. Yeah, I think some people like it. It's a buffet, right? It's an MMO. It's a fucking buffet. Some people love it. Some people like the idea of it. Like PoE. PoE would be a prime example, right? It's like, oh shit. But if I get a build guide and I know my points are in the right place, I'm thumbs up. And I think other people are like, oh, I prefer the Mr. Pandaria style. I have 1 of 3 talents, and I pick one. And at total, I have, what, 9 points to spend. I like the idea, but I don't like the reality. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Blizzard trying to fix this. It's fucking funny. In addition to the above, some other aspects of the class design in review are high APM gameplay. This can be what's the highest APM gameplay these days? You get choice paralysis. Yeah. What's the highest APM class in the game these days? Outlaw. Outlaw when it's going full ham. Fire during CDs. I mean, even when I reasonably get a Fury Warrior, it's pretty. Prot Warrior. Yeah, Prot Warrior is pretty fucking beautiful. Rep with procs. Can you show Outlaw on a dummy? Not right now. I don't want to make new specs right now. They're turning this account off at some point soonish. So we're saying. Bear if you don't macro iron for. Yeah. Shadow during Void Farm. Yeah, especially at high haste. True. So they're under review. Situations. Specs with a litany of ability buttons make it hard to set keybinds or keep track of all of them in combat. This is kind of the first thing I really disagree with. I don't think any spec in this game has too many spells that you struggle to keybind them. Unless you're making very clear keybind choices like I am not using modifiers in any way. Like, there's a lot. Brewmaster? You need to keybind your toys as well. Resto. I have never in the life of playing all these specs have ever had an issue with key binding keys. Like, how many do we have on average? I do have big hands, so I could use a lot of my keyboard. Where it's like 6 on average. What's my cap? Let's say it's 6. I use 6 pretty reasonably, and I use the F keys. So 6, 12, 18, 24, which then goes to 48 with Alt. Yeah, there's 72 with Control. So I could very easily, not including my mouse, do 76 key bindings with just my left hand. And you think Brewmaster needs more than that? How often do you fat finger? Very rarely when I'm comfortable playing. Very, very rarely. I have a big keyboard for that reason. Yeah. 48 is your upper limit. And how many does an action bar hold? 12, right? 4, 8, 12. So 24 in an action bar. I usually use 3 action bars for normal day-to-day gameplay. That's 36. And then I have a hidden action bar, which I guess I can't use anymore. Maybe I can. And then I have a hidden action bar. So I use 48 and usually have space left over. Yeah. How well can you use WASD and move all those? I've never had a problem with key bindings. Once I got used to it, I have so many choices. And I also use shift modifiers for my mouse. Like, I can have up to... If I was to include the mouse... So what did I say before? 76. And I use a 7-side button mouse with modifiers. So that's another 14, 21. So I have, like, access very comfortably to around 100 keys. Without having to move my hand at all. And I use that all the time. In fact, it's even more than that, because I have modifiers for the F keys as well. Tessels were strong. Yeah, it's a subjective thing. Like, for me, it's fine. Maybe there are people who... I mean, how many of you don't use modifiers? Like, I can't use control as a modifier. Control F6 is diabolical. No, I only included 4 F keys. I use the F1 through F4. I don't use all 6. I don't go to F6. But Control F4 and Alts are totally fine. Prove it? I mean, I can't on a Demon Hunter. They don't have enough buttons. I can't on a Demon Hunter. They don't have enough keys. Why am I proving this? Just believe me or not. What the fuck do I care? I don't fucking care. I'm making it up. Hang on. But yeah, like Shift F3, Shift F2. Like, I mean, that's what I have Cannibalize and things on. I really don't have an issue with these things. I don't know. I think it's totally fine. It's very easy to press. Yeah, Alt 3 is like VE. F2, Mind Vision. Shift F1 is Master Spell. No, not everyone is me, but like also the sky's fucking blue. Let's not be obvious. There'll be definitely people who can't. But I mean, in general, there's a lot of keybinds that are near you. Even if you don't have large hands, there's a lot of keybinds around the general WASD area. I'm just saying, I don't think that's a particularly massive issue unless you're not keybinding or refusing to do certain things. Like, I'm not using Alt. I'm not using Control or anything. Which is your choice. Do what you want. Situations where lots of ability modifying procs can be active all at once, causing an array of buttons in your action bar to be highlighted, giving a sense that all of them are urgent. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It is awkward if you're trying to learn something and everything starts sparkling at the same time. I see Ret Pallies run into this most of the time. Ret Pallies and Shamans. Yeah. Use those keybinds while moving. You know I can. You've watched me play for fucking years. It's not a problem. I don't keybind things I can't use unless I'm stood still. Do you not have a mouse? You know you can move with a mouse, right? The guys are wild sometimes. You guys, yeah, but try pressing that while moving. Like, well, yeah, you can move with a fucking mouse. What do you mean? Okay, either way, let's not get into some sort of ego trip here about whether or not you can press F2. Abilities that are very complex, like Adaptive Swarm, Surge of Power, and Blackout combo. Yeah, that's going to be dependent on ability. Very complex is a choice. Okay. Approachability and mastering WoW. We also spoke with players who enjoy mastering the many challenges WoW presents. We skipped one. Which one? Specs that sometimes get flooded with so many resources that managing them becomes overwhelming or unimportant. Yeah, that sucks. That always sucks. Nobody likes wasting resources. Valorstones. But any wasted resources is the worst thing in the world. And it does come down to... In fact, so we had this discussion. Do you remember when Warrior was revamped? Fury Warrior was revamped? And my initial hopes and desires were that you were actually going to do some sort of math to get the perfect amount of rage to Rampage. Because it was like Bloodthirst gave you 5, and then something else gave you 10. It was like Raging Blow gave you 10. And you had all these little things that gave you like very standard amounts of rage. And the game would be like prioritizing which one to press to get 100 to use Rampage or 80 or whatever it was at the time. And not using one that gave you like 105 or 110 because that was wasted and you wanted that after you'd spent the Rampage. And then it turned out, no, actually, you just spam whatever's not on cooldown and press Rampage as fast as possible. I was like, oh, okay. No. Sure. You just overcapped rage like immediately and it didn't matter. That's how it seemed at the start, like reading the tooltips. It was like, oh, this gives like 20, this gives 5, and then you had to make some little judgments. I was like, nope, just spam the fucking thing and it'll work. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we spoke about players who enjoy mastering the many challenges that WoW presents. They carefully review logs, sims, vids, guides, nerds. They memorize complex action priorities and train their attention to perform rotations perfectly while handling encounter mechanics. They are often the knowledge gurus upon whom their communities are built. Oh, it's just directed directly at content creators, offering guidance and tips for other players and sharing their encounter strategies and the discords to defeat bosses. We understand that mastering WoW is a crucial part of his appeal. However, becoming an expert WoW player will look a little different after midnight. Rotations will be learned more quickly. Less time will be spent on customizing add-ons, and you'll experience new types of challenges during encounters. It's satisfying and fun at all skill levels to learn to utilize your abilities effectively to optimize your performance. It's important to us to maintain that depth. Specs will be designed to give players opportunities to max their play, and players with determination to master the game will continue to distinguish themselves. Okay, yeah, so the skill ceiling's there. I have seen evidence of this. It's in very few talents, but it's important. More of it's going to come down to positioning in the new era, I think. Not that it wasn't already very important, but it looks... we call it the new era. I do feel like a lot of this skill is going to come down to reducing mobility even more than you already do, and being in the right place at the right time, using boss knockbacks to be in the right place, and not having to move as much. They're aiming to do that. I wonder how the discords are going to react to this. Like, if your like min-maxy gameplay comes down to using a shatter window or whatever, it's taking away a lot of credence to and authority from those places. Yeah. I was talking to I talked to Pete a bit the other night. We're shutting down the Pal Discord as we speak. Yeah, I mean, there is always going to be room to min-max, but I wonder... Like, they're saying it's going to change. Like, if I was still doing guides, the change would probably be to, like, how best to use your class on an encounter-by-encounter basis, rather than learning a rotation. I still think people are going to fuck this up, though. I don't think this game will ever be easy to the point that the overall player base is good. I just don't think... This might sound harsh, but I just don't think players in general are good enough to get to that skill level. I just don't, I mean, I want the floor to rise. But, I mean, witnessing some of the gameplay that I've seen over the years from people who've played for years and years is always painful. And it's like, wow. Wow. That's crazy. But if the floor comes up a bit, that's fine. But, yeah, don't chop the head off. So much we could brew in this game. You could, I mean, you could still, if you're serious about the game, you're still perfecting your performance on boss encounters weeks into farm. You absolutely are. There's always room for improvement. Always. Looking ahead then. We hope that these changes open the door to WoW for more players and are another step forward. WoW being a game for everyone. If you felt overwhelmed by what it takes to start playing... Can we go on a tangent a little bit? I get what Blizzard wants. They want to make the inroads to returning to World of Warcraft because they did have 11, 12, 13 million players in the past simultaneously to be able to come back. And they're not wrong. There has been too much barrier to entry for returning players. I've experienced it by the hundreds of close personal friends who've tried to return to the game and just get overwhelmed and just can't be fucking bothered. And just would and then they've all gone and played Classic WoW because it's incredibly easy. So they've all just gone there and played there. However, and I have no basis for this, I still think that BFA and Shadowlands burned so many people so hard. I don't think a lot of people would give a shit if you install World of Warcraft, it shit out a gold brick onto your desk that they would want to come back. I still think there is a extraordinarily large portion of people who are so resentful. And I kind of get it. I don't think holding on to that kind of resentment and bitterness is healthy in any way, shape, or form, because it's a video game. Who cares? You know, if Coke changed their recipe like they did for a year and changed it back, and you're like, I'm never touching Coca-Cola again, I think that's a little strange. However, it's a video game. But on the other side, it is a game people grew up with. It was their childhood. It was their teens into adulthood. They put a lot of money into it. They put a lot of time into it. And then they felt let down and betrayed. So from that perspective, I do get it. I do get it. I do get it. Yeah, into college. A lot of people, I mean, some of you will have grown up with your parents playing WoW, and then you got into WoW and doing all that. Yeah. And I don't know, changing all this stuff. They could do their best. They can do their best as to make it more accessible, to make it less intimidating to join. But I think that resentment is just so ingrained. I believe you all said the only thing that will kill WoW is WoW. Yep. And I think that's very accurate with BFA Shadowlands. Potentially. Like, they're doing better than ever. I have no doubt. They obviously don't share the exact metrics with us, but, you know, talking with Holly and stuff at Gamescom, they're doing extremely well. But what they would really like is a lot of the old players to come back. They would really like that, and they're targeting that, obviously. They're making the classes simpler. I think people were fine with going to Classic WoW. Even if they were burned by BFA and Shadowlands, they were fine with going to Classic WoW, what they knew, and playing over there. But they obviously would prefer more people in the retail and the future growth of the game. And that's where they seem to still hit this stumbling block. I don't know how widespread it is. It might only be a few thousand people, for all I know, who are like, I'm never touching it again. Or it could be a lot of people who are like, nope. Absolutely fucking not. I don't know. I wonder if they bungle the change. It's got to be like galaxies. No, these aren't galaxies. No, don't worry about that, Reels. It's not that dramatic. Not dramatic. I prefer the Classic. What is needed to try and bring them to retail? Because Classic, well, for some people, Classic doesn't have a lifespan. They'll just play Classic over and over again, and we've seen that already, right? They've relaunched Classic and come back. The future is in the retail game to feed into the Classic era. Ooh, fun. Do you think in several years' time, people's first experience of Midnight will be Classic Midnight? Even though they were around when Midnight launched. Probably, right? Probably. Probably. Yeah, probably. You don't think so? I think so. I think that's probably going to be a thing at some point. There's just no way. Probably. I mean, they're already on one. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're catching up slowly but surely. What if the ultimate Mega Brain game plan? Hear me out on this. This is the real plan. They're releasing the expansions faster than they came out in the real world in Classic, right? Because they're up to, like, WoD and shit now. They keep slowly increasing that pace. And ultimately, Classic just becomes retail at the same time. They fucking equalize at some point. There's like a point where they like just they come a little faster, a little faster, a little faster, and then suddenly all the Classic players are actually now just playing retail. Fucking big brain move, right? Yeah, it just merges back in. They're like, got you, you motherfuckers. That would be funny. Yeah, they'll call it Classic Plus. They won't even call it Midnight or War Within or whatever. It's like, it's Classic Plus, but this is the War Within. How do you know? You never played War Within. Dragon Riding's now coming to Classic. Funny. Alpha, over our plan in the first wave of Public Alpha is to rebuild all 40 specs. Man! Hey, sad Chris, if we were still doing class stuff, it would have been a busy fucking time. As always, Alpha will be level locked over its duration, so you'll not have access to most of the new hero talents and Apex talents gained over the course of leveling until later in the phase. Some specs are designed with the assumption that you have those, so take that into account. Your feedback is welcome here. No, I am not going down the class route again. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. Let's just leave Dratty to it. Dratty can go through all the class notes and keep everybody up to date. Easy game. Yeah, 40 new class videos. Well, the last time we did it, we had 3 people simultaneously hired and being paid to do class checks. That's how bad it got. No thanks. No thank you. All right, overall, okay. In theory, not super against this. In practice, I've only played Shadow for a few... Who's fucking Cyber's following me around, freak? Get away from me, fucking feral druid freak. Nice blood talents, dipshit. In theory, I'm okay with it. But in practice, we'll have to see long term. I can't talk like I haven't got the experience in the game that I have, but I will say when I'm doing Mythic Plus or I'm doing raid content, the least interesting thing I care about is like looking at my action bars and stuff like that. I want to look at how mobs are moving. That's my gameplay is locked into what's happening here, not what's going on down here. And therefore, I probably get less and less interested as long as what my character's doing is fun for me. And I think that's where it's got to come from. Is it fun for me? Why do you keep respecking me? If it's fun for me, then I'm alright. I don't want the game to become Bamey mode by any means. Whether this is a move towards control... See, I have shitloads of keybinds on my fucking Shadow Priest. Like 3 action bars worth? Oh, that's small. At least just... I will... Yeah, I mean, in the positive side... They are being very open and saying things like they're not sure and open. We saw that in the dev Q&A. We might get that from Paul later on as well. It's like he just doesn't know where it's going. He has no idea. The enhanced bars. What is this? Yeah, Shaman has always looked like this, though. Right? I mean, it's kind of what you fucking sign up for. Like, no meme, you kind of sign up for this. But should it? Yeah, a little bit. Right? Because obviously there's focus macros and shit on here, right? Everything is bound. Shift-Z is really easy. Like, Shift-Z's not a problem. And also, some of these key bindings can be made... Never look at some of these actual key bindings. Like, mine are all over the place as well, and I could have made them much better. T, I use all the time. T is res, combat res for me. But you could also make this... there's no alt modifiers. So you could cut this way, way down. There's no alt modifiers on here either. This hurts your eyes? Why? Why? What do we actually have here? We got our basic DPS. We got Dispel, Chain Lightning, Travel, Interrupt and Focus Interrupt. Couple of totems. CC, Purge. A Ghost Wolf again. What's this one? Oh, that's Dogs, right? And a lot of this will be fucking macro together, by the way. Like DPS cooldowns. What's this one? Feral Lunge. Okay, the other mobility. Yeah, so he's done what I do. Ghost Wolf and Feral Lunge. So Z, Shift Z, Alt Z, all my mobility cooldowns put together, right? Some of these are very rare. We've also included 5 different types of consumables here. Which most people I don't think keybind. And Healthstone. Like I make macros to utilize these. Which hopefully will still work. Bloodlust. 2 different types of Earth Shield. 2 different types of Wolves. So one of them is probably cooldowns with trinkets or cooldowns without, or separation of cooldown. The individual spell and cooldowns there. There's nothing strange here from what I see. Yeah, I think this is really quite fucking normal. There's nothing bizarre here. If you want to master your class, like, is this track beasts or whatever? Right? I can't remember what it's called on fucking shamans, but it's like track beasts or its movement. Yeah, because it goes with the F keys. It actually makes total sense. The F keys. They're just F modifiers for movement. It looks like 3 completely separate spells, but it's 1 modifier. This is perfectly fucking normal. I really don't see anything here that's weird. Well, F is my push to talk key when I used to use push to talk. So for me, I mean, F is next to D. It's not fucking miles away. You have no problems with 2 flasks keybound? Not if you want to. Not if you want to. If you want to have all those keybinds, it's fine. Like, I don't keybind flasks. I just open my bag and pop them, right? I have them here so I could do it. My mouse instinctively goes where my flasks would be. But for everything else, yeah. Like, how many people playing Forsaken actually have cannibalized keybound? Because you use it so fucking rarely. But I do. How many priests have mind vision keybound? Probably not many, but I do. Although they won't let me use it, which is big sad. R is movement because roll begins with R. No. Well, I don't have much movement on this, so I actually have it on ampersand for feathers. I actually have it on ampersand for that. But traditionally I use Z for movement, but I have levitate on Z for a priest. Use Opie. Yeah, Opie is pretty good for it. F and flash use with me. I mean, I don't know. I get, maybe for me it's because I'm so used to it, but if I look at this and I break down what it is, there's nothing here that seems excessive to me. And a lot of these have such utility use, you're using them sporadically anyway. And it's all been keybinded appropriately. You can see what the T's are for controlling mobs. Capacitor from interrupts to here. The only thing that's really fucking me off, and whoever screenshot this needs to get a grip, is why is interrupt and focus interrupt on T and H instead of T and Shift T? And don't tell me it's because you've got capacitor on Shift T. If you've got interrupt on T, then the modifier of the interrupt should be the focus interrupt. Do you have one of Naga mice? I have the MOBA version. Can I pull this off? I don't like actual... I say this at the race wheel first all the time, because we have the scimitar. I don't like the one with, like, the million buttons. I like the 6, because I've got big, giant cock thumbs. So I use this, which is the MOBA version. So if you're using Corsair, that would be the Dark Star over the scimitar. This is the Naga... I'm using a Naga something something. It's modifiable, so you can put whatever buttons you want on the side of it. Trinity. There you go. Yeah, yeah. I use the Trinity because I prefer big, giant, fat boy buttons. Because that's how I roll. With fat boy buttons. Yeah, I used to use the Hex and they stopped making the Hex. So I went the other way. Right, I actually want to play a little bit of Alpha to shut my account down. Because it's 11 o'clock already. Let's see what Alpha has to offer us. I will ditch this character because I've already done the opening, which is quite cool. So we'll make a new priest because I'm enjoying my priest. Let's make a Blelf. They're pretty. No more Valorstones. Yeah, I mean, you can see it in the interview that I did at Gamescom, where I literally said word for word, Ian Valorstones needs to be shot in the face. That was how I put it. And even then, they hadn't decided whether they were getting rid of it. Because he's like, whether they were going to do it or not. Yeah, no more Valorstones. Good stuff. I'm not responsible. Everybody's been arguing for it. But it was surprising that even then at Gamescom, they were like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know why they don't just keep Valorstones but just make them for starter gear. I think that's totally fine. But why they have to completely... why they had to make us stay with them. Oh. Are you cancelling me now? At some point, our account's getting switched off. It's happening. Let's see what's going on over here. Announcement in the Alpha Discord. Okay, it's just patch notes. That's fine. My account isn't getting banned. They're shutting off all the private alpha accounts at some point today. I wanted to get the zone done before they did that. Because I haven't done that yet. I literally, me and Biceps and Kalani, Mochi had to, like, race to level 81. Because you can't do the dungeons till level 81. Yeah. We want apparitions. Yes, that's fine. That one's coming soon. Don't pay too much attention to this talent build because, frankly, there's stuff all over the place. I didn't go with Shadow Fiend, I don't think. Yeah, we want that. We want the crit if we're getting the bonus. We'll take that. And then we went this way. We want the Apex stuff. The Void Apparitions. That's the important one to get. Yeah, more Apparitions. Yep, that's fine. Yes. I don't think we cared about that. At least for now. And we went there, and then we went... This build will be full scuff. There are just some talents that just don't work and don't link correctly, which is annoying. More apparitions. We wanted that. Now we get the apex. Okay. Don't care about that one. And screams. I need a point from somewhere. Let's take those away. Okay, and over here they've changed some things as well. Yeah, we want CC. That's fine. We want that, obviously. We want the haste. Yes. We'll take leech. We'll take death. We'll take fade. Switch to fate. Yes. Master spell is fine. I want grip. There's a lot of places for grips in the dungeons. Don't care about that. I'm not asked about search. And then we want desperate prayer. Yes, sir. Mind flay damage. We won't be too bothered about that. Reduce magic damage taken. Range. Yes. Focus power. Yes. Yes, we want that. We want that. 3 left, which I can pick up from anywhere. Yeah, we want that. And desperate prayer cooldown. Let's go Voidy boy. These are all disabled, aren't they? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. The M plus rotation? No. No, I haven't. They take why? Yeah, why is this blanked out? Oh yeah, someone did tell me actually. I think it was Wochi who said that Pit of Sauron is back. It's saying we don't have Void Torrent. Where is it? Have they disabled it? It would appear so. Okay. Okay, we go this way. Yeah, which is fine. We go this way. I think I wanted to try... we don't care about the Void Form extension while we're doing some zone stuff. That's fine. I wanted to actually try Void Weaver because I did Archon already. But, there you go. Alright, can we remember how to do this? You go there. You go there. You go there. Don't look at my key bindings. I do not care whether you like them or not. That is great that you want to share your opinion on my key bindings. I am absolutely thrilled. I am legitimately excited to hear your thoughts. Least toxic priest. I will give you PI. Alright. Is that okay? I will give you PI. I think that is about as fair as I can be. I will happily give you PI. Right, you're going to have to come here. You're going to have to come here. Because I want Mind Soothe there. Put grip there. Mind Vision there. Let's get Madness in. Mind Blaster Reno. VE. Tentacle Slammers. Go there. And we need Torrent. Recuperate. And we need a mount. Give me a mount. Okay. For whatever reason, we still can't do mouse over keybinds. Oh, not mouse over keybinds, but mouse wheel keybinds on the quick keybind mode. And I have no idea why we can't do that. Okay, load that for me. It didn't save the cooldown. Is the cooldown manager busted? Outside of the first one I made? It's here. But it says it's enabled. Huh. Hey, can I ask you guys a question? Do you also get this on retail? Where your dragon riding button changes? Like the layout of the keys? It's really fucking annoying, and I get it all the time. Yeah, you guys get this shit too? It's so weird. Because no matter how I spec a character, the dragon riding skills are always entirely different. Alright, is the cooldown manager just not working? Oh, but it works on my other priest. But why? I couldn't get it working on the Demon Hunter either, but I assumed it was a Demon Hunter thing. If I disable it, so my target frame's moved. The fuck? Save. Okay, edit mode, cooldown manager. There you are. I see you. Always visible. Let's change it to in combat. Maybe that's the thing. Save. No. I mean, it works on... I don't know, man. It works on everything else. No, I think it's box. It doesn't work on the Demon Hunter either. I think it's set it up on one. Maybe. It works on my other priest. It just doesn't seem to work on this one. Oh, Demon Hunter. No, it's not showing. About 5 seconds, Pixie. But appreciate the snark, as always. As always. A little bit of snark from Pixie in the morning. Like we've been here all fucking day. You know what I mean? Little snarkers coming in. I love a DC just after you set key bindings. It's definitely fucked you up. Be nice. Oh, is that what it is? Did I need to turn it on in there? So that's the feedback I would give. Options. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Enable the cooldown mode. Okay, can we just have that in the edit mode? That would be infinitely better. If you enable it and say always visible in that fucking thing, like let's just bake it into there. Show numbers for cooldowns. Right, camera. Never adjust my camera. It has saved that. It's that's an alpha thing that they'll change for sure. That is 100% something that'll change. I actually really like the nameplate now. I did have a problem with it earlier. Not showing my debuffs well enough. I actually prefer that quite a lot. I know because I did the same thing on retail. I was like, what the fuck? This isn't working. Yeah, just bake it in. bake it in. Let's just put it all in one place. Okay, I think we're saved. We are rescued from this nightmare. Class colors, please. And only show me healer power bars. Was that always there, by the way? Just show healer power bars? That I really like. That is very nice. No? It's a really nice little touch, because I really don't give a shit about, like... Obviously, I don't give a fuck about, Johnny's energy, right? Some rogue's energy. Like, I don't fucking care. I don't want to see that information. One last thing to do. And... Yeah, it's already set. I thought it was. All right, we're all set. They've got some really nice voice acting in here as well. Not all of it, obviously, no music, but let's head off to Silvermoon. Then we can have a look around there before, and I can actually see what this Midnight's about, because all I've focused on is doing dungeons, and we'll still do some dungeons along the way. I'll settle disc later on. All right, I'm gonna have a pee, and then we'll start to our Lady Leandrin here and get going. Back in a sec. I'm munching. I regret getting a box of these protein bars. They're very chewy. Okay. Hello, my lady. Oh, let me reload so my settings are saved. Okay.
Anaria Shala.
Anaria Shah.
Fight
Midnight.
well.
I'm glad you came.
Aldiel Shala.
The army's attacking the Sunwell.
Remain-
Let's roll deep. All right.
Sharel Aram.
Let's go. Welcome to Midnight. Oh, dearie me. Blah, 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 blah. Tentacle friends. Oh, hold. We cannot proceed with manually dropping feathers. Show map. It's Caldas. This is before the Midnight trailer, to give you context.
I am the blade of the light.
The light's called you, Blelf.
Fight well.
We've pushed the forces away from the Sunwell, yet they're still attacking us.
Aldiel
Kick
Shala.
some ass, take some names. Will do. Cool looking monsters. You mean right after? The cutscene plays in a bit, I think. You can't mount in this area. You'll see in a sec. Well, in a few minutes. I don't think so.
Pleasantries.
Okay.
Sharel Aram. Remain vigilant.
Chronikai Crystal.
Sure.
Light
Right,
guides.
find Ceralian's son
Didn't
and
come this far
recruit
to
some
fall.
badasses to help out with the operation. Ground mounts are not allowed here. You could mount normally on the floor. Let's just do the favorites. Oh, it's because I was in the bubble. Whomp! Big tentacle. Love it. Big tentacle, man. Let's get some resources going, shall we? By the light. Oh, I need the salve. Right, join our team, Lothar.
Lamplighter brings hope.
We need
A
your one-armed
beacon in the
justice.
dark.
We need the one-armed justice. Why is auto loot not on as standard? I bet there's a shitload of people playing, right, who have no idea that auto loot exists. I will put good fucking money there's a bunch of people who have no idea that auto loot's a thing. And they've been running around for years, like, manually clicking every piece of loot. It'd break the game code, maybe, I don't know. Get whammy barred! I do like the, I know this is going to be used out of context on me, but I do like the tentacles. It's cool. I mean, it's just Shadow Crash, but, like, it's nice. Sigh, clip it, yeah. Right, we need to kill a few of these. Oh no, I'm a paw. Hold. There we go. Yeah, we can't be playing without extra action button keybound. Nobody would do that. That would never happen. I'm not a hentai enjoyer, but the whammy tentacle blasting down on things, I'm alright with. You don't bind your extra action key? That is disgusting, and I hate you now forever. That is absolute peasantry. Like, why, though? Like, that's what I don't understand. Oh, we're gonna die here. We've got a bit risky. It's okay. We saved it. My extra key is shift spacebar? No, it's not. Shift spacebar. That's pretty cringe.
Good day to you.
Your father sent me, Arator. Alonsus Fowl. He's a man people know. This flash heal needs work, though. The flash heal, not ideal. These little pits do heal you, though.
I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Oh, true. Oh, recuperate just works all the time. True. For some reason, because I only found out about the recuperate spell when we did Dimmy, is I was under the impression it was like some sort of thing you had just after res. What does the tentacle do? It puts your dots on targets and does AoE. It's good shit, man. Right, no dotting for this guy. What's the range on it? Same as your other spells. I haven't done a dungeon as Shadow. I was healing, so I haven't done anything with it yet. So I could dot this character, or I could wait for my whammy tentacle to come back. Now I'll dot it. There we go. Yes, this is the new nameplates. I've modified them ever so slightly. I've just made them slightly wider and made the debuffs a bit bigger to track because I'm on a dot class. So I prefer to see. I want to actually see enemy buffs. Is what I
My
want.
faith is my shield. Dionys Arca.
Give me more haste, sir.
Fight for home, for family.
I greet you on behalf of Silvermoon.
Oh, we should watch this. I might die during this cutscene. Not that I've seen, Finn. I'll have a look in a sec. What do you mean on the side? Like on the right of the nameplate? Like that? I saw big buffs that could be there. Hopefully I don't need to explain to anybody that this is a work in progress. You guys are with me on that, right? Otherwise we're kind of fucked for the rest of the stream, so I'm not going to be explaining that. I just say I hope I don't need to... okay, let's have a look here. Nameplates. Oh, yeah, it's... Okay, so you don't find... This is why I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it if I typed nameplates, even though it did bring up a nameplates menu. This nameplate sub-option doesn't appear in here. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. It's here. Right, so buff scale. I've got it on cast focus. Doesn't look like it. I can do debuff padding. I can't anchor the buffs to a different location, it looks like. Enemy, NPC buffs and debuffs. This is what it shows. It doesn't let you reposition them. Yeah, it does not let you reposition them yet, Finn. Not to say it won't, but it certainly doesn't as of now. Finn prefers his debuffs to be on the right-hand side of the nameplate. That's the kind of customization thing I think they're going to run into problems with if they... But as far as we know, they are going to let you skin stuff, so... cosmetically, it shouldn't change, is what they keep saying. But, we'll see.
Light bless you.
Yeah, I've got debuffs set to... not set to, they are. They're just on the right. I will say I'm much happier with this nameplate now then. I was a little disappointed when I did the first test and didn't find that nameplate window. What we'll have to do, Chris, if Chris can hear me, is a little update corrections situation of things that we didn't find in the first night because it was quite late. I have found since. To make sure we're not spreading bollocks. Like a 10 things we found. We need to put it in a list form, otherwise YouTube has got no chance. If we don't put it in a list format, nobody will know it's regulation.
I need a target.
The eternal sun guides us.
Well, you know how it be when you only get a... Well, you won't know how it be, maybe. You only get a couple of hours to get a lot done. As always, these things launch at the middle of the night for me, which is always very annoying. It is called midnight. Yeah, let's go back to the Gamescom situation when everyone thought the announcement was going to be at midnight. That was a fun time.
Glory to
I don't think I've ever had to
Sindarai.
clarify something so fucking obvious in my entire life as that bullshit. Oh, you would be amazed how many very well-educated people also believe that.
Yes. Farewell.
You would not believe how many people who are definitely not stupid who were like, wait, oh no, I did think it was at midnight. Like, they hadn't even considered it. Oh, a cooldown list. This is sad. Wait. Okay, here we go. There we go. I wish that all of your damage wasn't just baked into cooldowns. I like cooldowns giving a bonus damage, but we are definitely still heavily leaning into you do like no damage outside of cooldowns, and then just a tremendous amount of damage under your cooldowns. Cooldowns should feel important, but I would prefer it to be
We have made many sacrifices.
less loaded that way.
Silvermoon will know prosperity again. Aldia.
Oh, this is... I like this. You actually get to control this Dragon Hawk. Like, it flies you out automatically, but then you're actually in command, because you've got to fish out the people on boats. So you got to fly over them and then send down the rescue rod. I mean, the story right now is Silvermoon is fucked. Please rescue everybody. There you go. Xalatath bad. She's unleashed the Squidwards upon the merry men. The Squidwards are running wild. I will save you, boat peasant. Pew pew. Why does she do that? Because the Sunwell is a problem for Xalitos. Not sure why, and my assumption is, of course, that the Sunwell is the only way she could be stopped. Or counter the Dark Heart, or whatever the fuck. But I don't know specifically. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool.
Baladash, Malanore. What I do.
The people
I
are
do
safe.
For Quel'Thalas.
For justice.
Now make an army. Yeah. That's my favorite one. I'm going to be watching this for years. We'll be looking back on it fondly. Now we got the boys. What up, fellas?
The army of the light stands ready.
All right, let's go kick some
Honor
ass.
to you.
Hold the line!
Steady travels. Do not give up the fight. May your heart be true.
Roar! Here we go, Dean. I don't mind the opening scenario as long as it's not tedious. The worst one ever, I think, was the WOD one, where we had to run around with Thrall and, who do we have? We had, like, Thrall. We had, like, this motley crew of Power Rangers that was just running around for ages doing random shit. Yeah, but I did it on 12 characters. It really fucking wasn't for me. You know what he did. I have housing we'll check out later. I want to see the zone first, so we need to get out of here. I didn't get to explore any of the new zone. I literally rushed through it and then got straight into dungeons. Housing is here. Yep. Housing is in. The only thing we don't have is the exteriors. For some reason it broke. It was in our notes. It's like, finally we're going to show you the exterior. Then they were like, dudes, it's fucking broken. We're going to fix it, but yeah, it's us. Is the alpha streamer only? No, this alpha is... oh, we need to wait for the guys to spawn. This alpha is not friends and family, but like... They called it, like, trusted people. That's me. I'm a trustworthy person. And then the alpha starts at some point today, which is going to be invite waves sent out to everybody. Ah. I'll take being a pot abuser. One time. Oh. True, actually. Spire was telling me these, the fill the bar things that pop up on your map are actually a ludicrous amount of experience, more than quests. So we should probably do that. Yeah, we can put some music on. I don't think there's any music. Uh-oh. Wow, this sound is weird. Yeah, there's some dialogue, I think. It comes in like bits and pieces. I didn't do any of this. Okay, basic stuff. Kill the people, win the day. Alright. No flying in the opening scenario in Silvermoon. We get flying immediately after this. They're never going back to not giving you flying again. That is a relic of the past. Never say never, but cuts do not record. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. Don't play. I was just checking it didn't have something horrible in there, but it's just filler text. It's just filler text. We're okay. We're okay. We'll live. Also, I have the okay to play, so we're fine. Already cut Valen's story. Thing of the past. It's Jordan's Valen's mysterious burger arc that he went on after his wife left him. Wait, you didn't get dotted? Lies. I will say, I could not do these pulls on a fucking DH. The Devourer DH. I was getting smoked by some of these mobs on Devourer. Ain't no way. Oh, it's way squishier. Way, way squishier. Did we pick up an upgrade? We did. The quicker we get into the 120 gear, the better. Well, it doesn't help that a lot of the mobs are quite anti-melee. Like, if you're in melee, they stack this massive dot on you.
I don't have a target.
83 is the current level cap. I made it to 81 just so we could get in the dungeons, and then we started playing around with other specs. Oh, we've pulled everything, and they're all casters. We use coolies.
I need to target something first.
Well, target it then. Easy. That's the solution. Why not oh, we're done. Glory be. Alright, let's go. Is it the first time ever that max level is not a multiple of 5? Oh no, this goes up to 90. It's just that the current alpha only goes to 83. And then what will happen next week is they'll release the next zone.
Together.
And the next zone will allow it to go to like 85 or 86, something like that, and so on and so forth. They just lock you off. The full version will go to 90. This is just so you don't just zoom through the campaign and level cap, because they're not ready to test that stuff yet. Well, I'm more surprised that the level squish or the stat squish is happening now. I had no idea why they didn't do it at the start of the World Soul Saga. That makes way more sense to me, is that the World Soul Saga would have had a constant power increase. And then they would have stat squished after the World Soul Saga. But it's happening now. Oh. Real-time cutscene. finished. Yeah, you might be right, tell us, because the plan changed. That makes sense.
The light welcomes you, champion. Light guide us. Dionysus Arca.
Kill the boss.
I answer to
Okay.
the light.
I love this. This is such a nice touch. We've got to save the legendary weapons from Mikhail Thaspite. Get them out the hands of Zalata. She's not allowed the Legos. And you get to use them. The Staff of Disintegration. You see that, Finn? I don't know if Finn saw that, but it like occurs in a line. So if you position the tentacle correctly, it'll sweep in a bit. It goes like out in a big straight line. If you target the back enemy, it'll get it. This is the new nameplates. Yes. Nameplate add-ons as they are now are going away. Your platers and things like that will not be available in the... Yep, platers going. If you missed our talk this morning with Mystical from Deadly Boss Mods, we had him on call this morning talking about it. If Plater might stick... When I say gone, in the functionality you know of some of the stuff it does, it might stay as a reskin add-on to change visual aspects. But even that we're not sure about. Oh, is that the title? Apocalypse? That's a bit dramatic. Chris and his dramatic fucking YouTube titles. Or Bex, whoever wrote it. Everything's burning to the floor all the time. Like, click it! It's the end! Tune into a very chill interview about what may or may not be going on. Or what the way it is right now. Add-on, I believe Mystical called it Add-on-ageddon. That was the devs' words, Add-on-ageddon, but yeah. Oh, nobody gives a shit. Oh, they will when they log in. Right now, I don't think people really get it. That's what we were talking about this morning, is I don't think people really get how much is going to be gone that you're used to. It's definitely a monkey's paw situation. 100% a monkey's paw situation. I want add-ons gone. Wait, not like that. Why is Recuperate not healing me? Instead, it's like building a little campfire. The current goal with add-ons, as far as we can tell, is that cosmetically they should see the same, but a lot of utility is going away that you're probably quite used to. You hope there's a lot of people in tears. Why? What is wrong with you? I'm tired of these assholes enjoying this game. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Burn.
I don't have a target.
This fucking dickhead here with a combat rest timer. Look at him. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Deserves it. Warp Slicer. Do you think if Razor Dungeons would be easier, would add-ons be needed as much? That's Blizzard's philosophy. They'll give you a couple of extra seconds. That doesn't mean that raids need to be easy. You have to be careful with the words easier, Because what you mean is like slightly less hard maybe than they are now in an add-onless world. But what people hear is made so that every idiot with a fucking who owns a keyboard can kill Mythic. Without add-ons assigning and automatically assigning things to people, a couple of extra seconds will be fine. However, one of my fears is that really, really good players who are already kind of doing that regardless of whether an add-on tells them or not, are actually just going to find it way, way too easy. Like, I have an hour and a half to do anything. Remember when, like, Gallywix had those weird periods where it just didn't do anything for, like, 15 seconds? And you're like, I don't know what's happening here. If it's all like that, that kind of sucks. But if you look at, again, you can look to 14, although it's a very different style of raiding, but they're ultimates, all done without add-ons. It's all fine. They're very, very, very hard. And we did a check. We did a video, Chris will remember. We did a video not long ago on add-ons where we double-checked. Most bosses that have been in the game for actually a while now, this isn't something sudden Blizzard's doing, have not required add-ons to do. Like, nearly all of them are totally fine without any form of add-on, even a boss mod. So this is not a sudden decision Blizzard's made. They've been adjusting their boss design for a while in readiness for this. I mean, you can check. It's not that hard. You can say sure, but I mean, just look at it. Let's literally just look at it and be like, okay, do I need a complex weak aura for this? Unless you're shoring the idea that nobody's using add-ons in 14, in which case, yeah, I get it. Fractilis, I am totally into the theory we had that was designed to show how shit add-ons are. The timing is just too coincidental. There was nothing even remotely as close to that in terms of add-on interaction for ages. And then they're like, oh, we're getting rid of add-ons. By the way, here's this boss Fractilis. Imagine what this was like. Your eyes are all following a weak aura? That's really sad. Maybe.
I need to target something first.
I bet you to try Uwu without Am. See, I translate that as do Uwu in Final Fantasy XIV without using Aura Mastery from a WoW Paladin. Which I say no, sir. I say no, sir. I refuse. I refuse. It is, so this whole world's going to change in a second. So if you ever did Sunwell Isle back in the day, this will all seem very familiar to you. Devastation. Is it called Devastator this or Devastation? That awkward moment where you try not to pull a single enemy and pull two. As always. Another strand longbow. Well, we did Fractilis Rogue without any weak aura. We used Eyes weak aura when we did it in the pug. Both times. And it was one wipe, 2 one-shots.
We stand together.
I am the blade of the light.
New weapon!
Fight well.
Yay.
My faith is my shield.
Right, keep pushing. Keep fighting. Oh, Tactics is back first thing in the morning. Oh, no fear. We've got to beat the Cthulhu Daddy. You see, why do I get debuffed here? I'm pretty sure this animation is fucked. I was nowhere near that. Every time I fucking run down here, that fucking thing gets me. Even though I was nowhere near it. No, I got hit by the second one, not the first one. And I've been hit here, apparently. No, there's no in-game music yet. Go, 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 go!
The army of the light stands ready.
Oh, you big crab daddy. Feel my laser beam! Those were double play, but it's just the usual Blood Elf music. Hang on. Shh. The music's usually not finished mastering yet, Protein. It's just not ready yet. Gigantic monsters! I did think this was cool with the portals opening and all the boys flooding from the ocean. I think it looks really cool.
I answer to the light. Remain vigilant.
They do give you the full impression of the city being overwhelmed. And now we retreat. Run away! Does the void have any impact on the rest of the world? I haven't been to the rest of the world. At all. Maybe something we can check out in a bit. See, this is why I thought the cutscene played after this, because we go to the Sunwell Chamber, we will beseech the lights once more to help us push back the devouring host. The Sunwell brought us salvation before, we must have faith it will happen again. Which is what I thought they were referring to, summoning the Astartes army. Oh, in fact, there is a bit of music now. Pro tip when you're in this room, because I didn't notice for ages, pick up the red orbs on the floor.
Remain vigilant.
These, they're just a flat 20% damage reduction. They are not bombs. They are worth.
I don't have a target.
I mean, they look like things you shouldn't hit, right?
I need a target.
I don't think I was that wrong to stay away from them at first. I noticed that a lot of these things were hitting me very hard. Unless you're very overgeared, which most of you will be. In which case you'll just burn through this campaign in about 20 seconds. To kill the boss yet. We haven't officially got the quest. Imagine if shadow enemies were resistant. Oh, you've can we put in the old resistances? Yeah, that probably wouldn't work out too well. Oh, I don't have my thingy yet. Give me my tentacle. Oh, now we've got him pulled too much stuff. Now it gets a little spooky because we've got no coolies. And that wall appears to not be line of sight.
I need to target something first.
Yeah, I need more tentacles, man. I'm still in combat. Oh, with our boy over here. That's alright. As long as this guy tanks, we're fine. I have tried Discipline Priest, yes. It's interesting. The new Shadow Apex Shadow Shield's pretty cool. Oh, wait till we get to the dungeons. You think this is TBC like? Big time, dude. Big time. Yeah, you can have TTS. Look at everyone trying to summon the light. Even Anduin's here. Christ, under cooldown, Shadow does disgusting damage. The Sunwell. Arator, Liadrin, and other paladins chant a prayer in the Sunwell to focus their light. As they channel the light, the Sunwell begins to glow. The pressure builds as they chant until we cut outside to a massive light beam erupting from the Sunwell, lancing into the void storm above and holding it at bay. The void has been defeated for now, but Arator expresses worry. The paladins can't maintain this ritual forever. Liadrin tells Arator to have faith, brother, but Arator is not convinced. Ooh.
I am the Blade of the Light.
Sure are.
Shorel Aran.
The rebuilding continues.
Go to Silvermoon City.
We are a nation on the rise.
And there she blows. And now you can fly. The new Silvermoon City. Oh, someone told me I could turn this off. Hold on. It's pretty badass, right? So what we're doing is we're shooting a laser right into Zalatar's hole. Bang! Nailing it. I volunteer. Where do I turn off the flying... auto dismount... Is it under flight? Auto dismount. I need to turn off the blue. Somebody said I could do this in the options menu. Dynamic. Is it in here? Skyriding speed effects. Alright. That's kind of better. Oh, it's shadow form that's fucking me. Can I turn it off here? Whoa. It is pretty.
I don't have a target.
It's a pretty one. With a priest trainer right at the bottom. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. I mean, I will never learn my way around this city. There's no way. It's so big. It's so big.
The beauty of Eversong endures.
Mm-hmm. The Silver Moon Court. Gain access to Silver Moon Court renown.
We find strength in the Horde. The light of the Sunwell be with you. Aldiel Shalah.
Void Storm is held. I like Dalaran. It's just a circle. There's no telling how it will affect the rest of Eversong, especially the Light Bloom. Yeah, that's where we're going. Your Endori can aid you in finding one. Grants entry. Your mere presence would risk defiling the Sunwell with void magic. And it seems we have nothing more to discuss. I'll continue my research in Tranquillin, should you choose to see reason. Majesty is right about one thing. Protecting the Sunwell is top prio. The Vanguard of the Light will see to its defense. Cool. Alright, we protect the Sunwell. People guard the city at full strength of the light. Sure. Arator's armor is so peasant compared to his dad. I mean, talk about fucking John Rambo stood next to his little dweeby son, right? He looks like a shitter. He looks like a poor.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
Maybe he's still leveling. All right, do the tour of the city. All right, can I remember this? Absolutely not. Which way did we come in? I don't know. Okay. All right, let me try and get this. All right, we came in that way. Right, that's how we get in. There's the beam. So the beam's our marker. Okay. So this person is
well met.
Just a general
See you
guy.
around.
Don't give a shit about him. Okay, so who cares? So left of the entrance is the bank. Okay, bank is left of the entrance.
Baladash Malinore. Time is...
The last I saw shadows descend on Quel'Danas, Arthas marched on our kingdom with his army of Scourge. Now another army marches in our streets, saying they're here for our protection. Are you certain of that?
Nope. I will protect me. This is on the Blizzard Internal server is what it's called. Fuck. Where was this other dude? In here, I think. Okay, this is where the portal room is. Okay, so portal room and bank are on left.
That burst of energy from the Sunwell, it was more powerful than any magic I've ever encountered. And I am well practiced. They say that army protects us, but I heard the surge was their doing. Do they even understand what they meddle with?
Might be more police in Manchester. Oh, what's going on? Is it another bunch of racists shouting about how they're racist? Those guys really, really, really would like you to know that they're racists. Don't like the Browns. Attack at a stabbing at a synagogue. Uh-huh.
Yeah, North Manchester.
Uh-huh. There it is.
The eternal sun guides us. Shirel.
Okay. In, bank, and portals, left gang. And under the bridge... Nope, under the bridge. Is the Flight Master. Don't care about that.
Anu Belore Delana.
And over here, is this the auction house? Oh, it's the Delve guy. That's
My
Valera.
loyalties are my own.
Alright, Delves. Alright, Delves are behind the front room. The central plaza. Where auction house? You think it'd be near the bank? Oh, Valera's not your mommy, Strub.
Choose wisely.
Oh, this is the renown, bro. Oh, this is the classic quartermaster.
Salama
exalted to Silver Moon.
Ashalanore. Remember.
So, where's the auction house? Right, the bank is... That's the portal room. Is the auction house in here? Token of merit. So there's the vault. This then? Maybe? No. I know the guards don't work. Because I asked for the guards. Is this the Arcantina thing? I never found it. I know some people looking for it. This is Upgrade Bro. Okay, Upgrade Bro's in here. Asking where his Valor Stones are. Give me your Valor Stones. It's got to be over here. Upgrade Bro. Bank. Auction house. There it is. Okay. Right, important question. Where's the closest mailbox? Right there. Okay, we have the auction house. Cool. I don't know if the Arcantina's in this build. I know lots of people were looking for it and couldn't find it. Has anyone put anything up? Alright, now we get into the real shit. Go to Fairbreeze.
We find strength in the horde.
This is where I stopped paying attention. Right, we get a Bluetooth headset. And this is something to do with the plants. After the Sunwell burst, the plants are angry. That's where I was up to story-wise. No, I'm not doing the extra. Reach Fairbreeze. You started to sound like THD, don't do it. Oh my god, I've just realised we had to do quite a lot of... Why isn't this working? Oh, you have to click the optional. We had to do quite a lot of quests to get our characters to 81. And now, because I did that one side quest, I'm nearly there. That is getting nerfed. That is getting mega nerfed. I'm saying that's like 25% of a level that little side quest gave us. So we just went around the city. What do you mean? Oh, it's rare. I do like killing rares. Although I bet they've got no loot table yet. Hold. Dame Bloodshed. I haven't checked housing yet. It's internal housing. I've already seen that stuff. I've done videos on it. No loot. F. I'm always killing things for no reason. Oh, he's just a little cat. He's alright. He's a little kitty cat. He'll be okay. Oh, come on. It's WoW. We're always killing things for no reason. The quest objective told me to do it. Hello! Oh, look who it is!
So, your path leads you here.
Voodoo Lady! She's back.
Times will pass.
She's got a vibe all over the
Stay
plants.
the course.
Kill the
Hold
big
your
tiger.
head high. Time is of the essence. Farewell.
Shoot the Hawkstrider.
You hail from above. Do not fear the dark. I shall watch for you.
Okay, bad shit going on. Seems fair.
Huh. Perhaps
Kill
when
these.
the Sunwell blew sky high into that
Oh, Weena,
swirling
she's
vortex.
the Harren here?
Sorry,
Harren here?
I'm a bit overwhelmed.
Am I saying that right? She's the voodoo lady who was dancing in The War Within. You remember, she had all cinematics and stuff to go with her. She's like a cross between a night elf and a troll, like a trollf.
The dark times
Right.
will pass.
Oh, she had I mean, you could say appeared for like 3 quests, or she was the quest NPC of the entire last zone. Both ways you could look at it. One of them is true.
I need to target something first.
But, yeah.
I'm out of range.
I don't know the law. I never said that. I have no idea what she was. There was something wrong with the sludge. There was black sludge and she wasn't happy about it. I would never go as far as to say I know the law of why this... Zally wanted some sludge for some reason. That's all I remember. She wanted the sludge. Oh, she didn't want the sludge. The black blood. Right, we've killed all the cats we need to kill. There's a nasty Hawkstrider here? Where? No, the black blood is bad. It's not oil. So don't say it is. Was there a god in the War Within? Oh my... Okay. Debate. Do we save Mr. Fluff? Trapped atop the breasticled tower. Do we let Mr. Fluff die? Kill it with the void. I am going to come down, kitty. Oh my god, we just threw Mr. Fluff to the ground. Okay. I'm sure he's fine. Okay, what's wrong with you?
Hawkstriders running amok.
Uh-huh. Oh, they knocked over your books. I got this. I've saved Azeroth, by the way.
Thank you. Those Hawkstriders are a terror.
I feel good about what we did here. Hey, I might be the champion of the wounds, but I'm still a human being. I understand people need help. Oh, shit. Oh, for sure. Any opportunity to kill a chocobo, I'll take it. We don't need much else, right? Gotta kill Sharp more. There's some boss guy around. Oh, he's up there. Oh. Dodge. It was all a ploy. It was actually the murderous light bloom. I want to go to that zone that looks like Ardenweald, but like more toxic.
It's too far away.
What's in here? Oh, an innkeeper. You missed the cat murder hobo from the title. Is it any surprise? I've never really been a fan of the cats, as you well know. Hidding bush. This music while I hide in a bush seems really inappropriate. That felt very pervy to hide in a bush with that playing. Why have I become a creep? No, we have to change this. I can't be creeping in bushes with the old fucking jazz going. Apparently I'm missing
the
a bunch
eternal
of stuff
sun guides us.
You got haste? No.
Salama Ashalanore.
Word. Oh, another hiding bush. Jazz is great creepy music. Is that what you listen to when you go creeping? You know, on your Friday night. It's time for a creep. Get my jazz going. Yeah, get the AirPods out. Enjoy my creepy times. Dungeons are, at least in the alpha, I don't know what it'll be this way when they launch, probably limited to 81 and above. And then the dungeons open up. Well, I need to help a citizen. I don't see anybody who wants my help. Like I'm some sort of fucking arsehole. Oh, it's you. An injured pet. I can't fix that.
My poor kitten was savaged. Thank you.
Speak to me. Wild guide you well.
Baladash Malanore. Hold your head high.
It was a savaged kitten. There's a notes in here somewhere. Ah. This is the alpha. Yes, sir. Has somebody been smuggling drugs? Is that what's going on? Have we got a drug smuggling operation?
Our enemies will fall. Salama Ashalanore.
Special cargo. Does everyone have entangled in this mess? Have we got a chance to wait after them?
Remember the Sunwell.
A warranted search. Interrogate sailors.
We will have justice. Be ready for anything.
Record. Oh, it's got to be that camera stuff, isn't it? Let's see if we can queue for one. I doubt it. I'm not stopping to healer right now. I've already healed them.
The roots brought us.
Yeah, I'm
both
Officer
here.
Blood Elf, reporting for duty.
The world watch over you. Let nature take
Woo! Zoomies! Oh, no, I don't mind healing. It's just that I've already healed them. I'd like to damage them. I've done both the dungeons already.
No further.
What is this thing?
My thanks.
What is this? This looks like a place of power in The Witcher. Are these just, yeah, what is this thing? It's a bit flashy to not do anything. I missed something. Yeah. I don't know. That looks very... Oh, I didn't examine this. They're light blessed. So, the vibe I'm getting is the wildlife of this zone has gone wild. You know what I mean. So the sunwell exploded, and now all the natural life has gone bananas. Okay. Runestones. They had to be sabotaged for the Scourge to invade, and now have been repaired. Ah, okay. The sunwell's not exploded, it has expunged its essence. Let's put it that way. The sunwell has expunged its essence. No. You don't want to be expunging unnecessarily. No, that is true.
I don't have a target.
Trail followed to the end. Ah. The runestones. They held back the growth, but not those things.
You have come far, stranger.
Unknown. Huh.
Perhaps we'll meet again. May you lend your song to hers.
Now murder all the creatures. It's such a WoW approach.
I shall watch for you.
It's such a fucking WoW approach. Alright. These things aren't right. Murder them. Murder them. Fast. We have coolies. Come, 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 come.
I need a target.
How did you not get dots? I gave you the slammy whammy. The fuck? I had the technical power. It is a very Monster Hunter approach. True. Is it capped to 6? It is 6. Spotted. But if I do 2, it should pick up that the others have it and then do them all, right? I don't think that was more than 12 mobs, but it might have been. Yeah, these are Blizzard's nameplates now. Yes, sir. This is what they've done. It's fine for me, actually. I've got no problems with this. Then again, I didn't use my nameplates for anything excessive, so... If you've got, like, hardcore considered nameplates, it might be...
I need to target something first.
I made them wide. I have given them this girth. I do have a talent point. You have the eye of the prize. What should we get? Don't go about death too much. Bonus mind blast damage. Let's get some more tormented spirits. That sounds fine. Considering a lot of our stuff is about apparitions, that makes sense. Not that we're spawning a huge amount of them, but still. Drenched in piss. Okay, just because it's yellow does not mean it's drenched in piss. It's a toxic... It's supposed to be light. It's supposed to be like purity. Like, that's what they're going for, is it looks like purity. And this is overwhelming good shit that's happening here. Like pure piss. Well, I didn't design the fucking zone, so I've got nothing to do with it. I think it looks pretty. It's got that sweet golden tinge that I like. That, like, lovely apple drink, you know? It's got all those little elements that I really enjoy. Like a golden shower. A better way of putting that would be like a shower of golden light falling from the sky. Mm. Yeah, or a veil. Yes, very much like that. Oh, are you a bad guy?
I don't have a target.
You're dead. Arena! There's another zone like that, RMA. Right, I don't know if we can zoom out on the map. There's 4 delves in this zone. Okay, these runestone things, charge it with latent arcana. What is that? Where do we get latent arcana from? Okay, we're over here. Then we've got Zulaman to our right. And Eastern Plaguelands down there. So... Voidstorm, I assume, is more zoomed out than this, right? Voidstorm's like in its own dimension or whatever? So where would the other places be? Like Harren here and shit like that. Eastern Kingdom's midnight content. Harren is a portal too. So they're supposed to be creating a new area for midnight up here.
The roots brought us both here. May you lend your song to hers.
Epic!
Wild guide you
well,
will.
blue. underneath the world tree, void mortars. If you get a chance, could you fly over Stratham so you can actually land in it and explore?
Your path
Sure, do that later.
Stranger.
Okay, Alwina's going to sit on the seed. I'll protect you, Alwina, while you grace the seed. Oh, you went over there. Sorry, my bad.
Hi Preach.
Hi.
Have they said if they have about any in-game tool for M+, or they are conveniently not interesting in that part of add-ons?
They're just taking all that shit away, I think. Besides map planning, I think that's staying, but other than that, most of the stuff you use for M+ is going away, I think. Sweet baby Jesus.
So, your path leads you here.
I had a stroke. You okay? Yeah, a lot of it is going away.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
Yeah, Fellowship's done something. Let's go to this runestone thing. I don't know what this is about. I'd just say, would these have latent arcana in them? So they've just made their like website and in-game MDT. So whether Blizz will do the same thing, I don't know. Arcane Illumination. Okay, no. It's entirely possible this thing is not in the game yet. Add-ons like TomTom still work. I don't know. Is my answer to that question. I don't know. Right now, some stuff's not working outside of combat, which, like Mystical said, feels really
Greetings.
over the
May
top.
the light guide you.
This quest is in progress. Use the skip option for internal alpha.
Sure. Carry on the crusade. Peace, friend.
So at the moment, I would say TomTom
For
and stuff
justice.
isn't working, but that doesn't mean it's not going to work. Okay, we're gonna go see a Magister in charge of the Void.
You have found me.
The other people will just make new add-ons or patch the old ones. No, I don't think you're getting it, Stream of Psychosis. They're blocking the ability to even get the information to make the add-ons work. They're not like... they're not just... It's not like a new expansion where your add-ons don't work for a bit until they get updated or anything like that. They're changing the way the whole system works so the add-ons can't read certain information anymore. They've massively changed it. Yeah, right now a lot of things... We did a big talk about it this morning. We had a developer on a call. Got an interview... well, not an interview, but Paul's Qubit, the game director, is going to be joining us on stream later on. So we'll find out more information then. Right now it looks... The words are they've gone nuclear and blocked everything. Like, nothing works anymore in terms of anything that can... like, you can't even get a combat res timer in raids and shit anymore. Like, there's a lot of quality of life stuff that people have been used to that is now no longer working. Yeah, a lot of you saying good. We'll see. Yeah. A lot of goods. I still think most people don't really realize how much this is going to impact your day-to-day. I think tears are going to flow, if I'm being honest. I think this is a bit monkey's paw. I'm having a monkey's paw moment, my friends.
It's just they keep moaning about people not wanting to tank, and then they insist that learning a route should be a stressful affair, especially if you join the season late. It's a nightmare.
Greetings, traveler.
Yep. I am fully aware, my friend. Is the music really quiet for you guys? I actually have my headphones turned way up. Okay, we made
Shadows
friendies.
watch over you.
The thing is with tanking, I get what you're saying, and it's one of the reasons I stopped caring about tanking is routes changing all the time. But over in Fellowship, I really enjoyed it. And figuring out the routes. I don't know whether I was just down bad on the whole thing. I think that if you enjoy tanking, learning the route is actually a fun thing. You get what I mean? Test void theories.
Be open to possibilities.
If you really like tanking and you quite enjoy doing the dungeons in M+, then learning the routes is probably quite a fun part of it.
We've lost 3 more scouts.
You're glad Kelly's out of the game, that he was cheating? I mean, sure, but it is just part of the in-game toolkit now.
What is going on down south? But we haven't the numbers to patrol.
Oh, it was fine before? Okay. It was quiet for me, that's all. Well, when attacks who have no friends learning in pugs, I'd rather just not tank. What do you mean? This is midnight, General. If you're learning in pugs, you mean learning to actually play the game? I mean, there's a lot you get to before you end up in a situation where you need to know routes from Mythic Plus while you're learning to tank. There's a lot of gameplay that comes before that. You don't go from swapping tank to like M+, 9 or 10 or whatever. You don't even need a route in those. We did them without routes. I would say on top of that, maybe this is going away. You can share those routes are generally shared if you're that bothered about. If you're like that concerned about routing and stuff, it is that information is shared regularly amongst the community with the routes. Very easily accessible. If it's something that stresses you out. I mean, that's playing with annoying people. I'm not saying that's not true, that people expect that you don't do this pull or whatever. I generally find when I tanked for like TDPs and I never learned the routes, I just never stopped pulling. And as long as people had shit to shoot at, they were fine. As long as you're not being a prick about it and like, okay, let's clear the entire room all the time. Right? There's a big difference. When you're like, okay, I'm just going to pull everything, or I'm going to over-pull out of stress and die.
Suspicious.
If you follow basic rules, like in WoW, everybody has all their cooldowns at the start of the pull, and you have Bloodlust, so you can do a pretty meaty one then, within reason. But test your own limits. You're in charge. You're the fucking tank. Don't over-pull and kill everybody. Unless you're with friends, where it's fine. Like, I did it constantly in Fellowship to find limits. Yeah, if you check back to when I did our tanking guides and things like that, the first rule I taught anybody going into a pug is you do an actual small first pull and you see who's awake and who's not. You can gauge as the tank the quality of your run on the first pull.
What is it? Trust no one.
It's a really simple system. Your first pull a few mobs, see what's going on. A pack that you can survive even if the healer's AFK. And you'll gauge pretty quickly who's a player in your dungeon.
Baladash Malinore.
I did that all the time in pugs. All the fucking time. And it saved my ass a ton of times. If I can see someone's fucking slacking immediately, then I see what's going on here.
It's Skyrim. If there's something you want to have happen, there's a mod for it.
Anyway, happy 43 months. My first Sprog is nearly here, but the sub will endure.
Oh, no shit! Barker's kid's on the way! Yeah, dude. DPS pops CDs on too few mobs and we wipe and then you go Giga on the second pull. That would be your fault. If you pull like a couple of mobs just to see what's going on.
Will have justice.
And everybody pops every CD on the sun to shoot a couple of guys. You also know you're not playing with a full fucking deck. Bloodless. Yeah, pull 3 mobs bloodless. Uh-huh. Okay. I see. But generally speaking, in Mythic Plus, if you've done a ready check, you don't need to do any of that. Like, you're starting. You have to do a ready check and put the key in. I guess your first clue that things are sus is the key starts without a ready check or anything. That's when you're like, huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, just raw dogging the key, fucking... Wait, where is this fucking thing? It's in here somewhere. Hello? I'm being blind, aren't I? I'm being blind as fuck. I don't see it.
Do not loiter.
Find the journal.
Keep your wits about you.
Where journal? It's outside. Aha. Ow. A cult! Good God Almighty. The Twilight who? The Twilight's Blade. Those rat bastards. Fucking cults. No, I'm out of fucking... I'm not casting my own dots like an idiot. No. We're doing science on the void. I like it.
I need to target.
What's the tentacle? Don't question my tentacles, alright? Just understand I have tentacles and I'm okay with it. That's all you need to know, alright? My tentacle whips targets and it leaves them with disease.
I don't have a target.
I actually think it's a good tentacle. It's got a good base. No, the damage meter's not in yet. It's listed, but it's not here. It's here. It's supposed to be here. But, unless... No, I don't think this is it. There's no activate damage meter like there is with the nameplates. What about gameplay enhancements? With the damage meter being here. Cooldown manager enable. Enable boss mods. No, I don't... no. I mean, to be fair, they never told us it was going to be in yet, anyway. Wouldn't mean social. Oh, what do you want? Error speech off? Sure.
I have much to teach
I mean,
you.
I hope they're going to use class colors in their own damage meter. Right? I mean, I assume they will, but can you imagine a damage meter without class colors? Yeah, that would actually be a quit angle straight away. I could see them not doing it though for fear of it like being toxic towards certain players if it's like very obvious. Quit, uninstall, and delete. Well, I assume what they're building, it's like we were talking about this morning with the boss mods, is a system where they never need to update it once the actual graphic
Carry on
of
the
it's
crusade. The Rendorai shall prove our worth.
Even better, what they could do is, I actually just thought of this,
The
is
light is not
badass.
the only.
You get different, if you want like the boss mod that's not this one, right? If you want a, hear me out on this. If you don't like the boss mod being like this, yeah? If you kill the mythic boss of the raid, you unlock a new skin for boss mods. What do you think of that? So if you want to reskin your mods, let's say you don't like how the damage meter looks and you want a different skin, is that you could tie that to achievements. And you could unlock it, right? Yeah, DPS meter is unlocked at plus 15. See, Fingal's thinking. Fingal's thinking with his fucking brain. Is that you can, like, nobody needs a damage meter until you're doing high-end content. So you either kill the boss on the last boss on heroic, or you do like you get Keystone Master, then you unlock the damage meter. I think that's okay. Can I make it so this isn't visible all the time? There we go. That's super dog shit. Speaker brain. Alright, just make some skins available in the store. So it'll be like Winamp. You remember Winamp? Where for just a few dollars, it'll be like ringtones used to be. For just a couple of dollars, you can just buy a different skin for it. It's just the same information, but with skins. Cosmetics. You could theme your damage meter near your character's transmog.
Glory to the Sindora.
Think about that.
Keep your wit. Our enemies will fall. Farewell.
For 50p, 50p for colour, 50p.
Shorelaran.
For 50p, you can unlock the shadow skin for your damage meter. 50p. $9.99. No, it'll be cheap. Right, Winamp. I'd swipe. Well, look at all you guys. You say this now, but in Helldivers, how many of you motherfuckers bought like all those little themed war bonds? Yeah, see? Yeah, you can do it for free. You just have to complete certain content. For 8,000 delves, you unlock customization options for the damage meter. Name change. If you do 8,000 delves, you can change your name and damage meter to different names.
Baladash Malanore.
Like Details used to do. And that's your weekend sorted. Please start. I'm just thinking of ways of getting you more customization. That's all. I'm just trying to help. You guys like your cosmetics. I'm literally just trying to help. Oh, hang on. Chris has had a wild idea.
Right. $10. Or like an extra $2 a month.
Oh, you just add it to your sub. I like that.
Hide yourself from the damage meter.
What if they do make damage meters opt-in?
Yeah, you see? Because it's toxic.
What if they make it opt-in to the damage meter?
Yeah.
They could do that, you know.
It's a privacy option. And I want you seeing my DPS, motherfucker. And it could keep it off of logs as well, because it has to go through the API.
There ain't no fucking way people would get invited if you didn't appear on the damage meter. Right? After one pull, you see that somebody's missing off the damage meter, and you're like, brother, what is going on? And then you get all self-righteous about it. That would be cool.
Yeah.
We serve the
fucking
Alliance.
Stark gave me right shit on Galley for my bad DPS because I had no item level.
Do not lose faith.
So maybe I want to avoid that.
May the light guide you.
You know?
Did you get attacked for bad logs?
Yeah.
How bad was he damaged though?
I don't remember specifically. It wasn't great though.
Have you played with the one button thing?
No.
You keep telling me how much you like the one button thing.
I like it for like questing and stuff. I do use Achille though.
Oh, that's going away.
Yeah, I did
sunsetted.
use Achille, yes.
It has sunsetted. They've announced it. It's going away.
Yeah.
Did we get the statement from WeakAuras yet?
Not that I've seen.
No, I've had no update on Discord from the WeakAura team. Good. Yeah, the viciousness that's going on here. Good. Good. Any other Rookie has PvP take on the add-ons? No idea. Good. I can still make UI with WeakAuras, is that right? Not sure. WeakAuras is going to make a statement later as to what's happening over there. But a lot of WeakAura functionality is completely dead. That is not changing. It is absolutely dead. I am going to miss combat res timer. They have to build that into the fucking... Stop saying good. He sounds so fucking maniacal. Good. Good. They need to build that into essential cooldowns, because that shit is important to know and to manage. Like, from even, like, casual raid leading, it's really important to know what the combat res situation is. If tanks are allowed to see healer cooldowns, which appears to be something that's being allowed, then I want to be able to see fucking healer cooldowns as the raid leader, alright? You can just do it with a stopwatch app? No, because I also sometimes, what happens is people either ank so fast, or I don't know if it was a combat res or an ank. I just want to be able to see at a glance how many combat reses we've built up without going, okay, so it's been 6 minutes. I don't think anybody died this 1 in 300 pulls that we just did. So that should mean we've got 2, I think. Right? Actually, Finn, that would not be allowed. We can't have a weak or... unless it can pick it up based on you pressing a button. Because traditionally that would pick up on an API or a... That would pick up on the information that your spell is on cooldown or something, which it can't do anymore, right? Oh, look at this Lady Gaga bot. You've got to think, who made you and why, bots? Like, who created you?
My love,
what was their purpose?
We're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Hi Mike, Ian here. Thank you for your feedback. We will look to remove all the add-ons and put them into the shop. We will announce this in a blue post and give you the credit for this idea.
Send it, I don't give a fuck. What are we going to get? Shitty wowhead comments? Old news. Bring it on, bitch. Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. Yeah, you know what I'll do then? I'll just sit here and go, good. Every time. Good. I almost banned you guys. Legit, I went to click and ban you. Like, I'm not even joking. I immediately moused out of the game to try and fucking ban you guys. You gotta be careful when I've got my trigger finger out. I don't usually have to mod this chat.
That worm. You have our thanks.
I don't care if Chris was the first one to start. I'll be the one to end it. Does that sound badass? It sounded badass in my head. You scared now? I hope you're scared of me. Because then I can be really get you. Good. Yeah. Tell me to calm down. kind of a big deal. How's it compared to live Shadow? I didn't play much Shadow on live. I was healing primarily, but I can tell you it feels good. I hope that's useful to you.
Right side of this conflict.
I hope that is somewhat helpful. I do like thwacking with the tentacle.
Shadows, take.
Gather at the inn. It's safe there.
It feels broken. I think it's doing way, way, way too much damage. Like, way too much damage. Like, compared to what I've seen from my compadres in the brief group play we've done, Shadow is doing stupid amounts of damage. And is probably busted.
May the light guide you. Steady travels. Carry on the crusade.
It's alpha. It's alpha pre-day one. Like, the alpha doesn't officially start till later on. So I should do a top 10 tier list. Right? Of what's good and what's not. That's what we should do. Based on this alpha, without a damage meter, on gut feeling alone, we should make a tier list of what you should re-roll to. So you can... I can word it in a good way. Alright, we're ready. Holla ballers, and welcome to the Midnight Alpha. Today we have been able to look at all the classes and specs, and it's time for you to re-roll and get ready. This is what is going to be super strong coming into the alpha based on numbers. Now, caveat, numbers can change, but unlikely at this point. So get ready and start gearing up, because here we go. Bottom of the pile is, of course... And then you just make shit up from there. There you go. Have you written it down? I've missed a holler. Yeah, there you go. Feral? I don't know. Now they don't have blood talons, so they don't have to think about how to play. Feral might get better.
Do not bend.
They've reduced the complexity. I will take all the haste you have, my friend.
Maintain focus and control.
Death to those. Death and a pox. Check in with Silvermoon. Regroup at Windrunner Village.
For justice.
Oh, we're going to make a phone call. Hello? I thought you were getting a bro fist. Not right now. No, you got to save that. The bro fist is for special occasions. Optional complexity. The problem is, I see where Sai's coming from, and this is what we asked for a while, was like, what if there was like optional complexity for the people who like it? Inevitably, that spec ends up becoming the best one and does more damage because it's harder to do. And then, because if it's harder to do, it usually has higher gains if you get it right, and therefore that becomes the default spec. Or people get really mad that the Dirtbox Easy spec is actually the best one, which kind of happened with like Frost and stuff. And you're like, oh, well, yeah, this spec is fun sometimes, but not right now, because you have to play it on baby mode. Ladies and gentlemen, I will go for a piss as we behold Sylvanus' thorny golden crotch. Unshaven and proud. Back in a sec. Have we had enough of gazing into the golden crotch? Good. I hope we've all had
We
our
embrace
fill.
power. We do not fear it.
Go back.
Steady
I
travels.
assume nobody's queuing for dungeons. No. I don't think so. It's fine. There's only like 30 people in the alpha. It is Hades. You know what I'm looking for? Where the Goofy quest is going to pop up. We should probably do the side quest and not the main story, actually. I think I'm going to do that. Then we'll build a house. Let's get off the MSQ track. The beaten track. Yeah, where's like the goofy stuff? Maria says they put some goofy shit in, so where is it? Let's go find that. Bro, I do not miss being sat in queues forever when none of the content creators were online yet, because I played early in the morning, waiting for some rando to queue up in the alpha. So I can get some dungeon footage. Oh, the pain. Nothing but agony.
Anaria Shola.
Catch the best fish. Oh, here we go. It begins at day 1. I'm dying to share with my guests. We start with just the right fish. Okay.
Remember the Sunwell.
Is this legitimately catch a fish? Can I stand in it? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is teaching me how to swim. Never mind. Alright, I think we have to actually catch a fish. How do I do this again? Don't we have it as standard these days? Where's professions? I don't know where it is. K. Oh, I don't have it! Hold on. I'm getting this guy a fucking fish. I'm not being 1 out of 3 fish man again. No, fuck you. I'm getting a fish. I'm going to Silvermoon. In fact, I'll go to Ogmar. Oh, I bet it's Silvermoon for midnight fishing though. I'm getting this guy a fucking fish. Remind me to set my Hearthstone. At least it's easy to find Silvermoon. You just go to the big Zally hole. That's Zally's big hole. We're shooting a piss. Don't matter.
Our enemies will fall.
Where's the this doesn't work, does it? Fishing. Does it work? You marked it on the map.
Frankly, that's
You're
a
a
skill
liar!
Thought you said you don't do professions. / clown.
Shut up. Okay. If I was the fishing man, where would I be? What's this? Flower vendor? Sells flowers.
Safe
Okay,
travels.
that's no good. That's the auction house. Yeah, Pritesh is a fucking noob. He's got... you know how bad Pritesh is? He's put fucking full stops in between the slashes. What an absolute douche. What a fucking douche. As soon as we find one profession trainer, we'll find them all. They're always together. What is this place? Nothing. Oh, fuck. Cruella, where is the fishing trainer? I know you know. What are all these fucking rooms with nothing in them? Is this the aviary? No, the guards don't work. Does Cruella have access? She's there. What do you mean? I don't know, I swear. You are so
My
full of
love,
shit.
we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Hi Mike, it is me fishing trainer Takeshi. I am currently waiting on the top floor of Ichiban Holdings, and I will
Fucking
teach you how
finding
to
it. I
fish
don't give a
once you
fuck.
hire me.
Right, it won't be in the Gardens of Remembrance. That's not... Right, is there a place called Profession Land? Right, there's some shit going on over here. Hold on. Portal to Orgrimmar. That's where the dungeon is. Did he forget that guards exist? Know what you are? Know what you are, my deal? A Burke. A fucking Burke. That's what you are. I am bringing it back. You're a Burke. Right, innkeeper. I need that anyway.
State your
I
business.
fish are only for the French.
Shurelaron.
Fish are only for the French. Oh, that's wonderful. Let's use our heads. We're all seasoned WoW players. This building looks professional. It's a very complex structure. This one here. As seasoned WoW vets, we can crack this code. What's in here? Fucking empty rooms, shithole. You can't buy midnight fishing at the other trainers, right? Don't you need the midnight trainer to learn midnight fishing? Aha! Engineering, blacksmithing, hold, mining. Okay, there's the catalyst. Alright. Alright. We're getting somewhere. Told you this area looked professional, didn't I? Fucking believe me. Amateurs.
Have you tried turning on and off war mode? I heard that can work.
What is all this? Oh, this is some sort of combat area. I feel like we're close. Enchanting. Hold. Herbalism. Alchemy. Tailoring. Okay. Closing in. Okay. I don't see any water on this map. I haven't seen cooking either. Sometimes the fish guy's with the cooking guy. Oh god, where have I ended up now? Well, this is maddeningly unhelpful. Purveyor of ancient weapons.
I have one-of-a-kind items.
Combustible wand? Burning wand?
Remember the Sunwell.
Tell me of your travels.
Wait, have I found the fucking
Keep your eyes
jewel crafting guy? Antiques and curios. No, I don't know where the fuck I am. Let's try, does the guard work for something?
State your business.
Maybe it works for, like, cooking guy? No. Minimap track professions. Where was the filter for the minimap?
Be ready for anything.
Calendar. Tracking. I am tracking profession trainers. That doesn't work. The docks. Where's the docks? Over there. Okay. Let's try the docks. Although that's outside of the profession area.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Hola ballers and a bro fist to you all. Today I am going to show you how to level up your professions. There are timestamps below, so if you know where the trainer is, feel free to skip the first hour of this video.
There's nobody at the docks, man. There's fucking nobody here. Hello? Everybody's got a sex harem in here. Yeah. It was just there. You just missed it. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking dickheads. The guy that gave you the quest was a fishing trainer. Shit, I don't know if that's true or not. That's a good one. I don't know if that's true or not. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's fucking with me a little bit, because he might have been. That's legit fucking with me. He might have been. Oh. Right, that's it. We need to time out everybody who said the docks. Because they were so fucking confident as well. Wankers. One way to... Yeah, I'm going to fly all the way back there, and it's not going to be a thing. What is this? Everything's an ERP area in the fucking Blood Elf bastards. It's all ERP all the time. Let's join me in my blood red room. My crimson abode. Yes, come into my scarlet sanctuary. Spend a while and listen, will you? The Blood Knight trainer? You fucking pissing on my cornflakes? What is this? Where's the fishing guy? Another empty fucking room. Magister trainer? Any other bright ideas? Dock boys? There's no way that guy was a fishing trainer. Oh, he fucking might have been, you know. He's not. Right, I reserve the right, if we go and check, to time out beer, please, forever. Right, this is a full fucking ban. This is a full ban. If this is true, if this is true, you'll get VIP. Oh, shit. You got dismounted. But if it's lies and slander, it's a full ban. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Getting this guy's fish. He wants a fish. Well, no, I can't find a simple NPC. An enormous city. Victory is imminent for me. I bet Bear Please is fucking hiding because he knows he's full of shit. I don't think Orgrimmar's gonna work for midnight stuff.
A new Belore Delinar.
Where are you, motherfucker? Where? Behind you. Fuck! No! Oh, no! It's right there. Why are you here, Melandra?
What do you see?
Oh, you didn't tell me shit. You got fucking lucky. You got really lucky. You got really lucky. And you know why? You know why you got lucky? Because you did not see that guy. You said it was this guy. You got fucking lucky, and you know you did. We'll call it even. You got no, I'm not VIP you because you got really lucky. That's not a scam. That was just luck, plain and simple. I'm not swimming. That was naught but luck. Wait till I give this guy his fish. Give him both. No.
This is what peak performance gaming looks like.
Look, we have it. VIP and then un-VIP. No. Because I know, you know what makes it so much worse? Even though it was objectively wrong. Objectively incorrect. Still sat there, smug as you like, claiming a victory.
The eternal sun guides us.
Here's the fish.
The reckoning is at hand.
No! What do you mean, no? Shit fish? What do you mean, dude? Why have you made the quest like this? You can't stand on the lily pads. Why wouldn't you put it near flat ground? I have levitate, but it's not the point. And you can't levitate while fishing, it seems. Oh, there we go. No, it keeps dropping me out of levitate. You can't do that. Oh my god. Blizzard. Got it. Nailed it. Eye of the tiger. Now we're living the dream. Fairly fine fish. Okay. He's going to deny me again.
State your business. Remember the sun well.
What's up, guys? It's Preacho, and we are back with Fail of the Week.
I got the fucking fish, didn't I? I'll have you know, I am fucking progging. Wait till you see the fish meal we're going to cook out of this. It's going to blow your dick off. The raft toy from Angler Rep. Are you high? Are you actually smoking crack rocks right now? Do you think this account is even to do with anything at all? That is to do with my account. Do you think I'm playing on my account right now? I am doing authorized Blizzard account
Shurella
sharing, alright? They send me an account to play on. This is not my account. I don't know, you've never played Alpha? Then shut your fucking mouth hole, right? This is what I'm saying. The internet is rife with people without all the information, making assumptions left and right. You are responsible for the downfall of TikTok, a good quality service for people sharing their interests and hobbies, now descended into this. Your fault in particular, RMA. Your fault. Well done. What's next? Now I've caught a fabulous fish, and I'm basically a god. Here.
Enubilore Delana. The reckoning is at hand.
Now this was worth it, right? I am the most fantastic finder of fabulous fish. Oh, I've unlocked an entire fish quest line.
The eternal sun guides us.
Right, now we need
Keep
secret
your wits about
ingredients. Okay.
Stay the course.
Clear the land and the sky. Right, I've got to fly into things, I guess. I have to fly into butterflies. I do. Okay. Sure. I guess. Saved Azeroth, by the way. It's, whatever the people need. Kill the sun grubs. Sure. Give them the old whippy whap. This feels mean. These guys are like leaving. Gifting subs now? Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Well done. Well done. Report this boomer's ass. Get him. Get him. We have Apex Talents. Wazar. Some of them are good, some of them not so much. Some of them are very fancy, other ones aren't. I think some of them are like 10th ones. What's the Strathome thing? That's not the first time someone's asked me about Strathome. What is it you're expecting to see? I think I've been kicked off. Yeah, what's the Strathome thing? That's multiple people who've asked about that. No, they're not done with talents yet. Takes a while. Oh no! Is the server down? Banned for fishing. RMA's fault again. And beer, please. If we'd never have found that fishing trainer, we would never have been banned. That's a double whammy. Later this afternoon, Paul's going to be with us. They found your stash. Yeah. My secret supply I hide under my pillowcase. Hold. This might be it. It might be server down. Wah, wah, wah. I'm never going to find out what that meal was supposed to be. The glorious, fabulous fish meal. I'd go for a succulent Chinese meal, to be honest. Although, I'm on a promise that tomorrow night, considering all the hours we've put in this week, I will be taking my family to a Turkish place for some tzatziki and some spiced meats. I am a Mediterranean food fan. Big time. I wonder if we're going to get the character is still online error. That was a common one. Takes a couple of minutes to clear. Yes, Tzatziki so good. Refreshing. I'm not a big baklava fan. It's a bit too sweet for me. A little bit too sweet.
Get your hand off my penis!
A succulent Chinese meal.
I'll definitely eat it if it's in front of me, but I would avoid ordering it. It can be very, very sweet though. I like nutty stuff. Oh, you got drops. Droppers. Yeah, I'm not sure what the drop is. A pet or something? It's usually a pet for the drops. And a little mini pit lord. Nice. Oh, uh-oh. World server is down. Little Coley, the baby pit lord pet. Sweet. Oh, it's running all month as well. Alright, that's cool. Ebony the Warlock, what up, player? What up? We get closer and closer on the loading bar. There we go. I'm not... What would I be banned for? For catching fish? I'm going to get banned for catching fish. For catching bad fish. And he got banned for milking a cow. I think she made it suggested though, didn't she? I think Annie was naughty. If I remember right, Annie was not behaving. Annie knew what she was doing. Oh my god, it's forgotten some of my settings. Okay, here we go. I have all... Wait, what am I missing? A Sonara berry? No. We're going to find the goofy quests.
Happy Annie to me, reroll to a real class.
You can't just wish yourself a happy anniversary. That's like having your own happy birthday. That's not right. Hey, it wouldn't be WoW without the old pick up 5. I did ask Maria about this, and I'm pretty sure when they've tried new quest things, she was very polite about her answer. It's in the interview. Because I asked, like, would you ever shake up the quest design in WoW? Yes. And I'm pretty sure the answer is no, not really. Well. Every time we try and do something a little different, people are like,
Shorel Aran.
I like my comfy, know what I'm doing. Malanore. Wait, why do I have to murder someone now? I went from catching a fish to murder. Some of our guests have been attacked along the way. Okay.
Stay the course.
Okay, so what this place is a City Slickers style... That probably doesn't make any sense to you Zoomers, does it? You've never seen City Slickers in your fucking life. But a little camping dinner spot for hikers. I have saved them, and now they can enjoy my fish. behold my wet slappy fish.
A new Belore Delanar.
They do appear to be vibing. Is that it? Oh. Okay. This is the guy they're all here for. A model. And she is part of Hannisel's entourage. That Hansel is so hot right now. These are all they're models traveling. I think they're supposed to be like influencers. Yeah. I do read that as being a... Wait, oh, wait. There's something else going on here. Apparently. Facing the sun. Not unlocked yet, mate. Never mind. Hello.
The eternal sun guides us.
Okay,
Farewell.
there's been an infection. Kill stuff. Okay. Oh, dude, I can't wait to play RimWorld again. This time we won't die. That's a guarantee. I feel really good about our odds next time. I feel really good about it. I haven't played Dwarf Fortress. I took a look at it and I didn't like the graphical style, even if it's a really fun game. Calamity is our December game. That's not a lie. I'm not making that up. Calamity Infernum is what we're playing. And I'm going to fucking win again. Of course, you already knew that. Itchy is very soon.
Glory to
I've got it on the calendar.
Time is of the essence.
Our enemies will fall.
Okay, this feels
Maya
like a
the
normal
Sunwell.
style quest line. Not a weird one. I am not lying. It's literally on the calendar. Bex can confirm it, and you believe anything she says. You literally believe every fucking word out of Bex's mouth, so... Evidence of researchers found. What is this? Oh.
I'm a clown.
Sure, my king. Sure. Whatever you say.
Believe Bex! You don't even need to believe me. I'm not asking you to believe me. Okay, these are just people checking out the flowers. So, why? Oh, that's somebody's corpse with flowers growing out of it. That's about as PG as Blizzard could make that, but that is absolutely a Last of Us style flower person. Yeah, I don't know about that. The rares don't have any loot on them, so not worth doing that yet. Hello. Am I killing you? Probably. Yeah, you can choose between stackable nameplates. That is in there. Let's go. Mataro, thank you so much for the prime. What are you up to, Chris? Are you doing something fucking weird? Don't mess with my stream. Yeah, he's up to something.
The dark times will pass.
I don't think I like the new Blood Elf construct designs. They all have more aura.
Hold your head high.
Glory to the Sindora.
Can't say I've noticed. I'm shit at noticing stuff.
Keep
like
your
that.
wits about you.
Burn away the roots on the door. Oh, it's a hidden dungeon.
Justice.
Oh. Oh, it's a little dungeon thing. Open sesame. I assume this is supposed to be overgrown with plants.
Trust
hello.
in Bex? Sure can. Strange that she is not here though. Care to comment, Sush?
Bex has got like 50 TDPs to do because she was on vacation. I think Bex is on the TDP angle. Bex is a busy lady. Any good carveries recently? No. What, do you like I'm at the carvery every other day? I haven't had a carvery in months.
State your business. The reckoning is at hand.
My wife is the carvery monster, not me. Yep, you get flying straight away. Only the opening scenario for the expansion, like the attack on Silvermoon, does not have flying. You get flying immediately after. You know others have carvery every other week. I don't. Much to the sacrilege of my English brethren, do not enjoy the quote-unquote Sunday dinner. I do not see... Not what I ordered. This is going to be the cooking variation. I'm not a... Potatoes and gravy. It's all very heavy. Hello! There's a queue. Are we at the post office? Naga? That's a blast from the past.
Malanore. Salama Ashalanore.
It should be heavy. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't like eating and then feeling like I need to sleep. Right, Janie? I'm sure it's beautiful. I'm not saying I don't like the flavor, Janie. I don't want you to harass me now. I don't want that. Okay? I'm not saying that they don't taste nice. I just don't enjoy feeling like I need to sleep after.
We will have justice.
That's not a big plus in my eyes. Okay, I kill Naga.
The reckoning
Very
is
classic WoW stuff, I guess. Okay, we've lost some townsfolk. They found some shit. Okay. New talents. Kind of the same as the old ones, with like just moved around, and there's some that are not here because there's a lot of question marks. A lot of this isn't in here yet, so. It's too early to comment, I think, is a better way of putting things. It's way too early. Way too early. Yeah, I'll take some movement speed while I'm leveling. Not that we're really leveling, I'm just exploring. Leveling is a byproduct. Oh, gloomy. God, this is very early TVC shit. Wow. Oh, not clickbait enough. The talent system is the best I have ever seen. 10 out of 10, no notes. Blizzard does it again. They broke new ground. What happened to Ashara? I don't know, dude. I mean, we killed her, right? Like, as always. It's the same story for all the villains in WoW. We fucking killed them at some point. Can you explain the Naga in TikTok form? No, I can't. They aren't the Naga elves that turn into fish people?
I'm a clown.
Is that not correct?
There's this bug that's been going on in WoW for quite some time now.
I don't
People
know if you
keep
guys are
calling me a
trolling me.
shitter for some reason. Is that getting fixed in Midnight?
No. Surprisingly close. I'll take that, dude. I'll take that. A surprisingly close is better than I ever could have expected from such a question. Do they lay... I think that Naga do lay eggs, right? I'm like pretty sure they do. Don't we do a quest where we have to, you know, stop them from Oh, this siphons Arcana from the target. Is this what we need for those rune stones? Oh. Oh, it might be. I didn't double click them. You have to double click. Wait, you can keep doing it. Is this broken?
Naga are part fish, so they probably lay eggs. But they got boobs too. So they're like sexy platypuses.
I see. Well, I think that cleared that up. I have no further questions. Get to safety, young sir. Let's welcome Paul Cubitt to stream. Well, I'm going to leave TTS on while Paul's here, obviously. So you guys can get your questions in. I don't want your voices to be stifled. I feel like you're not represented in some way. Alright, get out of here, buddy. I need to suck off these worms. Oh, it's not working. Maybe I get closer. Siphoning. Siphoning. I think this is just a random chance. It says may contain arcane magics. You have a sucking worm emote? Why? Why do you have that?
I'm a clown.
Are you aware of what an over-position kink is, Mr. Lamb? If you don't know what it is, don't Google it, chat.
I don't know what it is. I'm not Googling anything you guys say. I feel like this quest is bought. I have drained a lot of these worms. I can never tell if it's just really low chance. Oh, it's not working. Yeah, I've done loads of these. It's not this. The arcane art's always for shy, regardless. That wand. To my uneducated eyes, it looks usable. Why don't you test it on the Arcana container? Wait, am I sucking the wrong thing off? Oh, I bet I am. Shit, we're not supposed to use it there. That's why it's not working. For fuck's sake. Stupid worms. Now go and suck off the worms. You son of a bitch. I mean, I prefer it just to not work. Then look like it's working, but not actually do anything. For idiots like me that aren't going to read the quest text. I need idiot protection. The ore is called, like, light-infused umbral tin. Yeah, light-fused umbral tin is one of the new ores. We need to go do housing before we shut the server down. I'm going to mess. See where this goes. See if it goes anywhere. And then we'll bugger off and shut the house thing out. What do you mean you need to see? You've seen, like, you've seen the things. You have an interest. Well, I'm just warning you, I'm not the best at housing. I am not a housing man. And all you'll do is hate my designs. I'm pretty sure we have a rather limited array of decorations because none of these characters have any achievements yet. But our alpha, proper alpha account should do. Nope. Player housing. Proper player housing. Let's see if this leads anywhere. If not, we'll go build our house.
A new Belore Delanar.
Our enemies will fall.
Okay, it's just a boss kill.
Farewell.
No gear from these side quests. You can absolutely make a gulag. Yeah. I don't know if we can with the tools available to us. Hey Chris, I don't know where we... I don't actually know where we even start housing in the alpha. I think it's Ogama. I don't really need Chris Law. I just don't know where we go for housing. I think I saw in the debrief they saw this somewhere in Ogama.
So there's a portal in the portal room.
Portal in the portal room.
Oh, I would say the Alliance area is much better, in my opinion.
Then what?
The Horde area.
Can you walk outside?
What?
The housing. I thought exteriors weren't available.
The neighborhoods exist. I think some of the mechanics are disabled.
We will
So
persevere.
you can go out in the area.
Oh.
Yeah, it's nice. Which is why I had to
Death
mention
to
different
all who
areas in the
oppose
video.
us.
Yeah, I thought it was just because you had footage, you know, from that. The video.
No, I recorded all sorts of lovely footage.
Oh,
Yes.
oh.
Oh,
Okay.
it's fine.
Yeah, these quests aren't leading anywhere. I haven't found any of the goofy shit Maria talked about yet. I mean, there's more and more opening up, I suppose. But I've looked. Had a little quick look.
Yeah.
Nothing here. All right, let's go and check the housing out then.
The Horde is just spiky huts right now because the exteriors aren't in chat. So once they add it, it'll be better.
All right, we'll check out the Horde and then we'll check out the Alliance.
Yeah. You can just make it a house on both, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy.
Portal room is next to me. Now, I'm learning my way around. Not there. It's near here. It's around this corner to the left. Hold. Ah! Fucking built different. Told you, it's if you look at the piss beam, it's on the other side. Right. Zali's hole. The portal to Razor and Shores.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's get a drink and then we'll head off into the housing. Okay. Are you ready to go to Jamaica? Here we go. Right, immediately point out that you hate this area and you don't like it. So we do get to go outside. Cool. New reward is housing. My first home. Welcome to the neighborhood. Feel free to explore and have a look at the plots. Speak to the steward to learn more about the process of becoming a homeowner, or if you wish to create your own neighborhood. Find a place to build a home. Okay. Let's see what's up here first. It does remind me of a Shara. Ooh! Ah, these are all plots, are they? I assume it's all these, like, boarded up areas. Unless this is going to be the central hub area. Where would I live? You can fly. You can fly. Good question. The Craghorn Highlands. Owner Demon Dan has already claimed this area. Can I go in? No. Is it on a third day in a row? The smile got me so hard. Is it this smile? Okay, so we can't go to Demon Dan's house. I don't know if this is an empty plot or somewhere where a neighborhood activity would take place. Considering there's a flower shop nearby. Yeah, there's a florist there. It looks like a lot of my compadres have already set up shop. Now, I've got to explore first, Dance. Joey's house. This is Joey's house. Oh, that smile. Ah, I see. Okay, I'm not getting warped out, but it's not letting me in. Hang on. See if Nick's built the house. Let me in your house. I have clean shoes. I have very clean shoes. Oi, this is a shoes off house. But what of the Crocs? Crocs are acceptable. Ooh, this is nice. If you sprinkle when you tinkle, be sweet and wipe the seats. So fucking Welsh. So Welsh. I like this house. This house has a view. It's a murky, foggy view, but I kind of like it. Oh, Crocs are welcome inside. They're just rubber. Yeah, I kind of like that one. Hang on, I've not finished yet, though. I'm still looking. Oh, you get a little bridge to your house as well? Oh, that's cute. Oh, who's claimed this? This one's better. Fuck. Avalanada. Avalanada. Can we go in? I know with friends on the battle swag, you can warp straight to their house.
So do you want to know how to get
Jesus fuck, man. What is the matter with you? You're like that guy from Mr. Deeds. You underestimate the sneakiness.
So if you want to get that house and it's taken, there's an interface where you can go through the different wards and get the right one you want.
I want to actually inspect people's houses, but it doesn't seem to let me in yet.
No. Apparently it's crashing at the moment.
Have you built something?
Not here in the Alliance one yet.
Add me on the battle swag.
I've deleted all the shit in my house.
Oh.
I tried to, I wanted to rebuild it. But
it's not doing it now.
Because it's bugged, basically, all the stuff I deleted disappeared from my decorations, so I can't rebuild.
Oh, you have to make a new character?
Yeah, well, no, because it's account-wide, right?
So your account's fucked.
Well,
oh,
until
this is
tonight,
better.
obviously, we're going to get our proper flagged account, so we'll have more to choose from as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just not going to stress it until this evening.
This is like the Thunderbluff area. Oh, there's a beach!
Yeah, the Bluffs is where Thunder Bluffy, and then this one is...
Well, I like the beach. It's got a kite.
Yeah, Salt Fang Shoals.
It's massive.
Yeah, it's like Ratchet style.
It's got like multiple flight points in here. It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge, yeah. It's a good thing they've got flying enabled, dude.
Big time. I'm curious who's claimed all these beach spots. Backer.
Weebs.
You know it's Backer. Okay, this is prime real estate over here. This is prime real estate.
I don't think there's a house on this.
Big beach house. Look at this. This is prime real estate over here. Gets a defensive tower. Gets a dock. Okay. Who's living here? This is Dan.
No, that's Demon Dan. Was at the start.
Brox. I'm amazed at how large this is, though.
I mean, 50 houses, right? And they're all nicely spread.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh my god. Who is this fucking social element over here? Is this somebody's house?
No, I think this is just...
The scenery. I was going to say, which person hates people so much that they're actually out on an island on their own? Oh, you can't have this beachhead, though. Is this where you want to be out here on your own?
Oh, you can get this one, yeah.
Oh, so it costs gold.
Yeah, 1,000.
100,000.
1,000.
This is 101,000.
That's how much gold you have.
Oh yeah, I'll pay 1,000. Okay.
Yeah,
so
we don't know these are the final prices, but they do want it to be very affordable, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, look at this little place.
Yeah, this one's a player house.
Look at this little fucking hidey hole up here.
Yeah, that's nice. Beautiful beachfront.
Oh, you see, I want to live where it's busy, but I also want to be... I need like an obnoxious Korean-style, like North Korea mansion. That's right, you know, real Tropico style? That's what I want.
Do you want like a gated community?
I just want to live amongst the poors, but above them. Is this a house plot? It is.
Yeah, the bluffs.
I want this, but like in the middle of the social area. Yeah, like a lifeguard chair. Do you know what I mean? That's what I want. I want that kind of environment where I'm just lording over people. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one up there. Yeah, all the house exteriors look the same right now because it's not enabled to check it. Okay. You can go really high up though.
Yeah, it's meant to be kind of Thunder Bluff style. Yeah.
These are going to be claimed so quickly.
Yeah.
But obviously you can get a different ward and get the house you want.
Yeah, there's basically an interface where you can scroll through.
Oh, fucking course, it's Panda. Yeah.
And you can just basically pick the specific plot you want.
Oh, tell me I can live up here. I can piss off the ledge.
Oh, look, Mike, I've got a floating head.
Oh, Jesus, that's odd. This is not a house that's available. A merchant lives up here. Okay. And then you're back into the more social side of things.
Yes, sir.
Down here. Okay, let's go. Oh, there's a quest here. Hello?
Oh, yeah, so these are the only quests we've got in here. You have to, like, solve a riddle and find it.
Solve a riddle?
Yeah, I couldn't do one.
Okay. I should tell you that it's been a while. In the autumn of my years, I see myself more as a connoisseur than a practitioner. However, in this regard, I am not interested. I am mostly interested in seeing what you can do with a home.
Treasure the home you have.
Solve the riddle and find the treasure. For a bed. Stone mountain, wooden teeth, Mast as toothpick, should it eat? Go down its gullet.
Build to your dreams.
Stone mouth, wooden teeth. Sounds like something that would be near the docks, right? Like a fish relic or something like that. Hey, Rob. It's not exactly a stone mouth. I mean, a stone mouth is a cave. Yeah, a stone mouth is a cave. Wooden teeth. We haven't seen any caves. Let's have a whiz around. It's not really a gullet, right? Oh. Gold. Stone mouth, wooden teeth.
Welcome, welcome.
We don't want to impose upon the people.
Thief journeys.
Ah! Chris, you couldn't solve this? It took me 2 minutes. Oh, Chris didn't get this one. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, you got a much harder one, I assume. Whoa, I'm in a house. Why? What is this? You look down and see a rough-looking letter with your name on it. Why not open it and see what's inside? Sure. I don't know what's happening here.
You in a house?
I am in a house. Okay.
This is someone's house.
This is somebody's house. I'm in somebody's house. Okay. Well, I've turned off their fireplace, so fuck them. We got a giant bed. Must be a torrent with a tree in here. Who made this? Yeah, it warped me in here. And nothing upstairs. That is not a cook chair. It's a tree. Okay. Am I stuck in here?
Well, it's kind of like a cuck chair. It's the voyeur tree.
Yeah, so you can hide in a tree with binoculars.
Yeah.
That was Joey's house. You reckon I can click that again and just keep warping to random people's houses? Is this like some... am I invading their privacy?
Go to random house.
Am I invading privacy here? I'm gonna go check. No, I clicked several doors since then, though, Durnsby. I mean, if this is something that can happen, they should be made aware of it, is that you can randomly warp into people's houses. Maybe it only takes you to Joey's house. It's like being John Malkovich. You click it and you randomly end up at Joey's house. No matter what account Joey's playing on. Oh, fuck, where was it? It's down here. There it is. Oh, I can't repeat it. Okay. Alright. Well, we got a Tuskar bed. Fantastic. If Joey happens to be home, it's like, hello. I was clarifying what kind of combat add-ons that are banned. All of them. From what we could tell. They seem to have taken the nuclear approach and then maybe roll some stuff back on as alpha goes on, depending on feedback. Or what they're really probably going to try and do is put anything they feel is genuinely useful into the current one. Or into their version. Okay, let's go and talk to the guy. And then we'll pick a house. I don't think it matters where we set up shop here.
Welcome, friend. Are you looking to join our community?
Cruella's here! Cruella lives here. Huh.
Good vibrations today.
Welcome! Looking for a place to hang your hat or helm? Sure. I'm interested in founding my own neighborhood. I'd like one... I'd like not a guild one, a charter one. Buy a charter. Okay, so...
Spread the good word.
Huh! That didn't get blocked. Interesting. I fully expected Cockwomble Street to be, it laid through! It was allowed, yeah. We can now all move into Cockwomble Street. I live at 54 Cockwomble Street. You can't miss it. It's a beautiful place. Target a player you wish to invite and click request signature. Okay, so it's the same as a guild charter. Sure. No, I'm sure you can't. I must block some stuff. Unless it's not on. Ballsack Bluff. No shit, it totally let me have Ballsack Bluff.
Here.
That's wild.
Here if you need us.
Where's my charter gone? It's disappeared. Oh, this is all part of testing, so you can say, dudes, you can name it. You can name random things.
For all, friend.
We'll on the side here.
On.
Okay, I think it like crashed when we did that. All right.
For the people.
Okay, he's going to take me on a tour. All right, so I think we just need to buy a house. It's views in a little while. Like they'll let me know. It's up late this afternoon. It's not an interview as such. I mean, we will be asking questions and that, but it's not like you got to be around. It's got a drop in, is what it's called. A drop in. Where should we live? Let's just get the first house we can see. I doubt we can get anywhere good. Let's go beachside. Let's try and get a beach house. There's a spare house here, right? Alright, this is our house. You know what? I like it. It's right next to the barbecue pit. Party at Preacher's place. I don't like that it's half in a bush, but it's always bring your own beer. You can't expect the host of a party to provide beer for everybody. Okay, let's edit the structure first of all. Structural change. It was called rooms. Okay, this is ever so slightly different than the way I did it. Not implemented yet. Okay. Exit house. Advanced mode, clipping, edit the floor plan. There we go. Okay, so let's add. Let's add a room onto here. A hallway. And this hallway leads to the Sanctum of Pain. Yes. And in here is where we'll conduct the torture. Yeah, we have got housing music. We can make it more cock-like. Hold on, let me move. Let me move the hallway to here. And then put a bell end on it. And then attach a pair of balls there. In fact, I think we're limited on how many we can add. 7 out of 9. Okay. There we go. That's more realistic. Alright. So we got a nice pair of nuts. We'll move the fireplace in a second. And then we've got a rather long shaft. Very long shaft. That leads to the inevitable glorious ending. There we go. That's beautiful. It's also inconceivably annoying to move around. Yeah, that's so good. I mean, one thing you've got to admire is how fucking easy it is to build these things. Like, it is actually wacky. It is pretty crazy how easy it is. All right, let's reshape this. Okay, let's build a tower. I assume we have... Alright, let's put it at the end of this hallway. So, I think the way... I didn't build a big tower. Yeah, add room on top. Can't be placed there. How did you do this? Yeah, you can. You put it on... You, like, stack them up because you don't want a stairwell. You want a big empty tower. I can't remember how to do it. No, it's not a stairwell room. You can make a big, giant, straight tower with not stairs in it. Oh, yeah. Stairwell room empty. Ah. There we go. Let's go upper floor. There we go. Oh, I've used them all. Okay. Behold. Now this goes higher and higher. There's a way bigger room that you can make that's like much wider than this. I assume that's coming later. So you can put... This is where people are building their jumping puzzles. Inside here. Yeah, to build a second floor proper... Alright, let's try and build a genuine second floor angle. Bear in mind, I'm atrocious at this. Alright, let's get rid of the Tower of Pain. Yeah, immediately people started making wacky jumping puzzles. Oh, could we have gone higher? I think our testicles were taking up room space. Hold on. I'm not sure how high we can go in this build. Oh, we totally can. Oh, no. Okay, it's limited to the 4th floor right now. Okay. No, I mean, you can build whatever you want internally. It will not reflect that on the outside. That would be pretty wild. Okay, so let's get rid of that. You can't remove a room with more than one connection. Oh, we still got a floor above us? Here we do. Okay, so let's have a stairwell going to the right. And then it comes out there. And then it'll go into like a cross-shaped room, which will then lead to galleries. Let's say we wanted it to go into galleries. So I had a killing room, torture room, and a bedroom. Like that. Okay. So we've got an entrance to the house. And then we come into the stairwell room. And then it goes into these environments. Oh, did I put a... Wait, did I put another stairwell here? Where does that even go? Wait, how did I create a loop? Yeah, this is... and they fully embrace the RP that comes from this. We are planning to have a full New Year's Eve party. No, I didn't. I just got cycled around. Okay, yeah, so we got our 3 balls. Okay. I assume I have very limited options for what I want to do. So if I was going to build a bedroom... So we've got the window, which is rotate... I've got to remember how I used to do this. Toggle the grid. Okay, that's the grid on and off. That was how we did that. Oh. There we go. You do this. That's right. So that slides it. Yes. And that's if you want it to float. So if you wanted mystical, fantastical rooms. And then you can do that. And get the sphere so you can spin it however you want it. Make it all weird. Make it big, maybe? push part of it through the wall if you want. Or if you want it to be like a roof light. If you reset it, it'll go back to standard. But you have degree numbers as well, which makes it easier to do. Which I quite like. Yep, you can make skylights. So the fact that it has the numbers on it makes it infinitely easier for how you want it to be. The light seems to be working now as well. The initial version I played with, the lighting from these things didn't quite work. Okay, what other choices have they give us? We have got a bed. Oh, it's a sexy bed. A love heart bed. Okay, it goes through the ceiling. We don't want it to be that big. There we go. I can't sleep on a bed like this. My legs would 100% hang off this. This is going to be the cat bed. Right? It's the cat bed. Can you change the wall textures? Yes, sir. It is in... Is it customize mode? Wall style. Wall material. Wood. So again, I'm limited on options. You can change all of them in the room. Wall all. Wall style fault. Generic. Oh, Rugged's got this border on it. I can make Zaltas toilet plunger. Ooh, a bit more blelfy. Oh, I like that better. Ah. Okay. Sure about the hardwood. Okay. I don't like that bed. No. Where's my Tuskar bed I just got for solving a riddle?
Mike, why don't you make a butcher shop and call it Meats and Teats? The freshest cuts and milk around.
I'm a little concerned that this looks like a full-on degenerate. Right? Does this look horrifying enough yet, or what? Right, of course, for you guys. There you go. Oh, I've stuck it to the ceiling. No. Yeah, wait, it's available. Is that okay? It's too close to the wall. Okay. Come here. I can't grab it. I can't grab it. Get it. Oh, am I in advanced mode? Oh. Come here. Oh, this has got a weird hitbox. There it is. It's got a very weird hitbox, this one. Right, get it lined up with the grid. Where is it asking me to grab? You want a snack table? There you go. I'll make it. It's like a throne. How's that? Is that better? How's that? The cook chair looks perfect. Is this cooks for the cook throne? Where is it on the grid?
Clown. Everyone is chuck chair this, chuck chair that. Where are the chuck chairs longs?
You are, oh, it needs to be like this, actually. This is better. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Can you put the lamp on the desk? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I see what you were getting at. Yes, FF14, bow your head in shame. We put the lamp on the desk. Yes, it actually happened. Amazing. I know. There was no scamboozle used. Okay, we need a chandelier right above the bed. Let's do that. Let's, there we go. I want everybody to see what's going on. Yeah. That's perfect. I need to create some ritualistic candles. I've only got one candle. That's quite sad. Okay, I can create a real cook feel by having it so it looks like you're sneaking through a bush. So you can pretend you can't be seen. I could, like, give it a theme, you know? So it looks sneakier. Yeah. If we, bear with me. Let's do that. Invalid placement. Well, that's not true. Let's go to advanced mode. Don't tell me what's an invalid placement. There's no such thing in this. Okay, if we do that, and then we flip it over. Like that. There we go. And then we make it bigger. Oh, we're not lined up.
Can't wait for the housing competition.
There we go.
Like, I want you to know you're leaning in a bit too much into the cuck meme for it to not be concerning.
If this is the only day you're concerned. Yeah. Okay. No, we don't want that. What we could do, though, is... no, not bushes and foliage. Oh, I haven't got my pillars. Oh. You know, we want a little rug. Keep your tootsies warm. Oh, this is unfair. Yeah, there they are. Okay, so what if instead can't believe I'm going to build this. But I want it to be understood. This is perfectly just to demonstrate what's possible rather than something I would ever build myself. Like, that's what I want to get across here. Like, I want to start from that place, alright? Okay? So what you could do is build a little staircase. If you should choose to. I'm not sure you should. Right? Right? And then what you could do... Think of it like the raid leader, right? That's really what it is. It's like the raid leaders. It's a balcony, right? And then you can obviously put more of the platforms in. What do you mean? Oh no. It's, yeah, it's so you can, right. And then you can,
oh my.
What?
How did you iterate upon perfection? Bravo.
Uh-oh. I broke it. So you can sit and play PC up here. Alpha, by the way. Still a work in progress. But, calling it the raid leader chair is crazy. But look how quickly I put that together. Right? Not bad.
How does it feel to be the person to build the very first of many ERP venues in World of Warcraft?
This is cool as well. If you've got stuff layered on top of each other, so you've built it, it will stick together until you choose to separate it. So if you built like a really fancy table... oh, yeah, this is important. We need to... Yeah, hold on. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Did they put the copy feature in? Because that was something we were after. It was something I brought up. I think they said there was a way of doing it, but I can't remember what it is. Yeah, like if you'd built something like
Just
this
got
door.
here, just in time to see if Mike's interior design takes are as bad or worse than his food takes. Heck yeah.
You know what it is? They've only got one of those doors. Yeah, I see the problem. So I can't duplicate it because I've only got one door. Yeah. This is the advanced mode, by the way. Normal building, you don't really fuck about with this stuff this much. But I just wanted to show you all different types. Yeah, so... oh, I turn it over. Yeah, I turn it over to get it to do that side. You hate it? At least nobody will know what's going on inside, right? I am the worst at this. Now you can then conceal it, which I think is the important thing that you're missing. Oh, that's what I wanted for my cook's throne.
Team US checking in. How
Good.
are things looking in Alpha?
All right, I'm just I'm sciencing. What I'm doing right now. Yeah. Well, I spent a lot of my time messing in advanced mode. Nearly everything you do not need to do in advanced mode. At all. In any way, shape, or form. But I think it's worth, like, for testing purposes of goofing around in advanced mode. Give me 180. I would like the ability to input degrees. But you can just do it by rotating. Yeah. You're really not supposed to be in advanced mode at all. Like, they worked so hard to make it so you don't need to be in advanced mode. And you should just be able to, like, drag it up the wall, turn it around. Do you see what I mean? Like, it all... You don't need to do it. You don't need to do it at all. Like, realistically, you could just look where you want to put it, because they borrowed a lot from Valheim. You should be able to look and get it, like, pretty much bang on. Like, that's snapped to a position where I put it in advanced mode, if you get what I mean. This platform. This one's where you would want it to be. It will lock on. If you wanted to make like an actual balcony that's not for weirdness. You know what I mean? And then you can shove it. Oh, Chris is up to something. Oh, I put a door in my bed. Let's put that back. In terms of staircases and stuff, they said the way it was described to me is like, if you guys are doing something all the time and it's a little annoying, like if you say you wanted this is like a marble circular floor, like they've given you obviously the quarters, or you were slotting beams together all the time to make stairs, then they're just going to build a stairs one for you. Like, that's how they're going to do it. It's far easier to just build that for you, because you can obviously build stairs with these.
Oh my fucking god! Who even does that? What fucking moron!
Of course, you immediately build a cuck chair.
I think if you build some silly things, you build your stairs however you want them, they'll just make it different. Because you can then put let's say if I wanted a thing here. See, that I might want to copy. Is that enable clipping? It's not too good. No, to make it look correct, right? So I have 9 of them. But at the moment, I don't think you could do that. 300 is not the normal amount of items. No, it caps out at... there is a renown thing after, like, 300. And I think it goes up to... I put it in the video. It's, like, over 1,000. For the really complex stuff. What else are they giving to me? We've got nature. bushes. I don't have any of the little decorative thing. It gets really stupid. Yeah, it gets really, really stupid, the amount of stuff you can have. It's hard for me to express to you how bad I am with this. When we saw Jay make a room with this, it took him like 2 minutes to build an entire library once you get used to doing it. A wooden chamber stick. Enable clipping, snap to grid. Ah, yeah. Okay, so that's if you want it to look a bit more random. But if I want to make the chandelier into a table lamp, this is the stuff I really like with the resize option. Yeah, resizing is cool because that's that was kind of the point. Is they want the thing they stressed was like we want to make objects that you can fuck about with to make as much as you want. Like if you want to build a sink, we're not going to just make you know, a 55,000 different sinks. What we might do instead is give you something like this, put that in, and then modify, give you the tools that you can mess with this to say I want a small sink and I want it, say I wanted it on a wooden counter in a kitchen. The idea, and then you push things down into this to make it look like taps. I'm not sure if they give you the choices to do it yet. The thing what you could do is make this almost look like a fantasy sort of sci-fi type system. Tea, Earl Grey, hot. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the kind of stuff they want you to mess with. Is then push things through, and then block off the other bits and give it a glow. So if you only wanted one of these pillars and then hide the other one. So I'm fucking atrocious with this system. So what I would maybe do actually is do that. Yeah, I don't want to make it super small, like a tricorder. Yeah, I'm really bad with it, and it's hilarious, isn't it? But if even I could do something with it, imagine. Imagine. Well, I'm sure all your work will be phenomenal, right? What joy. We got anything metallic? I don't want wood. I think we got so little things. Interior poles, beams, rug. Yeah, this is not a scratch on what you get, because I think the way they're doing it is everything you would want. If you wanted, like, mop stuff. That'd be a full Miss Pandaria angle. So I'll replace the wood on this with a darker wood. The resident builder, I mean, we'd love to see some of our actual FF builders. Like, see when the Landra gets a hold of it. Make it slightly thicker. If only we could do that in real life, that would be cool. Just ever so slightly. Ever so slightly thicker. Just a smidge. Just a smidger. You gotta build a lot? Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what people do. Back a bit. And that way. Yeah. It's because I'm building on an off-axis wall. Yeah. Ooh. I mean, it looks a bit like water. If we could put some taps on. I don't think we got anything that looks like taps in this build. We got anything that can resemble a tap. Put our little bonsai tree on here. There's loads of dwarven beer related stuff. Again, I'm still learning what they've got. How does the chair look upside down? Maybe you can pull this off? Does it super look like taps? Maybe? Bring it up so it's just the legs sticking through. Oh, I've gone through the wall. I did. Not bad. Considering the tools I've got, it looks a bit like taps. A little bit. A little bit. Considering what I've got to work with here, that you get the idea. It looks a bit like the faucets. What, you can't think that looks a little bit like taps if you're looking at a sink like that? I mean, they're wooden, but I've got nothing metal. It looks metallic-ish. You don't. You're full of shit. Yeah, it's a bit high up. I'm fucking... You guys are really hard work. Really hard work. You get the idea. There's no way you don't. Right, if we bring it down a bit.
Oh my fucking god. Who even does that? What fucking moron?
Why have you made a sink for a Naga?
Actually, I fixed it.
Get your step stool out to wash your hands.
You see what I mean?
Dork.
You totally get what it's going for there. right? If you were going to build that. You don't see it. Okay. So now we're just lying. We're just openly lying at this point. I see what we're saying. Could be anything. All right. Okay. Okay. I see. Get rid of that. It's a really easy to use system. I mean, we've built paradise. We've got no paintings yet. Yeah, a lot of the stuff's gotta come from boss achievements and stuff. You're gonna have that weird, really weird moment when you log in on patch day and you're just gonna get a million housing achieves, especially if you've got an old account. Yeah, I don't know about a torture room. Let's get rid of the cat bed thing we put there. Let's do... What was cleanup mode? Oh, that's delete. That's if you want to delete a bunch of stuff. Okay, if we're going to the two different doors, they've only given us one of each type of door for testing, right? Like, what do you want? Do you rotate them? Yeah. You do you want some? I have put forward these screenshots for... I don't think they're going to allow the screenshots for pictures elements. Do they open? Yeah, of course. I need to flip one over so it doesn't open the wrong way, but yeah. Get the right size. Screenshots for pics is a huge can of worms. Is it though? Like, why? Why is that a problem? Yeah, you can mirror the door. Maxine, thank you for the $10. Did you see Blizzard's new combat for everyone in Midnight, which completely lobotomized Fire Mage? It's the 3-button rotation. That's very dramatic for what's going on. Yeah, we did. There's a video on it this morning. I was saying I played Fire Mage for a long time as well. It was never that exactly advanced. I'm not saying everything should be 3 buttons, but there's definitely a lot of hyperbole going around. I've been playing Shadow for the last few hours. I don't think this has also had its review on buttons to press. I don't think there's anybody who's been like, oh, this spec has been lobotomized or anything like that. Like Fire Mage... What buttons were Fire Mage using beforehand? Fireball, Pyro, Blast. They lost Phoenix Flames a while ago. Combustion. Like your actual DPS buttons. Yeah, Phoenix Flames. Yeah, I could say Kalamazi, interestingly enough, when we got access to the alpha, Kalamazi was at the training dummies all night. Preach, housing is not for me. Also, Preach streaming making a house for the last hour. Meanspeak 33, though, with just really cunty takes on checking out a feature that most people probably want to enjoy, even if I might not spend a dedicated amount of time on it myself when it launches. But then again, what are you going to do, right, when you're testing stuff out and showing it off? Sometimes we check things out that maybe aren't for me forever. Question about doors. Can they be placed so they're on the ground like a trapdoor? Yeah. So let's say I wanted this door to be a trapdoor. Hang on a minute. Mean speaker, is it okay if I answer this question? I'm not going to build a trapdoor, but somebody has a question about it. Is it okay? Let me wait for the response, just to make sure. I don't want to start doing things on stream that might not appease mean speaker. It's crucial. Okay.
From one suspicious user to another, I'm happy they are simplifying classes. I looked at the shaman bar and was like, no effing way.
Yeah, that's another hyperbole. This whole thing with this, like, look at my... we looked at that shaman picture earlier as well. There's nothing particularly wrong with it. There's a lot of excess stuff in there that most people aren't going to use as well. It didn't look strange to me at all, anyway. So anyway, we want to make this into a trap door. So what we could do is then turn it on its side. And then we could, if I can get a good angle on it, drag it to here. And then make it nice and juicy big. And suppose, obviously you can make empty rooms as well. So I'm dealing with stairs right now, but you wouldn't in whatever trapdoor scenario you're going for. So you could put it out here, like that. Drop it down a bit. And make it exactly as you want it to be. You get the idea? And then you have your trapdoor. You can also walk on it as well. There's very little you can't do. Is there fall damage? Yeah, so if we... hold on a minute. Let's build a death tower. Let me get rid of this. I'm actually not sure what happens when we change the floor pan. It's got stuff in it. Let's find out. Okay, so if we go to floor 2, and we get rid of our cook paradise here. Cool. Yeah, I can just delete it. Alright, excellent. Get rid of this one. So this is how you design the interior of the building. And get rid of this hallway. Okay, so now we're back to just what you start with. So you can see the whole house is now gone. I think we can also get rid of the introduction room. Yes. So we just have the entry. Alright, so now we're going to build a monster tower of death. Why not? Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. Okay, we're currently limited to the 4th floor. I do believe we can go higher, though. Later. I'd have to double check that, though. We could go definitely much higher when we did the first test. That might have changed. Alright. So we've built a death tower. Glorious. Now we need to get the fuck up there. So let's make a... too high. Go on. Okay, we'll have to make this a little lower for WoW characters. I do feel it's a bit mean that you can literally do it like as you go. Yeah, don't fall is definitely a thing. People are going to make some wacky jumping puzzles in here, though. You can already see it happening. Especially because things can float in the middle of the room. I assume we die doing this. I don't know what happens if you turn into a ghost in your house, though. I did not die when I previously tested this. Yeah, you just haunt your house forever. We're almost up there. Oh, shit me. We're pretty high up now. Okay, keep going. %, gonna slide off this at some point. Chris is gonna make something doable. Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, you can already picture... I don't think that you're allowed to duel in the houses yet. That was a straight away request from a lot of people. Because what we could do is build a WWF scaffolding match.
Frankly, that's a skill issue.
Just got back. Did the rat clown find the profession trainers?
Yes, sir. I did. Yes, sir. Nope. Gotta have the wood aligned. You can clip onto the end. Oh shit, I got rid of it. Oh, it needs to be in advanced mode. Let's see. Placement invalid. Oh. Fine, we'll do it this way. All right. Okay, we're pretty high. I would estimate that we should die from this height. I don't know what happens when we die inside the house, but I think we're going to find out. Not even half, actually. We hit something on the way down. Yeah, we hit the side of the wall. I don't know if I can be asked climbing back up again. Is it worth it to find out what happens if we die? Alright. Oh, I see why it was saying placement invalid. I get you. I get you. I turned off to allow clipping. That makes sense.
Frankly, that's a
I
skill
don't know
issue.
if those rooms... Let's find out. I don't
Will
think...
it be too early to do a Christmas neighborhood party this year?
No, I don't think so. The idea is to have a neighborhood party. That is the plan. If I put stairwells instead... I'm curious myself now what happens if you die inside.
Music. Make us whole again.
Did Blizz ever mention if they plan to make class-specific housing sets? For example, a DK set to make your home a necropolis or like Ice Crown Citadel? Forgot the bit XD.
Everything I have been told is that if it can be dreamed, they're going to build it. If people request it, they're building it. It has been stressed to me so many times. This is the earliest version of housing. I think on average, what Jay said is they've been making something like 50 assets a day have been modified for housing. Because obviously, one of the problems they ran into is they want you to have every asset they've ever used in the game. But a lot of the assets up to like Mr. Pandaria didn't have like bottoms or backs to them because they were against walls. And so they were just... There was just nothing there. There was no texture on them or anything like that. They were just, they were on a wall so you could see them. So they never obviously bothered making like the bottom of chairs or anything like that. So they've been having to go back and redo everything. All right, hopefully we won't hit anything here. We kind of got a lot of... I think they've made it so that... I mean, if we don't gain enough health back, we'll definitely die. Gear has no effect on fall damage. I believe. Never used to. It's just a percentage based on how far you fell. God, it's so glidey even when we do a little hop. Okay. You just res in the house. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You just res in the house. That makes total sense. Show the modeling again? Sure. So, it doesn't change what the outside of the house looks like at all. But are you going to edit floor plan? We need to go with floors. Floor 5. And these yellow bubbles are just places you can attach different types of rooms. So what did you... This is your house start. What do you want it to be? Do you want it to be like an entranceway? Like a hallway to where you want to go? Then you stick a hallway in. Did you want it to be like an L shape? Leading to different rooms and things like that? You can do that there. You could rotate it. So I want it to go that way. Did you want it to be a T-bar room? Did you want to open into a big, like a big open space where there's a big statue and shit like that? And then maybe it goes upstairs from there. And maybe you have like a kitchen over here. Maybe a little storeroom. Whatever you want there. Did you want to make a little maze full of doors? You can do that too. Dead ends. You know, if you wanted to make some sort of Halloween sort of spooky situation, you can do that too. You get the idea? Can you get behind the entrance? I don't know. Can you do basements? I don't think you can go down. And I don't think you can move the entry. I don't think you could do basements. I don't think so. There's a room cap of 9 at Renown 0. You get 9 rooms. This is the starter, at least unless they change something. This is the starter that you get. Is that made? Yeah, that's done now. Like, literally, there's the entrance. And we have our maze. That's it. Oh, a start of a maze, yeah. And then you could stick whatever you want to do. If you wanted just endless doors and hidden areas. Giant mystery box. What's in the box? Does the house still look tiny outside? Oh, absolutely. I mean, you just saw how quickly I turned that from a 2-floor sex dungeon into a giant jumping tower into this. Can you imagine what it'd look like outside if that didn't work that way? Right, but your exterior, what we saw in the video, and we were supposed to be able to test this in this build, but unfortunately it wasn't working for some reason, is to decorate the exterior. But it looks like the exterior is decorated the same way as it is inside. Like, you could do whatever you want all around this area, and you get quite a fucking big-ass plot to do it. Oh, true. Let's check the Alliance area, because Chris says Alliance better. Let's go see what the Alliance area looks like. Oh, Chris, can I go to the Alliance area as a Horde? How do I do that? What's the tech? What I need to do?
Open up the housing interface on the bar on the right.
Oh, there is a little housing button.
Which I think should work.
Oh, yeah?
If you go to the house finder.
Open house finder.
Okay, so that's just showing Horde.
That's
I
Hordes.
know you can do it.
Are we not just making an Alliance character?
Yeah, you might have to make it on your Alliance character first.
Oh, yeah, because I think they said that. It's like, you can do
we
that.
can go
Yeah,
over
that's
to
fine.
it, I guess.
Endeavors are currently disabled. Teleport to your house?
Mm-hmm.
Does that work from outside the game? Outside the housing area?
I believe so.
Oh, that's cool. I feel like the room cap. This is just the start of the room cap. I think the ultimate room cap, do you remember that off the top of your head?
24?
24 rooms, yeah.
But
9 is plenty to start with. That's way more than I thought they were going to give people.
And also, I suspect that that's not the total cap. That's only 5 renown levels. It seems likely it's probably more. Because we know, like, the housing limit, we were told, at least, is 10,000. So if it's 10,000 and we're only getting, like, 800 now...
Yep.
Potentially it's way more than that. Who knows?
Yeah, is this the renown track? Ah,
Yes.
it is. Okay. So, renown 1... so you get 200 exterior points. So that's what we'll start with. This is where you start with. And then renown 2 is
The exterior is
3
set,
more
I
rooms.
think, because it's one instance for everyone, so that kind of makes sense. So exterior doesn't seem to increase.
Okay. You double the amount of shit you can put in your room at in your house at renown 2.
No,
What's the fixture budget?
So that, I think, is the stuff you can store in your collection, I'm guessing.
Exterior fixture limit. That's what it says.
Hmm.
Increase your exterior fixture limit.
Interesting.
Because it didn't call it that over here. It said exterior decor placement budget.
That's interesting. I don't know about that.
Yeah, so what is the exterior fixture limit?
I mean, if it's in the thousands, one would presume that just means the items you can own. But I don't know. Because 200 makes sense. If you've got an instance full of 50 houses, you need to limit everyone's. Whereas if you're inside an internal instance, you can be a lot more open.
So you get 3 more rooms at renown 2. Another 3 rooms at renown 3. Another 100 plus items to place. This increase your exterior fixture limits. And it shows a picture of the exterior with the chimney.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Yeah, maybe they've put a lot of focus into exteriors. Renown 4 is 19 rooms. And this keeps going up.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is, to be clear.
No.
And then renown 5 is 24 rooms. And that goes up again. And that's only up to renown 6. So
Yeah, it's worth bearing in mind that the not everything is 1-to-1, right? So some items will take up more than one slot.
yeah, it was 1-to-1 on the first test. It was well good.
It stands to reason what you could have is like a chimney is actually like 500 or something. We don't know. We just don't know enough yet. Hopefully tonight, maybe the exteriors will be in. That would be nice.
We'll see.
We'll see. So,
We'll see. Yeah, they're going to turn me off shortly, aren't they?
5 o'clock.
Oh, we got a time, 5 o'clock. They're going to turn me off at 5.
Yeah, so the Blizzard account shut down at 5, and then the alpha flags should go out to all the other accounts between 6 and 8. So we should see.
We shall see. Where's the Alliance portal room?
Mage Tower.
Where's the Mage Tower?
It's
Isn't that? There it is.
Yeah, fly up. It's too.
Oh, why does the dragon riding
That's annoying there.
constantly swap what buttons it is?
Yes.
It's so weird that it does that. Am I in the right place?
Yeah, yeah.
Up here?
Upstairs. And 3 portal.
Is the one? It's not labelled.
Go.
Oh. Any portalers?
It's to your left, first of all.
Is Founder's Point. This is the Alliance one?
Which I think is a bit nicer.
Of course you're an Alliance fan.
No mud huts for me.
No mud huts. Looks like a Arthur Basin. I kind of want to murder everybody that's here. Oh, this is pretty though.
Yeah. It's a nice mixture between Elwyn, Westfall, Darkshire. It's got a good selection. Duskwood, I should say.
Yeah. Okay, so it starts off with some traditional Goldshire shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
They get puppies. Noted. Noted.
The puppers.
The Alliance get puppies roaming the streets. Like, this is bullshit. This is actual bullshit.
Dude, orcs would just eat a dog if they saw one.
Looks like Hogsmeade.
That's nice.
God. So far it is much nicer.
Yeah, the town centre, which is where you just were, I think it looks better as well.
I mean, it feels like Elwyn.
Yeah.
Straight off. But then we go off. Let's have a look.
Okay. You guys are into the creepy place.
Yeah, what's up here? Ooh, this
Spoopies.
Broomwood Hollow. For the people who watch Wednesday on Netflix. Come and live here.
Duskwood.
I have gingerbread for you. Is there a creepy house at the top? Oh,
no,
there
this
is.
Is up to the waterfalls. That's nice.
Waterfalls?
Yeah, tell me.
Oh, them. Yeah. I want to live in the tower. Like a fucking wizard, dude.
I bet some of you bastards would live in the creepy place.
I'd live in the creepy place.
Yeah, you
It looks well good. That tree looks badass.
You play Forsaken. Shut up.
This is a more Forsaken area than the Horde got.
Yeah, because Forsaken are humans, so it makes sense.
They're also on the Horde side. So give us a Horde version.
I mean, I suspect there will be a few different housing areas eventually.
Oh, they showed it in a video. I have seen a Forsaken area. Like, I know it's coming.
Yeah. So, but Forsaken could definitely build stuff here. I think that would work.
It's actually not dark enough for me.
That makes sense.
I would like it to be gloomier.
Yeah, that seems like something you would want.
I want real gloomy.
The Westfall area is really nice.
Am I wrong? Wasn't there a clip in the video yesterday that showed a little Forsaken house? Or am I just fucking fantasizing?
I don't know.
It's got a crypt!
Yeah.
Oh, this area is Biss. I want to live here. But this is what I saw.
Yeah.
And it's not on the Horde.
No.
Fuck's sake.
Duskwood. Darkshire, mate. Worgans. Yeah?
Can you show Renown again? Sure, dude. The starter Renown. 9 rooms, 300 interior, 200 exterior decor placement, and then fixture budget. We're not sure what that is. Yeah,
so my guess would be exterior decor would be like stuff you place on the ground in like your yard, and then fixture is the stuff you actually put on your house. That makes sense to me.
I'm not gonna guess. Who knows?
Yeah. Quality RP location. Now, who's doing cemetery RP? Guys.
Don't you take the fucking hump. There's round 2. Round 3, 15 rooms, 500 to 3,000.
Role playing as a
Renown
bunch of
4,
British
19,
teenagers who go
650,
drinking
4,000. And Renown, this is the final Renown we know of. This one doesn't show 6. It does on the Horde one. On the Horde one, you could see Renown 6. But yeah, 24 rooms. And those are your final stats for the Renown. Okay, so
I mean, logically, it would make sense to maybe cap it at 1,000 if you were being.
Stop trying to guess. It's a waste of time.
Legendary ring.
No,
I mean,
just
I hope
like
it's more, but...
it could be whatever. It could even be alpha leftover data. Like it happens all the time.
Yeah, yeah. It's a nice round number.
Oh, we're Westfalling.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. I sent a screenshot to Bex when I saw the sheep. There's a proper sheep farm somewhere here.
Oh,
There's
God.
sheep everywhere.
Is that boats? Oh, shipwrecks. Who wants to live near the shipwrecks? Good shit. The Alliance one is way better.
Yeah, it is.
Like, considerably better, in my opinion.
I thought that is exactly what I thought. I was like,
I hate to say it, but...
Yeah. I mean, the Horde one is very fitting for, like, Orcs and Tauren. That makes complete sense for that. So I think as long as they put some more variety and stuff in...
Maybe with some Blood Elf buildings and stuff in there to mix it up a little bit.
I mean, I feel like we have to be getting a Blood Elf area, right?
Yeah.
So...
I know you can live out here on the seas. Can.
Yeah, my house is in this area, roughly.
Ooh.
Actually, it might be on the map, I don't know.
Yeah, they're not going to ignore various factions. What area would we describe this as?
This is the Outer Banks.
Right, but which theme area of the Alliance would you say?
Well, this one actually, so the way I described it is like it looks a bit like Tiragard Sound, Borealis. You know, like the coast outside of Borealis?
Yeah, a little bit.
It doesn't really match any other areas in Eastern Kingdoms. Yeah, the Coltiris place where Borealis is. It's very, very much like that.
Yeah. Your beaches are shitter than ours.
It's a nice British beach, that is.
Is this fucking you? Who's this cunt who's got this beach property? Wizzy Glizzy, of course.
I had to go to a different ward because mine was taken that I wanted.
Who's this? Fearless Spectator Agile. Why do you have all these... Who are you? That's Max. Of course it is. Max claims this fucking property on the side. Better be good. Is there even a death trap? Can't get in. I need to find another warp that takes you inside.
Secret house wall.
A chat with support and the Midnight Physical Collector's Edition will not be added to the EU Blizzard store. So people in Europe have to use Amazon UK or Amazon that might ship to your country. Oh, because is it a tariff thing, Enos? Is that what it is? Has to be. Yeah, are they not shipping because of tariffs? Oh, this is nice. Are all the recipes for each profession about housing stuff? No, Holy Cheese. There might be a miscommunication there. What they're doing is adding a bunch of crafting stuff to the old professions that are ignored at this point, right? Because you just go to the latest expansion and learn like Midnight or War Within crafting or whatever. So they're adding a bunch of stuff for your Mists of Pandaria crafting and your Warlords of Draenor crafting and all that. The collector may say over $100. Yeah. EU to USA. Yeah. 130 quid. That's not. What's the delivery cost on it? I'm just trying to think why they've changed it from their own store. It must be somewhere where they're being produced. What do you guys think? Alliance or Horde? I think it's Alliance by a fucking landslide, if I'm being honest. From UK to Norway. Yeah, I don't think it's even close, honestly. I think the Alliance is just way better, even from a Horde fan like I am. It just feels much more like a town. I prefer the beachy areas on the Horde one. Oh, Paul's going to join us with video. Very nice. Go to my house. Yeah, but maybe it's because it's not representing my favorite horde races. Like, Orc and Tauren is not my kind of thing. Yeah, like Beck says, like a Gildeus thing. This is a never-ending stream of content. They're very aware of that. Like, this is never finished. There is no point that housing is finished. Now it's here. It is an entirely dedicated thing. So I think it's going to be the case of, for a long time, asking for more and more and more and more and more, and they produce it as fast as they humanly can. But yeah, people are just going to want more and more and more and more, and it'll never be enough. Never, ever be enough. Oh, DC. When's Dwarf Mountain? Yeah, dwarves aren't exactly represented in the Alliance one, are they? Yeah, you would expect, like, the mountainside to have some sort of, like, internal dwarven stuff, so the dwarves live over there in the mountain. As long as there are a few chances of housing in mind. Yeah, so what we're going to see, this was pretty much confirmed in my interview, I think, is every time a new patch comes out, it will also come with new housing assets that match that patch. So when we get like a patch that's based on ethereals and stuff like that, a bunch of ethereal assets are going to be made for the game at that point, and then also be added to the housing thing. Do you get what I mean? So it's like, hey, we're going to Koresh. We're going to build a bunch of ethereal assets and stuff to make Koresh. Now that will also ship with, like, here's a bunch of Koreshi assets and ethereal assets. You prefer the Horde one? I'm kind of torn now I look back at it. It is nice. I just don't like the orc structures. I've never been a fan of the spiky, tusky stuff. I kind of wish should be able to incorporate housing in some major cities. Me too. I mean, it has been done in the past. Star Wars did it. But the question becomes, and Dune's just done it as well, right? Dune Awakening's just done the same thing on a much smaller scale than a WoW map, for instance. The problem is, how quickly do you deteriorate them?
Frankly, that's a skill.
What happens when they get really...
The 11 areas are probably going to be best for Horde.
Maybe. Yeah, the Ashara Forest isn't bad. I think I prefer the beach, though. But I like the beach as a rule. I'm a beach enjoyer. I wouldn't live in the fucking Orgrimmar-ish type area, which it's just a shame. I would like to, because this is where all the social shit's going to be. This is like the center of town. But I mean, it's a flight away. It's fine. I'll live in the suburbs of Ashara. Mulgor's here. Mulgor's over this side. When you decorate, do you have to carry the furniture in inventory? No. No. Yeah, Mulgor's over here. If you want to be a Thunder Bluffy type person, you can live over here with giant, obnoxious fucking ladderways between you. See, that's somebody's house there. I think this plot's available. Yep, that one's available. 1,000 gold and comes with a little fox. The only thing I noticed is I unlocked a secret item. And that went into my inventory to learn it. But all your decorations and stuff are just in your housing inventory itself. I'm not sure what you described this area as. This is a bit Thunder Bluffy as well over here. But there are 50 plots in here, so there's 2 houses. That are like tucked away over here.
49 months. Time sure flies fast. Have a good day, Mike.
Have a great day as well, sir. There's a little house, Nick's little house over here. I wouldn't say this is troll, really. There's no... Darkspear? I'll take your word for it. You guys are better than me at this stuff. I've actually changed my mind. I think the Horde's got some good spots. I just don't like the Orc zone. That's my problem. I don't like the Orc stuff. It reminds me of questing in like fucking Stone Talon or in Jurator, and I always hated that. What I would like is the center of town is representing all the Horde cultures in some way. So obviously it's very orc themed now. It feels like the orcs are the center of attention, which, you know, sure, it's World of Warcraft, but I'd like to see the Forsaken and the Trolls and the Blood Elves have some rep in the center of town. God, this place DCs you a lot. You want a snowy zone? Yeah, I didn't see any snow. I agree with you. I do like a good winter theme. Not the FF14 one, though, which just looked misery. It just looked pure fucking misery. Like, a nice snowy zone is always fun, but not a pure misery zone. That'd be the dwarves. Do you not think they're going to put dwarves inside the mountain? I ain't got what beats is he. I've been playing priest mostly, because I'm just having fun with it. Yeah, Ishgard is just depressing. This music gives you Obra Dinn vibes. Weird. I see where you're coming from, though. Fuck you, Ishgard is home. No, I mean, there's a mountain over here. Like, is this set up for the future? For Dwarven stuff? There's one complete reject house over here. If you really, really hate people, you can live here. I think this is the most segregated house on the map. Your closest neighbor is quite far away. Yeah, this is... oh, I don't know. There's one that's like... This Thunderbluff one's right. There's one that's right in the... What is that one? Hold on. What is this one that's right in the corner? Like, full leave me alone. No trespassing match. Get off my mountain. Can you cut the bridge? You want to place trapdoors on the bridge? I don't know about that. It's certified livable for the Finnish raiders. Yeah, this actually feels quite cozy to me. They said yesterday you can't have battle pets. Mounts, I think Ian said mounts are likely. You can have mounts walking around the outside of your house at your mount collection. They've done that a little bit before in the garrisons. They had that little mount thing going on. Oh, I actually don't mind this. That comes through a ribcage to get there. This is the next most segregated house. Surrounded by shipwrecks and walk through a ribcage to get there. This one's pretty cool, actually. It's got its own beach. Well, as far as I understand it, there's no professional stuff inside here, and if they do, it'll be for decorative stuff for this area only. Can I book it? Apparently you can get any house you want. I wonder what the most rejected house in the whole game will be. Like, people would rather just change ward than have that house. It's probably this one. Can you rotate the outside? We can't do anything to the exterior yet. It was supposed to be working during this alpha test to be able to decorate and do stuff on the outside. But it isn't. And so hopefully they fix it soon so we can actually try it out. But, yeah. It was part of our debrief is that we'd get to play around with the outside of the house, but they couldn't get it working. So, unluck. I wonder how many 35 out of 50 neighborhoods. They'll have planned for that. Like I said yesterday, they're not going to make it a new instance so each person could get that one house they want and it's just empty, because then they'll have to spin up millions of instances for people. But I'm sure there are certain houses people are like, it's the shittest house in the ward. It's by far. For guild neighborhoods, do we get an alliance and a horde one? Oh, you all live together. Yeah. The interesting thing about the guild one is it's infinitely scaling, seemingly, up to the cap of the guild. Very similar to FF14, I assume, where you can select which ward to go to. What I don't know is whether it'll allow you to have, like, a horde. I'll ask Paul. Remind me later to ask Paul when he's here. If you have a guild one that's cross-faction, we know that's allowed. I don't know if it's based off the guild leader's faction, or do you have, like, layer 1, which is horde, guild leaders, but you could choose, like, layer 2 as the alliance one and flip back. Can you have, like, you know, an almost lasagna of variations, or is it literally decided by the guild master? What's the cost of the Guildhood Charter? I didn't see a cost. I think it just said make sure you have enough signatures and you can go. But there might be a final fee with it. The guy was over here somewhere. How many people at one place before they fade out? Not sure. I've asked them that for obvious reasons, given our history in FF14. And they were not quite sure yet. They want to see what happens. So what we'll do is we'll throw a New Year's Eve party. We'll get the DJs in. And see if we can crash it. And then they can figure out a limit from there. Seems good. Where was the guy? He was near the town meeting board. Oh, here we go. This is the center of town. Is this him over here?
Always begin with intention.
No, that's the treasure guy. That's the riddles. A dye station.
Do not loiter.
The dye crafter.
We will have justice.
Okay. Oh, decor vendor. What's this guy selling? Nothing. Okay, he's not active yet. Fair enough.
Get the voodoo.
Fair enough. There's barely any decor available in this build because they've actually, like, the build I played earlier, like before the alpha, was just gave you everything, which had a lot of Forsaken stuff in it. This build is actually the one that's tied to your character's achievements, and because we're on these like Blizzard pre-made accounts, they have like no achievements. I have 690 achievement points. So nothing's really unlocked for me yet. Hopefully the alpha that's linked to your accounts will actually launch later this afternoon. So if you hang on like a couple of hours, I've got this interview coming up with Paul. We should have everything unlocked for housing, including anybody here who gets flagged for the alpha, because it is... Where's the guy? Fucking blind. He's here somewhere. The notice board is in the center of town. Oh, there he is. Nope. That's not either. There he is.
Room for all, friend.
I'm interested in founding my own neighborhood. So a neighborhood for your guild, but I assume he says create guild neighborhood. Both Alliance and Horde characters can purchase a plot. Only players who are part of your guild can buy a plot there. Players not in the guild will be kicked from the neighborhood. New subdivisions will be automatically created when the neighborhood is full. So that indicates to me it's probably one theme based on your guild leader. Because the location is Razorwind Shores. So I read that as if you make a guild one, it is based on your guild leader. It would be nice if you could, like, lasagna them in. So far, they haven't blocked you any names from what you want to call your neighborhood. Well, yeah, so far the plots cost 1,000 gold. Like, they're not making it inaccessible to get a house. I think it should be community, not guild, then, or is community neighborhoods come later? Community neighborhoods are here. They're called... I'm interested in finding my own neighborhood. They're called charter neighborhoods. So a charter neighborhood is what you're talking about. But you still, similarly to a guild, need to get multiple people to sign it so that people don't just spin up things for themselves, although they absolutely will. And then you buy a charter, and then you get people to sign it. Both Alliance and Horde characters can buy a plot. Neighborhood managers can invite players to the neighborhood. Yeah. So I don't think it's going to cost you anything. Can you change plots anytime? Yeah, Maria confirmed that yesterday. You literally can say, move my house. Nothing will change, and it'll just... What did Paul say? It's like it gets packed up into a magic orb, and then moved to wherever you want it, and just unpacks, and it's exactly the same, but in a new location. Yeah. You think that's best for the party? That adds up to 50 people. The issue is, we usually have a lot more than 50 who want to be a part of these things. So either I get very, very selective, which I could do, but then makes people feel bad, and blah, blah, blah. Is it one house per character or per account? I believe each of your characters can make a house. Or maybe it's one horde, one alliance, something like that. I might be completely lying to you there. How does holding look about how many people in the same place work? We don't know yet. I've asked multiple times. One per faction. There you go. I don't know how limited it's going to be. Hopefully it's several hundred. Currently the zone limit in WoW is what, 250? It used to be. I'm not sure if they've moved it. Wow. Was the WoW zone limit 250 people? I can't find a confirmed number of what it currently is. But I said, one of the questions I had is, like, if we're in such a smallish area, although this is larger than I expected it to be, it's still relatively small. Can we up that? So we can have, you know, maybe 500 people in without it. But the problem actually is, it's nothing to do with how powerful your PC is. It's just how much data is being streamed to all those people, and most people can't handle it. Which is why you do get character limits and stuff. It's nothing to do with whether you're running a sweet machine. It's just the sheer amount of data of transmogs, animations, movements, all that kind of stuff. I miss the class looks. I mean, there's plenty of better people for it now. There's plenty of better people for doing that stuff. Alright, I think I'm good with housing. I want to go and play a game. Before they take my account off me. I want to go do some stuff in Silvermoon. Well, in our new zone. My Hearthstone's on 17 seconds cooldown, and we got Paul coming in an hour or so. Have you made your housing attire? No, I don't even know where that is. Where's the transmog guy? Let's find the transmog guy and see how we do these custom... I don't know if it's in this build, the custom transmogs per area. Contextual transmogs. Back in a sec.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
It's probably going to be mostly off stream, actually. And if not, evening stream. I'm going to be enjoying tactics during the day.
Entering Glizzy overdrive.
Glizzies?
Protein shake o'clock. Yes, sir. Let's get strong. Let's get powerful. Raven, what are you doing? You're making me sussy. It's the team sound. You scared so many lurkers, Raven. You absolute penis. Yeah, it's the team sound from here. Any of my subscribers are fully able to customize their own sound effects and subscriber images. I did intend, as I had this thing built, for people to express their favorite game quotes, share their pets with people on the stream, but a certain number of people decided that it'd be far better if they used it to wind people up.
What business have you?
I got some fart noises, yeah. Which are authorized by my mod team. You can't upload whatever the fuck you want. Oh, Bex, you are the best. If I could hug you, I would, Bex, but you've had many of my hugs. You know what's going on. Okay, I want to do some of the side stuff here, because I'm trying to find the goofy stuff that Maria was talking about. Although we did a fish thing earlier.
We also have Mariah.
We do have
Remember the sun well.
There are high levels of cholic acid here.
Oh, yes, it's for the children.
Howdy.
Howdy.
State your business.
What am I looking for here? Magister's recommendation.
The reckoning is at
Cocoon. Very proud of yourselves, aren't you? Very proud of yourselves.
Anu Belore de la Na. Remember the sun well.
So Mike's housing experience so far has just been cut chairs and ERP.
I'll actually be generally sad if we don't take over this business. I think I would run a really good brothel. But as I said, cat pictures, dog pictures, I love seeing all those things. You know, gaming quotes, all good, all fine. Oh, we're having an epic showdown up here. Okay, this is getting rather serious. Oh, they have a secret fight club. Look at this.
Baladash, Malanore.
I'm
Farewell.
ready, pal. Have my slimy tentacle.
Mike? Oh my fucking god. Who even does that? What fucking moron?
Yeah, this is Ghostlands. The Silvermoon's over there. You can see Zali's hole there. Up in the sky. Chilling. The void is coming.
A shriveling
That's what it is.
worm stretched beyond its limits.
Gaming quotes, you say. Well, here you go, champ.
You know
Keep
what
it
really
up.
annoys me
Also,
when we work
this
with
is
the
very
Zarthak
high
voice
fidelity
actor?
for Final Fantasy tactics.
She wouldn't say clown. Like, we got the ability to ask her to
Glory
say
to the Sindorai.
certain lines for us, and she
Shorel
wouldn't say clown.
Be ready for anything.
Which I think's rude. It would have worked very well. Yes, these are the new nameplates. These are the in-game nameplates. You can do some adjustment to them. Not fully customizable like you used to, but there'll be a lot of getting used to things you used to have that you don't have anymore. Although they're saying aesthetics are going to stay the same, so... fingers crossed, they're going to allow some reskinning of these things. But if you're listening, kids, I just want you to know. Your mum wanks your dad.
Our streamer has said a lot of things. We
That's
have a
from
whole
Bill Burr.
library of moments to peruse.
No, not Bill Burr. The Scottish guy.
Our enemies will fall. Keep your wits about you.
I stole that. That was a stolen joke. It was Frankie Boyle. That's a stolen joke. It's not even mine. What is it you want from me?
Glory to the Sindori.
Shaw says lots of things.
I would have
Farewell.
blown him. I mean, it was a public park with kids, so not there, right? Charge You know the what I mean? staff. I can help a
will
brother
have
out.
justice.
Well, how do I charge the staff? Where is the staff? The staff? That's a broom. What do you want? Have you give me a staff? The arcane transfer staff. It's over here somewhere. Okay. Are they banning add-ons? Yes and no. They are disabling a lot of, if not all, combat functionality from add-ons. So anything like boss mods, damage meters, things that you had attached to nameplates, name rechanges, all that kind of stuff is going away. They've implemented it now. They've implemented their own boss mod. Have you guys seen the new boss mod? Is there anybody here who hasn't seen it? Macros are also not being disabled, but their function... Again, it's not like banning the function, the actual thing. Macros still exist, but what they can do is being taken away. You've not. Okay. This is what it looks like. It's this here. It's called the combat timeline, and it's not animated for me anymore. It used to be. Let's change it to horizontal. The animation's gone away. But it's a timeline now, so what you have is a picture of the mechanic, and if it's longer than 10 seconds, it hangs out around here in the order it's going to happen, and then it hits the line. And then at this point, it's 5 seconds left. And you can mouse over the tools and stuff, but it's a line here, and you also get a few notification bars here. The damage meter is now a standard part of Blizzard's UI. It's actually this here. So you have an option here for the damage meter, and it's now created by Blizzard. So you will no longer have details, recount, whatever you're used to. You have Blizzard's damage meter. Whether or not they will... yep, there's a damage meter built into the game now. So, nameplates are built into the game. Cooldown managers, if you're using weak auras or whatever to track your cooldowns, that's now in-game. It's this here, essential cooldowns. And you have a little menu here to show what you want and don't want. So, if I'm like, I don't want power infusion on my cooldown bars, so I'm removing it. Oh, I do want power infusion. I would like it if my power infusion was before my blast. So I'm going to put it here. And it'll change the order around for you. I think dispersion's really important, so I don't want it in my little utility bar. I would like it on my main cooldowns. So now it's on there. Get the idea? And you can also get bars, like you can see here for Void Farm. So if you want, I don't have Shadow Fiend or Entropic Rift right now, so it's not showing them. And you also have a little tracked buffs, which is here. This little menu. Oh, the transmog thing. Shit, yeah. That's what I was doing. Oh, we are on borrowed time now. They're going to shut my account down. Hold.
Keep your wits about you.
I mean, I'm playing now. The game has zero... I have 0 add-ons, and you would... If it was a month ago, you would absolutely assume that I have add-ons installed. Uh-oh. I think my account might be off. It might be GG's, dude. It's possibly GG's. Chris said 5 o'clock, but maybe that was Euro time. They just didn't want me to see transmogs. New transmog just dropped. Get yours. I assume I'm about to get DC'd. Come on. DC me if you're going to DC me. Please. I don't want the character name doesn't exist if the server's not down. I don't think they've started flagging accounts yet. Oh, I can't check. I'm not on my account. I'm on an internal Blizzard account. So I have no idea. I'm sure people start spamming if accounts start getting flagged. Come on, DC me! Let's try. We never get alpha codes to give away. I think this time, if it's the Epic Edition guaranteed. Oh, server's not down. Guaranteed beta access. Is the head side size called Captain? How many dots? Yeah, 6. Yeah, 6 per slam. Double dots, short cooldown, but 6. I knew that was coming. God damn it. Come on, we just want to check transmog. Let me in. What about Raider.io? Will it still be the bane of our existence? I don't think stuff like that is going away, because that is cosmetic. In a way. It's not pulling from the combat log in any way. So I think IO's... I mean, IO's... Mythic Plus score is built into the game anyway now, right? Yeah. I can't wait for tactics tomorrow. We're getting a Giga Chemist. I mean, I'm fucking full Walter White. Yep, I've done a very quick, brief look at Devourer. I imagine Devourer is going to change a lot. If you want mobility, Devourer is your boy. This is a Devourer right here. A Devourer boy. Yeah, Ogrimar's got a transmog dude in it, right? Well, no, I don't know if Chemist is best. It's just the fact that we need a fucking Chemist, because we can't use any of the new goddamn potions without a Chemist. Is the transmog fella still down here? I don't think this is active in this build. Yeah, this still looks the same to me. Sources. Not that we have anything to particularly transmog with. But I don't see anything about current special. All specs, current spec only. Okay, just list the specs. So I'm going to say no. Contextual transmogs are not part of this build. A quick look. No, we were looking because contextual transmogs in the game, so you'll have a different transmog depending on the environment you're in, right? So you'll get a different one if you go into your house, a different one while raiding, a different one while in a city. Yeah, Fire Mage looks like it's one of the worst hits. So I've been playing Shadow all the time. It's been pretty fine. Oh, come on. No, I can't find a way of tracking your dots with the cooldown manager. No, Snoopy. It seems to be like they're not doubling up on it, so it's in the it's part of the nameplate system. I'll log the other priest. Like, they're utilizing the nameplates as the dot tracker, if that makes sense. There seems to be a concerted effort not to create multiple duplications of the same information. And currently, whether or not this will stay the same, Blizzard are the ones deciding what information you should and shouldn't have. Provide an enemy. Redundant info is bad. We talked about it recently. A lot of people have horrendous UIs that because they've installed so many add-ons that just duplicate the same information. Hell, even I had double boss frames for ages. Not that I even noticed. It's actually a little hard to find enemies in this zone. It's weird. It's a very friendly sort of place. Have I shadow blocked you? Always. Enemies, enemies, enemies. There are definitely some around here where the plants and the nature has gone crazy. There we go. So you're using the nameplates as a dot tracker. I haven't found it to be a problem. Traditionally, I have had a weak aura or something like that that notifies me when my dots are running out, so let me know, just like, hey, you should redot now. But I honestly haven't found this to be a problem. Because it's pretty clear. Even when you pull multiple enemies. So I'm kind of in Blizzard's side on this one. It's like, they're not wrong. Yeah, DP, it's another stat. It's a stat squish. It was due. They should have done it at the start of the World Soul Saga, but they didn't. Can I make it so... There was something about nameplate stacking. I am noticing that, which is a pain in the ass for dot classes. Options. Nameplates. Prevents nameplates from overlapping each other. See, I have no stack on. But it's definitely stacking them. Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any difference. I'm just not sure if this function is actually working right now. Let's just kill these. Right, stack none. You don't get an enemy list for non-boss enemies for trash. Just try not to die. We might die. Looks maybe dynamic. Could be. I don't like this tentacle slam. It's too fast and I can't process fast enough and I would be to be slapped by one myself. If you want, if you record in like 120 or more FPS, you could slow it down yourself in post and get a really clean, crisp image of what's going on, Raven. That might help you out a little bit. You just slap OBS on, stick that FPS real high like. Yeah, I'll give you all that advice. And then you could just slow it down real sexy like. Come, 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 come. I need to do a dungeon, but obviously no one's doing dungeons with this running out so soon. When did midnight release? They said early 2026, I think, on the notification. So February, late January, something like that. We've got the date now when housing's coming if you pre-ordered. It's December, what, 20th or 2nd? Something like that. I have healed, yes. I healed both the dungeons. Have you guys seen the dungeons? Oh, let me carry on and then we'll just look at the dungeons when they turn the server off because we'll have like a half hour before then we get our other accounts. But yeah, I healed both of the available dungeons. Ooh, rare mob. Well, look at you, you beauty. Oh, this was where I was playing Mindbender. Oh, this is not my other priest, is it? Yeah, true. I was wondering why this character was infinitely weaker than the other character we had. He said housing comes out in December, so I'm guessing this... Yeah, housing comes with the pre-patch. But it's only if you've pre-ordered midnight, remember that. So you're going to have friends... Yes, and reasonably shortly we're going to be joined by Paul Cubitt, the game director. So anything you've heard over the last 24 hours that you have questions and stuff about, we will have our first opportunity. I'm not sure. I think it's the first chat they're having after all the information that came out recently. So I'll try and get as much in as possible. Dead, ram up. No loot. Wah, wah, wah. You've obtained a reagent back. Wow.
Make us whole again.
Wow. Amazing.
For the new CD tracker, is it possible to resize the bars and change the row and or column numbers?
Mm-hmm. I think it's easier to show on discipline. Cough. So, the way it works. Cooldown tracker. Oh, there you go. There's the animated boss mod. Works on this character. So that's how your boss mod works now in WoW. Bigwigs and DBM. We were talking to Mystical, who's the dev at DBM this morning. Is probably going to change to have a lot of information and stats and maybe some reskinning if they allow it. But this is how the boss mods are going to be going forward in WoW. This is their own boss mod. The other ones are not going to work in the traditional sense. They will no longer be functional. Yeah, it's a real mixed bag. I don't like it. I can get used to it. You can turn off a lot of information with it. So, like, I've got show spell name. You can turn that off so it's just the icons. You can turn off whether it shows tooltips. You can even turn off the timer if you want, which I find a bit odd. I don't like it not having a time next to it, at least. No bars. Yeah, no bars. At least for now. No bars. Or you can make this like vertical or horizontal. You have these as well, which are critical warnings, medium warnings, and ordinary warnings. These are all part of the boss mod system. You can make your icons nice and big if you like them like that. You can make it like this if you want to. If that really helps you. You can make it extra smidgy because you're a rogue and you don't care. Right? So you can do what you want with that. You can make a fully dark background if you want to, or make it fully transparent. Entirely up to you. I like a sort of half opacity. You can make it fuck off. You can make it very light. This is very useful. Yeah, so you've got a boss mod. Right. I do like the show tooltips element though. When I did the dungeons, this was really handy. Sound cues. It's a good question. Right now, no. But we do know that is probably coming because they've been very good about talking to the add-on developers about sound for accessibility reasons. People really like sounds when mechanics happen. Now, whether that'll be text-to-speech, or whether you'll be able to assign the sound, we don't know. But sound has been a major deal in terms of not even just for like convenience, but for actual accessibility. We've obviously a lot of people rely on sound cues more than visual, including impairments. Right, Cooldown Manager you were asking about. Alright, so Cooldown Manager, you have your usual edit options. Do you want big fat giant icons for your Cooldown Manager? Do you want them really small? You've got that stuff. Do you want them spread out? Which I never understood why people would ever want their stuff spread out. But sure, you do you. Usual stuff similar to the boss mod. Do you want them half opaque so they're not interfering with your screen? Or do you want them fully there? Do you want them always visible, just in combat? Do you want to show the tooltips when you mouse over them? Do you not? And then you have the advanced stuff. So we have Cooldown Manager options, which is like enable it, edit mode, and advanced. So not much here. It's a more constrained weak aura. Blizzard has taken the stance, I think. I might be speaking on their behalf here. That's not accurate. But I think Blizzard's taking more of a hard line on, we're going to give the information we believe you need and no more. I think this is going to be a genuine point of friction when the pre-patch drops and this becomes active. If people are going to log in and just find a lot of quality of life stuff they've been used to for perhaps over a decade is gone. And it's not coming back. The best thing is if you find something during the beta or the alpha that you're like, I think this is just absolutely necessary, is to get that feedback in for them. But there will be a lot of that you just didn't realize was part of the add-on ecosystem. And you'll be like, oh, shit, that's actually gone now? Fuck. Okay. But then you go to the Cooldown Manager itself. You're asking about bars. So bars comes here with buffs. What was it you asked specifically? So there are things here you can add in. Right? Like Desperate Pair. Do you want Desperate Pair to be a bar? Ultimately, we believe they're going to add in every spell that you have access to into this system to make it a bar. But I'm waiting for feedback on that as well. Because, like, I want Dispersion to be a bar. And it's not currently. I can't make that a bar on Shadow. But if you don't want it as a bar, you just drag it back out. And it's disappeared. I don't want PI as a bar. I can put it down here. Or I can drag it in. I don't want Evangelism as a bar, so I can take it out. All that kind of stuff, right? You see the idea? So you can do that. In terms of resizing, you go here. I don't know what you want to do with it, but it's the same as you saw with the other add-ons, right? You can make the nice and big if you want big fat bars. Now, the thing is, what you can't do is change how they look. And a lot of WoW guys really like a certain look and feel to their UI. They don't like this. I don't like this grey border with a little drop shadow. I don't like that. I don't like this font. It bugs me. I would like to be able to change that in some way and make it nice as much as I like it. At the moment, you can't do that. You can change the size. You can change the opacity. You know, you can say when you want to see it. Yeah, like the distance between the bars is quite a lot. Now, whether or not they're going to allow add-on makers to allow you to reskin this, because it's not utilizing any other information from the combat log, it's utilizing information Blizzard's giving you, I don't know. So that you can, instead of it being a separate add-on that tracks your buffs, it's a reskin add-on that allows you to change how it looks. Doot new. Healing frames more customizable. No, but that was brought up yesterday again in the Q&A, is the healing thing is always an issue. And they're looking into it. So, yeah, I agree with you. Like, it works kind of okay for disc, but it's not perfect by any means. There's information clearly missing. So, yeah, they're aware of it. How long it'll take, I don't know, man. Every disconnect, I feel like that's it. We're at GG's. But, like I say, I'll show you the dungeons in a sec. Is Cell going to be bricked? Yeah, I think so. I think all custom unit frames are going to be bricked into, maybe not look, because that's a reskin, that element. But the fact it was able to pull API information, like combat timers and buff timers and stuff like that, it should brick. It should be broken. And maybe we'll be able to get a visual element of it, but yeah, it should be. The simple question is right now, and to be clear, we don't know the answer, and we're pretty sure Blizzard doesn't know either as to how much is going to go away at launch of midnight. Like, pretty sure Blizzard has gone what it was described to me this morning as Blizzard's gone nuclear. This is from add-on developers themselves. Blizzard's gone nuclear and they've disabled everything. Now that might be the start of the alpha. They've wiped it all out, and then they're going to put people in a position where, look, you have nothing. You're shipwrecked on an island with 0 add-ons. Now play the game with what we've provided you. What things are you telling us you absolutely feel are necessary that came from add-ons? And then they're going to try and add it in themselves or ease back on some of the restrictions. Like right now, you can't do like macro stuff. Add-ons literally can't read the combat log. They can't read chat text. They can't read any of that stuff. So that's where they're at. The one I keep going back to because it really sucks for me if they don't fix it is like just the combat res timer. That shit is vital, even when I'm doing a casual pug raid leading with some friends in heroic. That's the kind of info I want on standby, and right now we don't have that. That is gone. Tracking other people's buffs, like healer cooldowns, that's kind of a big deal for your raiding. And Mythic Plus is full fuckered. Like, there's so much shit that's happening in Mythic Plus with, like, noise effects, extra nameplates being changed to say, like, frontal, you are targeted, all that kind of stuff. That's all gone. All gone. Yeah, I mean, I agree with the process they're using. It makes sense. Look, get rid of absolutely everything. Let people play with it and not be dramatic and say, I can't play without this. And tell them what functionality I literally think is necessary to play this game. And if that is said many times, then they'll try and put it in. No playthrough is going to hurt for a bit. Yeah, and it obviously depends on the content being changed. So it's like, I can't play this game without this because your content is so insane and everything is blowing up and AoEing me all the time that without add-ons literally giving me clear indicators that this is happening, then I can't do it. Did they add boss timers? Yes, sir. Boss timers are in. I showed it before, but that's the boss mod now. That's what it looks like. That's the standard Blizzard boss mod going forward. Please keep up 2 cooldowns with buff bars. That needs to be Shadow. Alright, everybody, can you show the new transmog UI? It's still the same. The transmog stuff is not in this alpha build. So we have a general layout that Blizzard has announced of the different phases of the alpha. So right now, the most important thing for Midnight, if I'm being honest with you, over the course of this whole testing, isn't the dungeons, the raids, the quests. That's important, but I think UI is everything. They're giving us a raid boss right at the start of the alpha. It's already supposed to be active, but there was some issue with it, so hopefully it'll be active tonight. And they just want UI feedback as much as possible, because it's a massive change to the game. It's one of the biggest dramatic changes to the game since it launched in 2004. It's a huge, huge change. I definitely remember where the training dummies are. I think they're over here. They're like a... Oh, he's a god. Yeah. Cyber's playing Moonkin. Spotted. Spotted. Where's my mouse gone? Uh-oh. I've got... There we go. Show it with... Okay. Alright, so you should see Void Form and Power Infusion. That's how they look. Oh no, I dragged PI off the bars, didn't I? Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, so that's what the bar looks like. And you can see Mindbender gets one as well. And then you choose whether or not you want it. Is that what you're after? What these buffs look like when they're working together? The border serves no purpose. That's the crap I think they should allow reskinning for. People really like the right type of font, background color. Can we reset enmity here? No, wrong game. Can you have decimals? I don't believe so. No. That's why I do think they should allow reskinning. Okay, you're saying this is the information we can have. Let me just change the visuals of it. That's all. And I'll ask Paul soon, because I'm really interested in that as well. Let me get rid of dispersion off here. There we go. Now my shit fits again. Yeah. Will unit frames not work either, like LVY or just standard stuff? Visual stuff should stay the same, is what they're telling us. I don't want to give you an answer like with some sort of fucking certainty, because I don't know. But they're saying like visual elements shouldn't change at all. Yeah, exactly. Like go back saying there is like they're telling us that visuals should stay the same. Because I mean this is fine. It's workable. It's not what I want, but I can pick this up and play in 20 minutes and feel like I've got all my usual add-ons because the information is still there. It's just not as nice as I like it to be. Are the add-on devs invited under any NDA? Not as far as I know and not what I heard. I got a strange message last night is that they hadn't been invited to the alpha, which is kind of the message we received. I got a little worried about that. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? But what they actually meant is they're being invited to the alpha from today, and the add-on developers have been given a brief today to say they're going to be in the alpha starting today, and they want all the help they can get. We have to be able to get bar-style boss timers. Yeah, because I get people really like this boss timer. It's been a real, like, I either love this, and I already use this, or you're like me and you're like, I really don't like this. I can get used to it, and I won't care after a month, I don't think. I think this is just like, oh, this is not how I would have it out of choice. But this is fine, and I can totally use this. And probably a few weeks in, I wouldn't care less about this. It'd be just something I used to. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But I would prefer my bar styles, because I like the names of the ability that's coming. Especially if I'm doing a new boss, because I like to try and guess what that ability is going to do. And the word association comes with me. So, I don't know. I'd rather just the text of the abilities and no image. Interesting. Interesting. So, all I can do is turn off spell names, so it's just the images. I have found vertical to be better, though. I did play originally with horizontal. And I found in dungeons this was really frustrating. It was just too out of the way. That's what I was saying this morning, Mariango. I don't know whether this whole thing with like the boss timers and stuff, especially for those of us who find it unusual, won't give a shit after a week. Like, that's just the way it is, and I'm used to it now, and it's whatever. Like, I really don't care. Because I suspect that is the case. I really suspect that is the case. That after a week, it's like, I just don't care, and this is very normal to me, and it's whatever. Habit is a strong thing. I keep comparing it to something like Fellowship or Guild Wars or whatever. When you go to different games, different MMOs or whatever, and they present their information in a different way, you don't care. You're just like, oh, that's how they do it, and you're just fine with it. But some old fucking stuck in the mud bastards like myself who've been playing for 20 years are like, that is different and I don't like it. So maybe I'm right and I'm just like, nope, I actually really dislike this and I prefer bars. Or is it just different and I'll get used to it? I haven't had the answer yet. What's your feeling, Chris? Do you like this one?
I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know how it will be in practice. I think it looks slick. I think I probably would prefer to have bars, or at least the option of bars.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's what I would stick with or whether I would prefer this, I don't know.
Do you think if you've been using bars forever and they gave you the option for bars and you changed it, you would never try this one ever again?
I don't know. I'd say, if anything, the only thing that would be annoying for me is that it's quite far out. You know, like when you're using bigwigs or whatever.
Yeah, all right.
You'll know quite a way in advance what's coming.
Oh, you mean it seems to start 20 seconds.
So that's pretty close, but that may be just what they want, in which case bars...
That's what I'm thinking. I think you're exactly hitting the nail on the head there. It's like they don't want you... For anything that's not limited to an energy bar or something, they're thinking, if we give you 20 seconds heads up, oh, it's 22, that should be more than enough to prepare for what's coming. And you don't need more information than that. Whereas we're used to having like, oh, this Enrage is in 3 minutes or whatever. Like it's on the, you know, like, think about Enrage. It'll literally be on your boss timers from the pull. Yeah. It's like Enrage is going to be in 10 minutes or whatever.
I don't know.
I think Bex has been recording everything. Oh, Annie's after me. Annie's got Ian. She's got to be nice to him. We need vicious Annie. Need Annie to unleash the fucking fury.
She's not going to drop the hard question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Annie's going to be...
She's a collector though, right? She's got...
So I get Paul... They're coming out now. I get Paul first. Does that mean they think I'm going to be a softball? Fuck that. Paul, if you're here...
You're friendly. You'll be a chat.
We do have a lot of questions. Bex has been, like, tallying up all your questions, by the way.
I think ours is not until 6:30 unless it's changed.
Yeah, Annie's is at 7.
Okay, so we're first.
We're first, and then Annie's doing Ian. So we'll raid Annie after that.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah, because I'm going to go then.
Yeah, hopefully you'll get flagged right away, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a message off Blizz that flagging's going
Over
out.
3
Just said
years.
chill out until it arrives.
Here much longer, but mainly YouTube class guide.
Oh, really?
I remember the first sub. You wouldn't name a Pokemon in Sword and Shield after me because I wasn't subbed, so someone gifted during COVID and then you played Scissor Man. I'm not sure how I've coped. Love you and the team.
There's so many stories of people who've been here for years. It's like, hey, Mike, when I first joined the stream, you fucked me over in some horrible way. Now I'm still here 3 years later.
Oh, shut down.
Yeah, the server's shutting down. It's Ogre. Yeah, they're shutting the server down. Yeah, the new transmog stuff's not in. I don't think you've checked, Chris, right? I was trying to...
No, it's not as I can see anything again, no.
Yeah. Alright, I'll show you the dungeons then while the server's going.
So I'm ready to promote him for stuff.
Okay, yeah, have a nice night, Chris. I didn't realise it was 5 o'clock at night already. Jeebus. Where dungeons? Because now you can at least see the boss mod in action. I can switch to my real account now and see if we get flagged, actually. Let's see if our account's already flagged. Alright, log out. Strange, bizarre, Blizzard name account. Hacking. Hacking the internet. Nope, they've just shut down the alpha. Just checking whether we're flagged yet or not. Negative. Okay. No flaggeroony has gone out so far. Not that I expect it to be. It'll be flagged in an hour or so, I think. Alright. Let me show you this shit actually working. Midnight Alpha. Dungeons. Murder Row. This alpha is invite only, and then so what happened if you've never been a part of this alpha process with World of Warcraft before? First wave is always invite only, and then what happens if you signed up or asked to join is they will very quickly move to beta, and then they do like waves of people every week or so. Like a lot more people come in because part of the problem with the alpha beta testing cycle in WoW, people usually play it for like a day, check out what they wanted to see, go, oh, okay, and then don't test anything after that, like at all, in any way, shape, or form. So there'll be more and more people added over the course of the process every week, to get more people in. So if you're not in now, that doesn't mean you're not going to be, but it tends to be like friends and family initially, and then everybody else comes in. Right, I'm just going to get rid of my protein showing. I'll let this play, and then I'll come back and give some info and context as to what's going on here. Oh, my WoW button's been disabled. There we go. Uno momento.
That's like 18.5 inches.
How many inches is enough inches for you? In fact, Alex has been trying to turn me on.
Go on then, as it's WoW.
After so many years, the road has come to an end. Time to give up on World of Warcraft. Murder Row. Ah, look at that. Alright, Murder Row, my friends. Welcome to Murder Row. So, I personally think with this new system, I got used to this very quickly. Shut up. Yeah, right. Like, this UI doesn't look that different than what I would play with add-ons. It's not perfect, and I'd tweak it a lot more, but generally speaking, I think it looks alright. I'm muting you. No, you can fuck off. You can fuck off. This is my favourite dungeon so far. Yeah, I haven't tweaked it in any way. I literally put this together, and then we got going so we could go and do a dungeon together. I do hate you. Where boss mod? Let's go to boss number 1, Nibbles. See, this is when I didn't like it. When we started the first boss. Because I had the horizontal one. And I didn't know what any of these things were. It's just, I thought this was dog shit. Like, I really disliked the boss mod at this point. Like, really disliked it. It backs up. It's only got a couple of abilities. Yeah, I move it around later on. But I didn't like this. But I'm also not used to it. So I'm just keeping that in mind. But I really didn't like it at all. It was an effort. Horizontal just doesn't work for me at all. I'm sure some people will like it. Or maybe people actually have it down here in this gap. But it didn't show things like this. But I guess that's something that needs to be tweaked. Like, this is a double damage phase on the boss. And you can see the boss has got this, like, weakened state. You can see it on the UI when she goes into it. Like, does this Chaos Barrage. Then Nibbles dies. Then the boss gets destabilized. You can see this bar. And you get this double damage phase. But there was nothing I don't know. Horizontal moves in the wrong direction. That's an interesting take. I've not thought about that, little pups. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I also have changed my nameplate since as well, which will probably make this easier. Nibbles is an enthralled mana worm that she's bullying and being mean to get power out of Nibbles. But if you bash Nibbles, then Nibbles breaks free of her controls. This thing is horrible, by the way. We didn't know it rotated. We had no idea it rotated. Nearly wiped the entire fucking group. Like, absolutely horrible. No, not Nobble. Nibbles. Nibbles the mana worm. Nibbles the mana worm is the boss mod. No, we didn't know boss mechanics, but I could have if I was being less of a moron, because I have tooltips when I mouse over the boss abilities. But I'm focused on gameplay and didn't do that. And I started to do that later on. I started to do that as the dungeon went on. I was like, oh, I can mouse over these and read them. Like, so I've got the dungeon journal sort of in front of me as the ability's starting to come. It moves in the wrong direction? What do you mean it moves in the wrong direction? I'm so confused. It goes from left to right. Like reading. Are you like Mandarin or something? Like, I don't know. Why does it go in the wrong direction? I'm very confused by that. You think it should go from right to left? That's the first time I've had anybody look at this and go, it's going in the wrong direction. It's going to have base UI import profiles. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. Instead of downloading a WeakAura pack or whatever, you'll just be installing somebody's like base UI that's been tweaked and modified. Because I don't like these nameplates either. The actual unit frames. I really don't like them. But I haven't tweaked anything. There's a lot of options that are in WoW to tweak that I've not even ever used, because I've just used an add-on to do it for me. And often, the biggest thing I think that is a good example of this is actually unit frames. Most people ask me if they could download my healer unit frames. These are Blizzards. I get asked all the time if I could get your healer unit frames. I'm like, these are literally just Blizzard unit frames. This is the standard unit frames for the game these days. You can I don't know what LVY is doing. We saw some tweets this morning. We saw Hakeli is shutting down completely. WeakAura is going to make a statement later. Let's see if we had an update. So, yeah, Hakeli tweeted this morning, Hakeli will sunset with the launch of WoW's Midnight pre-patch. I hope the add-on helps you take on and overcome new challenges in the game that you otherwise might have never done. Thanks for support, feedback, and discourse over all these years. Aloha. So, Hakeli's going. I don't think WeakAuras have made a post yet. It says, we'll post a statement about the future of WeakAuras once we have more details and talked about it amongst the team. I don't think they've done anything since. Yeah, okay. That was 19 hours ago. I don't know if LVY said anything yet. We spoke to DBM this morning. They're going to continue as DBM. They're obviously not doing boss timers anymore. It's going to contain a lot of useful statistics and information that people want with logs and things like that. So DBM is going to be transitioning over to that. I assume Bigwigs is going to be doing the same sort of thing. But yeah, it's a big change. It's a big change. A lot of things people have been used to is going away. Where were we? I love this dungeon though. So it's very Court of Stars. Like there's a lot here. I actually want to talk to Paul about this, about the TBC influence on this expansion. So you disguise yourself like Court of Stars. You run past all these, you Q jump all these row rats to get into this little private party. And then you have a mini soup theater thing that you play out with your team. This is not Magister's Terrace. This is Murder Row. This is Murder Row. So everybody here had a separate job. You can see my job was to create the vibes by running into these. Yeah, chef. And dance and create a party atmosphere for these intrepid guests that were at the party. I was a little panicky too, Volnine, because there's a star ranking. You can see it at the top. And once we hit 5 stars, it was the same as theatre, where you couldn't go any higher, and it still had like 2 minutes left or whatever. But thankfully, if you get 5 stars, the event finishes early. And it gives you a 10% damage and healing buff for 3 minutes. Now, I'm not sure, because we only got to do the dungeon once, whether this is entirely skippable. It might be. You might be able to bypass this. So there you can see we've hit 5 stars. We can't get any more. Job is done. Yeah, 3 minutes. 3-minute buff. So whether or not this is worth it or not, I don't know, because it goes on for a while. And now remember, some people are failing. You can see it's definitely dropping down. I missed a couple. And then I think as soon as the bar fills, it ends. So if your team is good at it, you could probably finish it in half the time we did. Because this is our first time, and we had no idea what we were doing, although it made pretty much immediate sense. That's what we're doing. But you might be able to skip this entirely and just run through. Not sure. But yeah, you got this 3-minute happiness buff here. That'll give you some increased healing to go and play with. This is about halfway through the dungeon to where we get to our next boss. Are there any ads closer you could pull into the events? Not sure. Like I said, it was our first run of the dungeon, so it's a little bit of like discovering what the bosses do. Now, a lot more abilities here. And you can see the biggest problem I started to have is, depending on where I'm stood, you can see I moved for it there, is my unit frames, depending on what bosses, cover the boss mod. Which was a little frustrating for the first time you're doing a boss and seeing what's going on. So, yeah, that was kind of a pain in the arse as to what was going on there. Standard mechanic here with Zane, though. He's going to try to shoot you all, hide behind a barrel. 2 of us get behind 1 barrel because there's only 4 barrels. And I get shot in the face. Kadoosh. Thankfully, it's not too bad, at least on normal mode. But you'll want 5 barrels. You think there'll be any further updates to the cooldown manager? Yeah. So, one thing we know is coming is tanks are going to be able to add healer cooldowns, I believe, to their unit frames. So your Iron Barks and your Life Cocoons to their cooldown manager. I hope that extends to everybody to track major cooldowns of party members. Because Echo raid tools or Method raid tools or Liquids or whatever you're using right now is not going to work anymore. That's going to stop. But there's kind of a really... I mean, it's not even kind of. There's a very, very good argument why raid leaders want access to that information of, like, who's got Aura Mastery coming up. Wait a minute. No, wait. Don't use Trank now. We're going to Aura Mastery this one and Trank that one. And that information is generally decided by a raid leader. And so... it's not a case of everybody not knowing what's going on. Or then, like, can we get a checkup? Who's got what? Who's got Spirit Link available? If your Spirit Link ready, 1:20. All right, what about your Trank? Okay, well, that's like 1:15. Okay, well, what about this and this? Like, that creates a lot of unnecessary clutter that's not skill-based, in my opinion. It's just information gathering. Or maybe raiding will change and you'll get used to the fact that people have to call out. It's like 1 minute till my Spirit Link or whatever. It's not even the 21st guy. Like, the 21st guy is a top-end thing. It's more a case of normal raid leaders want that information as well. When things start going wrong and people panic and press buttons, you need to know what's available to make things happen and come true. You know what I mean? Yeah, fully pre-planning a fight doesn't really fit WoW's raiding style. Like, it does at the extreme high end where they pre-plan everything, and if you make a mistake, then it's not going to work because the plan's fucked. But... you can have a lot of mistakes in Heroic and even Mythic a few weeks into a raid. So, it's just good information and useful information to have. Can the cooldown manager not show global cooldown? I can see it there. The cooldown manager's spinning with the GCD. What do you mean, Alandra? No, when I press penance, you can see the cooldown manager is tracking the GCD. Just because it's time skipped? What do you mean? I'm seeing a Frost DK use Frostworm a lot. I think that was just the spec that Biceps was running. He was recording a video, so that's Biceps Pump, DK content creator. So if you check it out, this video from his POV will be probably on his channel by now, I would imagine. So any further... I'm not sure what he was playing. We were shooting the shit about all sorts of other stuff, not really DK stuff. Or going through it. That new Sentinel mob looks fucking badass, in my opinion. Looks really cool. It's one of the coolest new models they've put into the game that I've seen so far. They do some good work here. Like, Gamescom, I think, did a lot of damage to Midnight. Gamescom just didn't do anything good enough for Midnight and put people with a bit of a sour taste. And rightfully so. I felt the same way after Gamescom. I was like, what the fuck was that trailer? I don't really get what the hell's going on. I'm not sure why we should be afraid or, like, why the stakes are up. But at Gamescom, primarily on the floor, I was there, was mostly to test housing. It was like the first public test of housing to see if people ran into issues that content creators didn't, for the few of us who got to go and try it. So I think that was the main focus of Gamescom, so they decided to put the trailer in. And then a lot of Gamescom was live stuff with funky stuff. They're like Naga and Makes and co doing like some events with the public. And the trailer was just included as a thing. But the deep dive showed a lot more. Gamescom was underwhelming. Yeah, Gamescom was underwhelming. That's fair to say. I mean, you can see that in my interview with Ian and Maria. Is I'm asking for clarification on what the cutscene means. So I'm like, I don't understand what this was. I'm assuming she's like conquered Azeroth by this point. And we're now dealing with this. And she's like, no. She's gone straight to the Sunwell for reasons. That's what Maria said to me. She's there for reasons. And I'm like, oh. Okay. The focus kick macro is working off it. That is a great question. I assume yes. Because that's not sending information to an add-on or to the chat log. So focus kick should absolutely work. That should be fine. I believe that kind of macro, which is you macroing your own abilities to do something, are totally fine. What's not allowed is to you to send information or add-on triggers. That's not allowed. But you macroing your own spells to do something, yeah, mouse over, grip, and kick should absolutely be fine. Yes, because that's not sending... As it was put to me this morning by Mystical, is the stuff they've disabled from macros is sending messages, sending add-on messages that could be read, and other types of information like that. I would love Blizzard to do what they always do and steal from other games. They should absolutely implement the fellowship system of interrupting. It is infinitely better. It is what it is. If fellowship doesn't do well, I don't... You know, that sucks, but their interrupt system is so fucking good. It is so good, and it should absolutely be a part of World of Warcraft. It is one of the best things I've seen. It's so good. Can't person A write a macro when he kicks person B next? I did ask this, and we should be able to put in /say as a macro. We think. So the classic going all the way back, because that's how I used to play, is like, I've interrupted blah, blah, blah next. I think that's okay. Yeah. What's different with the Fellowship interrupt system? So in Fellowship, you don't even use your normal interrupt. Like, it's actually quite noobish to use interrupt on its own. What you do is you select the mob you're interrupting, and you have a button that assigns you to that mob. And what will happen is a picture of your unit frame will appear next to it, like here. So like Shadow and Pain, but bigger, and here it will have a picture of you. And then that's essentially putting it on focus target, but the whole group can see it. And when you use your interrupt, that nameplate has a cooldown with it to show the duration of your interrupt. It is fantastic. It is so good, and it works no matter, as long as you're within range. And it has a decent range, you just always are able to interrupt no matter what you're DPSing or whatever. It's so, so good. It is literally just focus interrupt, but with a really nice in-game display of other people's interrupts and who's interrupting what. So when you run up to a pack in Fellowship, you'll see this with practice groups. Instantly, a bunch of faces will start appearing on the mobs that need managing. And if you're doing a boss like the one in Wormrest, in the frost boss that has like 3 casts, you'll see all 3 portraits, and then it will like order itself to who's on what cooldown, so you can figure out what's going on. You're right, this does look exactly like Well of Eternity. That's the vibe I got. Yeah, this looks exactly like Well of Eternity. Yeah, exactly, Furbo. Yeah. How did I find this? I enjoyed this quite a lot. It was weird not playing with Renew. I hadn't read any class changes or anything. I just logged in and started playing. I was like, where the fuck is Renew? And that's gone. But the new Shadow Bubble is really cool. I like the new Shadow Bubble. It puts shield on 3 people. It's nice. Like, it plays very similarly, just slightly different, but I'm used to that. I've been through every WoW expansion. Your class is always kind of the same, but different. So you'll see when I press shield now, you can see I've got the shadow. See, they all get a shadowy shield. It's cool, man. It's wild that Disc got Shadow Bubble before Shadow did. Yeah, you can see the animation. It lasts a while, the bubble. It's pretty strong. But the animation only happens for like a second. This is a dungeon. This is Murder Row's, the Alpha Dungeon Murder Row. We're coming up to the final boss shortly, which is very cool. But yeah, you can see it here. So watch the animation. Boing! And then it fades. Although the bubble's still there. You can see it's on the Warlock, Shaman, and me. But it just like pops up with this like sudden shadowy aura that goes with it, and then it just disappears. It's funky. It's definitely funky. This is, that's their Apex talent. It goes with it. Yeah, I like this a lot. You always have to do a bit of relearning with your class when an expansion comes. Yeah, it's a bit mage shielding. I think it's nice, actually, because if that animation stayed up while the bubble was on all the time, it would be really irritating. So it's a good choice to have it just animate that you got it, and then it just disappears. So, not really much of an issue. So you'll see it there. Boing! And then it just fades away. But you still have the shield on. They've taken a bit of care with stuff like that, which I really like. Oh, what's going on here? We all good? Yes. Okay. Oh, we're getting video when Paul's here. It's going to be on Videocam. Webcamerino. Very nice. Very nice. Healers not having kick, I think, is okay, generally. Some healers have it, some don't. You have other interrupts and stuff to do. I know off topic, but have they said whether we get mannequins in-house yet? Oh, you mean like armor displays? I would assume so. I think I saw them during the test phase. So you could dress up mannequins or whatever. I think the next evolution is probably just actually moving plotted course NPCs that are doing various things. Do you not think this golem model is fire, though? It looks so good. I was impressed with it all throughout this dungeon. I really was. You don't think it looks really good? I think it looks awesome. Do you think they'll have their own interrupt tracker? I just want them to rip off fucking fellowships. Like, why make it complicated? We've tested it in a different game. It works really well. Just do that. Just do that. Because it works. You're doing nameplates right now. Just do that. And it's fine. It's absolutely fine. The only issue you might run into WoW, because it's even a problem in Fellowship, is people of the same class, their portrait appears the same. So when we play with 2 rhymes or whatever in Fellowship, which are both frost mages, their portrait is the same, and it can be a little awkward to know who's who. But yeah, something like that. I mean, if we think back at the amount, the thing that comes up to me is the amount of weak auras we've made in the past to interrupt enemies, and then a really complicated weak aura has to be made that goes like, right, ad number 3 is Mike, Furbo, Shrekky. Ad number 2 is going to go Skullguess, Miu, Joel. Ad number 4 is going to be Gookill, Deception, Jezda, right? And then it has to like have a big number above it because you're interrupt number 3, and it has to track who interrupted it and say that number 3 is coming on. All that kind of bullshit. Instead of like, yo, just mark your ad with the interrupt, with the focus, and you're done. Why not show name? Because if you get something like 20 people, Fellowship has the advantage of being limited to 4-player groups until the raids come out in that game. Having 20 fucking nameplates, 20 portraits next to a boss frame, that's not good. So what you could do is limit it to, say, 5. You could limit it to 5, and then if you're on cooldown, you literally disappear from here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Lil. It's like, if you could limit it to 5, like, you could only see 5, and then if you're on cooldown, you're literally not listed as part of the group. That would work. This is the last boss, by the way. Pretty cool. Old Lithial. I hope Fellowship does well. I'm really looking forward to it. I didn't quite get to the Paragon League last time. We got to the final Mega Dungeon that was available, but we didn't clear it in time before the servers went off. So I would like to finish that. Add a slider. Yeah. We obviously did not know that this mechanic drops imps in a pile for people to AoE down. Unlock. Massive unlock. Does Fellowship autocast interrupts, or is it just for you to know that you're next? No. You press interrupts. That's a big part of the game. I mean, it's a Mythic Plus based game, so yeah. Interrupting on time is a big part of the game. It just shows you that if somebody's pressed their interrupt and if they're on cooldown and who's available. That's it. It does nothing more. Have I got a video on TDP of Fellowship, Bex? Did I make a TDP? Just so people can see. Fellowship dev stream with Preach. Oh, they uploaded the dev stream we did. Alright, so this is Fellowship. We need something that we've got to interrupt. There it is. Okay, so when we come into this pack, I'm being a bit nerdy here, but the Chronomancer and the Scholar need locking down, right? So watch as we finish off these 2 blades. This is me, Fat Boss Alex, Medic, and Hamish. We're going to kill these blades. I'm tanking right now, so I'm going to move us down. Watch the mobs over here, because Alex was a seasoned player here by this point. He had over 100 hours in. You're going to see faces appear. There. You see it already? So Alex has marked his target. Alex is going to interrupt this Scholar. And now you can see that Hamish has also added his interrupt. No one's interrupting the Chronomancer, which is already tilting me, and Furbo's going to be angry. But you can see now there's 2 interrupts assigned to the Scholar. And when one of them interrupts, because maybe I'm going to lock them down shortly. I can't remember what we were doing here. Right, so as the frontal... Right, you can see both interrupts we'd use. It just says 3 and 20. So that's my interrupt. So you can see we actually redid it. Hamish swapped to the Chronomancer. I added myself to the Scholar. And Alex was on the Scholar as well. So there's 2 of us interrupting this one. And now Hamish is interrupting that one. So now interrupts are covered and you can see the cooldowns on those interrupts as they're ticking. How are you adding yourself? The same way you were doing WoW with Focus Target. You just have a button that's like... it's called Assign Interrupt in that game, but it's Focus. Yeah, it's just a built-in keybind. This is all part of the normal game system. This isn't add-ons. This is just how they do it in that game. And it's way better. It makes life so much easy. We actually want more of it. That was our biggest request after the dev build. It's like, we want one for stuns. Because stuns aren't included in this. This is just normal spell interrupting. Stuns aren't included. So having stun trackers, because healers can stun. Like Furbo could stun. Where it was hard to mark that Furbo was going to be stunning that blade or whatever. Certainly when we got to higher dungeons, it was a problem. Oh, we killed the boss. Yeah, we did the gateway. Make sure you take the gateway at the right time here. So this boss is simply... she's going to drop a bunch of imps. She's going to port away. She's going to do a really cool gateway. Wait. Wait, don't do this. That's bad. Don't do that. Wait. You think Midnight is a good expansion to try out? So far, yeah. All the questing and stuff that I've done so far has been very World of Warcraft. It's comfy blanket. Not changing the game or anything like that. They've pointed us during the Q&As that there's some more interesting quests to check out there. But the housing itself is well worth checking out. Like, I did a bit of a housing section earlier where I built very robust units. Is priest silence still the worst interrupts? I don't know. I haven't checked. I don't care. So that's Murder Row. And then you get Windrunner Spire. I think in Mythic Plus it will be much faster. Remember, this is normal mode. This is normal mode WoW dungeons. I honestly, Raven, I haven't interrupted shit. I played the dungeons of Dis. Outside of mobs out in the open world where that really wouldn't be noticeable. I don't have an interrupts as disc, so I healed the dungeons. So I haven't really tried caring about interrupts in any way. Yep, that's him. That's Lirath Windrunner that I totally thought they'd made up or retconned in a Windrunner brother. Apparently that's always been the case. I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. I think this is where I changed the boss mods though, so it looks a bit better. Yeah, Alf Windrunner. I genuinely thought they were trolling when they said Lirath Windrunner. And then I saw him in the dungeon and guys, riddle me this, because we couldn't figure this out. How do you stop this mob doing this? Now I've got the VOD, because I didn't notice this was happening until a little later. These spell guards, right? Yeah, Arcane Salvo. That's uninterruptible. It's the silver bar. So you can't stop that. And you can't interrupt that. And this guy can't be stunned or anything. And he puts up an immunity bubble for ages. Yeah, you can't stun him. I wonder if incapacitates work. We didn't have a gouge or anything like that. No, fear doesn't work. I tried that as well. It's a massive fucking bubble, though, that makes everything immune to damage. Like, you could drag these mobs out of it, but this motherfucker just... No, you can't grip him either. Biceps tried. I did not try Shackle. That's true. I didn't try Shackle. But I assume if other things don't work, that's not going to work either. It's a pain in the ass, because look where he ends up, this motherfucker. And there's loads of... Look, he's doing it again. This is a different one that's doing it. See, I ran in, I feared. Immune, immune, immune. Not sure what you're supposed to do against these guys to stop this happening. I mean, maybe you're just supposed to drag. It's very annoying, right? It's very annoying, so maybe you're supposed to drag them along and keep going and leave them there for a while. But then you're stuck in combat. There's Sylvanas' Golden Crotch. Classic. It's important. And then there's another one down here. It's not a buff. No. I mean, if you focus them, you can kill them before you do it. But once you start putting more fortified Tyrannical in there. Typhoon, nothing that we could find, like... God, my brain's fried. Thunderstorm. I think once you tried Thunderstorm, didn't stop anything. Definitely a pain in the ass. This is cool. It shows you where mobs are jumping now. Like, quite early as well. If you think about even in Priory, you have to, like, stand far out if you're going to get pounced on by something. But you get this orange circle now that tells you you're going to get pounced. You get a little pouncy circle. Yeah, I hope that's going to be as standard going forward. I would like it to be more like 14, where this animation means this. If you're going to take add-ons and stuff away, then I think it's reasonably important that add-ons are now telling you the same information. So when it pops up in an encounter, you know what's going on. Without it's like, oh, this mechanic is green in this one, it's red in this one, it's orange in this one, and they mean the same thing. Yeah, you don't do... This one has a lot of trash before you do a boss. A lot of trash before you do a boss, which is noticeable when you're in here. But then it kind of goes boss, 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 boss. No, we couldn't dispel it. It didn't come up as a magical buff to dispel. It was the only mob we couldn't figure out how you were supposed to, like, mass pull and control. Like, everything else was pretty obvious how you were supposed to deal with it, like, from an M+ standpoint. This trap, did this spawn under me? I remember asking at the time, because I didn't notice it. I didn't know that we were going to get trapped. Did I just stand in a trap here? I assume I did. Oh, I did. There's a little fucking blue circle. Little bastard. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't looking. Yeah, a little blue circle. Always with the traps, dude, because the last thing I'm looking at in these games is my own character. Oh, Fellowship has boss timers. Yeah. But Fellowship has boss timers from... I can't remember what the name of the first league is, but like once you hit tier 3 of the very first league, boss dungeon timers are introduced then. You don't get them for the first couple of dungeon pluses. Contender, yeah, so it's like Contender 3 or Contender 4 that you start getting the I think I was giving Kalani shit. You don't get them in quick play. Yeah, there's no timer in quick play. The first couple of contenders don't have timers. I actually felt like a noob. I'd never seen this mob before. And I think it looks badass. And then they all called me a noob. They're like, this isn't new. I was like, oh, no shit. I don't remember seeing that. Yeah, the big fat bloaty headed flower thing. I had not seen that before. I actually have no idea what's going on this boss, because the only time I saw anybody do anything, this is the very first boss. So it took us, we haven't got a timer, but like 6 or so minutes to get to the first boss in normal mode, where nothing much lives more than a few seconds. Quite a ways in. Let's keep a little eye out on my Discord. And we should also check if the flaginating has begun. War within 1, war within 2. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I haven't looked at any of the class changes yet. I'll have a look after this, actually. Annoying. No icon on the boss mod. So, yeah, this is better, right? You guys with me? The vertical boss mod is way better. I think this is just infinitely fucking better. Yeah, Paul, keep it a bit. Alpha's about to start, I think. Like, really, really soon. I'm actually waiting to see when the flags go out. So the alpha's about to start, and we'll have Paul joining us. So, a lot happening in the next 20 minutes. So, I was just showing off these dungeons. These are the dungeons you're going to be getting if you get in the alpha. This is Windrunner Spire, the new dungeon. I was just showing off the new boss mod. This is Blizzard's new boss mod. I think this is way, way better. This I could actually utilize in some way. And being a bit longer was nicer as well to see the countdowns. Alright, so people actually got a debuff. Oh, you just drop the pool of fire, because then you get blown. What caused that tornado? Yeah, you can make it opaque, Shrekky. Yes, sir. So, Roach, you got the fire debuff. And that didn't do anything else. But what caused the tornado? Oh, it just lands. It's just a thing that lands on the floor. Okay. And starts spinning around. Can you add text to the boss mod? So what you can add is, as the icon comes down, the spell name next to it. So when this was dropping out, I'll have the spell name here. So you can actually have the spell names come down with it as well. Yeah, no worries, Miggy. I'll tell you, once we get into the alpha later, I'm not sure how long I'll play for, depending on how long me and Paul chat. I imagine he's got to have a hard out if Annie's going to be with Ian after me. We'll jump in and mess around with the stuff. But likely I'll do it tomorrow night or something like that. So I've not been home before very late for the last few days. Wowhead has all the A-pill text there. Ah, beautiful, Neon. Thank you. I've got it open. Thanks, pal. Well, that's boss 1. That doesn't seem to do anything. They're killing weak auras. Don't know what weak auras is going to do yet, but a lot of weak aura functionality just flat out does not work anymore. So, weak auras have said they're going to put out a message when they've discussed internally what's going on. So I hope it isn't going away entirely, because there's still a lot of aesthetic things you can do with weak auras, but certainly what weak auras is known for will no longer function. So we'll have to see where that goes from there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Baz. Weak auras is used for a hell of a lot more than combat stuff, so they'll be looking as like, is this worth our time to maintain without the combat stuff? That's the question. Only disabling combat-related weak auras is a big deal, especially considering that they've disabled everything. From what we can tell, everything is gone. Don't release corpse weak auras. Yeah, that might work because it's out of combat. It wouldn't work if you're in combat, I don't think, because they can't check the combat log to see if you're dead. Maybe your unit... I don't know. I don't know. From what we can tell, though, and from what I've been told by other developers, anything that involves in-combat stuff that can't be preset before the pull. So reminders should work, is what we said. Like, if you have a reminder to do something at a certain portion of the fight, like, hey, at 2 minutes and 10, use your Aura Mastery or whatever, that should work. That should work just fine, because you can determine that before the fight starts. But anything that needs information during the fight will not work at all. Is there an able way to see on default frames when someone is using their CDs? I have a weak aura that makes frames glow during CDs for potential PI targets. No. As of right now, absolutely not. What you might be able to do, and we're kind of pushing for this, although they might not do it for DPS, is some way of being able to see major cooldowns of your party. Because that actually has genuine usage, not out of like checking whether someone's using their cooldowns or whatever, but more the case of things like what you're saying with PI. Org Evoker works very well with that stuff, right? Like there's some specs that rely on that. Raid leading, Mythic Plus is very important in pugs. To, you know, you don't want your tank making a massive pull when everyone just blew all their cooldowns on the 10-second trash mob that was before it, right? Like tanks really want that information of like, hey, do DPS have CDs or not? Like, what is going on here? Whispercast is likely to be coming back. Yes, sir. A return to the good old days. There is a lot of trash in this dungeon. I forgot. We're like 12 minutes in now and done one boss. It did feel when we were doing it like there's a lot of trash in here. I know we could have done bigger pulls, but it's our first ever run, so you're obviously scouting what's going on. Do you know... what was the question? The screen is readable? Yeah! I've got the boss mods to be always on instead of just during a boss, so this wouldn't be here ordinarily. It's very clean, it's very understandable, it's very legible. Huge advantage to people who've been playing with standard UI for a long time, because they're not going to notice any difference. If you are pretty weak or heavy, it's going to be a rough day come pre-patch, man. It's going to be a rough fucking day. There's a lot of uninterruptible casts, if you notice though, Alcazar. A lot of stuff you simply just can't stop. This dungeon, in fact, no, it's actually Murder Row. You want to talk about bastard casts? There's a curse in Murder Row that if it hits you, you're stunned for 30 seconds, and it's undispellable. Like some real vanilla Strathome shit. Like really old school shit. For those of you who played back in vanilla, and it's probably still there in classic, some real old school type debuffs. Fuck that. Immediately Mochi was like, okay, I need to curse. I need to curse. I made a weird request here of Kalani, because obviously I saw this boss was... Oh, I was like, oh, it's area denial. Like, how far can we pull this boss? So you're going to see Kalani run off shortly. That was my request to see if we had infinite space. Wrong way, wrong way. I was like, this way, where I'm going. Come this way. But there's a dead end around here, which is going to be the limitation of how far you can pull these two. Bring back the debuff cap. Gross. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. Hey, Grabwalker, how you doing? What about add-ons like Plato and Shadow Uniframes? I'm sure they'll make an announcement soon as whether... I think the big question now is whether reskinning options are available, but a lot... Blizzard has their own nameplate now. From my understanding, but until they make a confirmation about what they're going to do, like, most of the Plato stuff will no longer work at all. I don't know about shadowed unit frames. The real question is now, is Blizzard going to let people, use the information that Blizzard has decided is okay and just allow them to change it visually? I'm literally gonna ask Paul that when he gets on here. He might not have an answer for me because I don't think Blizzard actually has an answer for it. So I would really appreciate it if things are said and during the chat with Paul that you think's important, like throw it in. Bexel send me a message. The day before, yeah. Like as far as we know, nothing cosmetic should change. So if you're using LVI because you just like the way the unit frames look and stuff like that, that should be totally fine. That should be totally fine. But if you're using like Cell, that's pulling information from the combat log over debuffs and what heals over time, predictive heals, that's not going to work anymore. Like that side of it is not going to work. Now maybe that's if today Blizzard's going to roll this stuff back. They might have gone overboard so they can wean it back when people say we really need this stuff. Maybe. I think they're going to draw a line in the sand though and say this is how it is from now on. It's almost better to like pull the knife out really quickly instead of like bleeding it out slowly, if you know what I mean. And like, well, now we're going to take a little bit more away, a little bit more. So they're kind of just sending it. From the LVI Discord, we currently do not know how the changes are going to affect LVI. There will be no Q&A and no support for both alpha and beta servers. Support channels are for live servers only. We do not plan on sharing any testing builds for LVI anytime soon. I mean, these add-ons are going to have to be massively reworked in the new world, right? Do you know what I mean? It's not just a case of, right, unplug all this stuff. It's built from the ground up to incorporate a lot of combat stuff that reads from the combat log. And that is gone. That is done. So I'm no dev, but I can't imagine it's that easy to be like, okay, we're just a reskin factory now. Keep the knife in. Just keep it in. They're all good. I'm checking. I've not been flagged yet. Sometimes you have to log out and log back in to do it. I think they said it's going live. The server should be up in about 20 minutes, so we'll try the log in, log out process then. Do the new nameplates show threat in any way? They have threat adjusters on their color bars. Yeah. So you can do indicators on the bars for threat. Yes. What are the questions about? I have a housing related one. Just post it in here. Bex has been doing a spreadsheet all day of people's most commonly asked questions. I feel bad for people losing their jobs. Yeah, I mean, they knew it was coming, obviously. We saw like a lot of the people who were doing weak aura packs and things like that open Patreons and things as quickly as possible. I feel bad as well. I've used a lot of these add-ons for most of my World of Warcraft time. Like LVI, I've had for what, more than 10 years maybe? And if they're like, fuck it, like, there's just nothing for, you know, a lot of our stuff is based around stuff that just no longer functions. And it's not going to function ever again. Like, at least Mystic was saying, like, DBM's going to transition into a lot of other elements that people will still want. They're going to pivot, and it's probably Bigwigs is going to do the same thing. Do you know if you're able to sort party frames, like heal at the top, etc.? I reckon they'll just let add-ons do it like frame sort. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I wish I did. I don't think Blizzard does. I genuinely don't. I think they're waiting to see what people are openly vocal about, like, we can't do this anymore. This boss is full bugged, by the way. That was me trying to click something to see if we could fix it. But yeah, our friend here, Commander Krolok, is full bugged. He's stuck in defensive stance. He takes 99% reduced damage. We're not sure whether to kite him over corpse Are we supposed to do something with his ads? But ultimately, yeah, he's broken. Unlucky. We did think about DPSing him. It's like, well, it is 99% reduced, but I mean, he will die. Can you bring the mythic appearance change in interview? Explain more, Aries. Mythic appearance change. I agree, Grandma. That was my perspective, but we decided maybe we should just wipe it and go slower. We think we killed the ads too quickly, and it didn't trigger his transition. I just want to be able to make the raid frames even bigger than currently without messing with UI scan. I see. Oh, the bookcase thing. Oh, yeah, I don't care about that. You only get mythic appearance from myth track items, not hero, that gets upgraded to max. If I have time, that's really not the kind of question that's in my usual wheelhouse. Not to say it's not important, it's just less important for me to ask. If Paul decides to hang around a lot longer, I suspect Paul's going to swap with Ian to go and talk to Annie. But yes, if I have time, I'll bring that up. But yeah, it's usually not the kind of thing I'd ask. Does Plater work? We'll have to see what Plater says. At the moment, you might get the cosmetic stuff. Functionality stuff, no. Yeah, someone brought up earlier, if you get some mythic gear, you get every single variation of appearance below it, which is kind of cool for the rich get richer. No, this video's the dungeon from last night. The alpha servers just went off the internal build. The live version should be up anytime. I'm checking. And then Paul's going to be joining us at that point. So I think it's going to be good. Do you know if Evoker will be able to transmog their farms? Not as far as I know. No. I haven't heard anything about that unless somebody's found out from some different areas. Transmog stuff and cosmetics, generally not my wheelhouse, guys, unfortunately. It would be hard to find someone who cares less about Mog than me. I genuinely wish I did care more, because there's a lot of elements of the game I would enjoy more if I did care about that stuff. But I don't, generally speaking. I don't. I chose Benediction because I have it. I wouldn't go and farm it. Let me put it that way. I choose it because I have it, and it's relatively unique. And then... But if it was like, I need to go and farm Benediction because it'd look sweet, I am not going to do that. Can you ask how set in stone these new class prunings are? Is it being called a pruning? In theory, I don't disagree with what they're doing. But it can be definitely to a point where your specs are just too boring because they're too simple. So I've heard the fire mages shouting loud and clear that they're not happy. Have we got a list of this stuff? You sent me the Apex talents. See, I got confused because this priest shit that I'm doing is in a separate area. Yeah. That's just the Apex talents. What's this post? The Apex talents were out on the early alpha build. It's just that nobody made a video about them all. I'm using the Apex talent here now. Like it's been in since the build went live. Okay, what do we got here? Story request, welcome home, what to expect, known issues, dungeons and raids. Okay, this is the same brief we had. Okay, there's the class changes. Alright. What about the boss mods during Trash and mini boss, like the first playing prior? Is that information just lost in the void? Mini bosses have their own boss timers. You've just not seen it in this dungeon in particular. Evening. Interview coming up, Finn. Big Cheese Paul, game director, on the line. What up, Paul? What up? Resto Shah is just water holy priest now with how much shit got heated. Okay. I know a lot of Discords are not happy. Maybe I've got lucky because priest felt kind of fine. I didn't feel any kind of way about priest. I wasn't overly happy. I didn't get anything really cool that I was like, oh shit, that is awesome. But I also didn't feel like it was bad in any way. The Shadow Priests are dooming. I've been fine with it. I don't know. But I don't play day in, day out anymore, so it's not really my wheelhouse, I suppose. Enhance on suicide watch. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't feel any kind of way about it. I'm not that invested anymore. I'm not as invested enough to get genuinely upset about it. I'm fine. Yeah, I didn't feel it at all. From the dis I played in retail to this dispriest. Okay, we're holding fire here. I'm not AFK as I say that. We were testing out this mechanic because we're killing the boss too quickly. I disagree. I think I should have got that to count. We were pretty sure this arrow was to knock over something. We didn't know what it was. Like, it made sense because they were so glowy on the floor. And then we were counting this. I need to move my tooltip thing. So here's the thing. You can mouse over the boss ability. Like, you can see I've moused over there, but my tooltip is down here. In the bottom fucking right. So I was like, I'm not even looking at the screen. Like, an arrow towards location chamber. Falling burning wind. Okay, I was like, alright. Big AoE damage is coming. Everyone's dooming. I actually think this is all a bit of a scheduled stripping of abilities so they can add more to them over the next few years, my friend. I think this is perfectly on schedule for what needs to happen with a game that lasts as long as this, is they drag a lot of shit out, and then they have a more free space to add more shit over time. And then we do it again in a few years. They take a bunch of shit out, everybody dooms, and then over the next few years they have more room to add more shit into the game again. Yeah, this game is not going anywhere, dude. This game is not fucking going anywhere for like the next 20 years or whatever. And they can't just keep adding more and more maple syrup and strawberries and bananas on top of the pancake base of the game. It's just not going to happen. So maybe they are losing a bit too much right now, but it seems perfectly on schedule for what's going on. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like, I maybe older WoW content creator me might have been really angry about what's going on, but modern old fart me doesn't give a shit. It'll be fine. And then over the next year, we'll get some new mega next expansion. There'll be some new super talent coming your way, and then Apex Predator talents and Giga Hero superpowers. But there's Windward Spire. That was the boss body action with the tooltips. At this rate, the game will outlive me. Yeah, if you bring it up to Ian, it's a bit like Yoshi P, because Yoshi P's in the same boat. If you bring up the longevity of the games right now, they look in pure despair. They look in absolute despair. It's like, okay, so what's your plan for adding, like, people who like add another class? It's like, bro, we're going to be at like 13 classes. That's so many specs that all need armor sets. They all need their own talent tree. They all need to be balanced. And then it's looking like 10 years down the line when there's like, what, 20 specs in the game? 20 classes? Dude. Dude. Let's see if we can get away with adding one spec every 4 years or something like that. We need to slow this bitch down. Because at some point, it could get to the stage where they're like, okay, just letting you know, in World of Warcraft Midnight's Legion, which is in 8 years' time, the time has come, my friends. We're deleting Warlock. Like, there's just too many specs, too many classes. We're getting rid of them. Sorry. It's the least played one. It's the least played, you know, our statistics show that, like, 1 in fucking every 70,000 people plays a fucking Warlock. And so we're just getting rid of it to make room for other classes to join the game. Yeah, get fucked. Who plays Warlock? At least 2. Gateway's really, really good. So is Hellstone. Alright, what did they actually do then? This was not going to make much sense to me, is it? So let's see. Classes! The global interrupt duration has been increased. Light players have more effective tools against caster enemies, particularly in dungeons. To that end, we are increasing interrupt durations. Alright. Not bad. 5 from 3. So we're getting like 2 seconds to all of them. 4 to 6 to 4. 5 from 3, 5 from 3, 7 from 5. Cool. Okay. Death Strike heal has been reduced. Death and Decay damage increase. Blah, blah, blah. The start of each spec has a dev note. Blood. Going into Midnight, we have a few pain points with Blood Knights that we're looking to address. On initial pull, Blood has an incredibly long ramp-up time. No Blood DK has ever run into a pack and immediately died. That's never happened. The main culprit is due to how we turned Bone Shield into a damage throughput resource because of existence of Shattering Bone and Insatiable Blade. Going to Midnight, we have removed Shattering Bone and redistributed power into Blood's baseline damage abilities for more consistent throughput that doesn't require all the hoops to jump through to start dealing damage. On the topic of Bone Shield, we've also reduced the number of abilities that deduct from it. Oh, no shit! That's a cool way of addressing it. Such as Tombstone and Bone Storm. As a tank, you have a lot of things to consider in your role, and adding that was essentially a third resource. I always felt it was a risk-reward angle. If you wanted to throw out the Bone Storm, you better be ready to fucking replenish. But I can see what they're saying. I do think that was a bit of a skill element. It's like, you can't just throw it out and be like, oh yeah, Bone Shield. Like, whatever. But we'll need much more cautious and deliberate with these ability changes. Although Bone Shield is fucking boring. There is that argument to be made that Bone Shield is fucking boring. Like, just keeping Bone Shield up. Alright. We've been deliberate with these designs. More reliable in high-end and plus keys. Blood historically, outside of very strong Sepulchre, the first one's tier set, has been great at low to mid-level keys, but fell off. So we alleviate some of this. We've made a pass on Death Strike and all its modifiers to reduce its overall healing, but at the same time we've redistributed the power into their baseline defensives. Okay. Less bursty healing, but should take overall smoother damage. That smooth damage intake that we're all looking for. Very nice. The Apex talent, Dance of Midnight. Okay, I'm not going to go too much into talents, because frankly, I don't follow the classes enough to know every talent variation. That is a Dratnos angle. Frost. In Midnight, we are looking to iterate on the Ghosts of Koresh Frost DK rework by implementing better tuning knobs. I hate reading about tuning knobs. That allow for two prominent builds, Frostbane and Breath of Sindragosa, to be able to compete in single target situations. We're also updating Obliterate to be partially dealing frost damage, so that we can fine-tune the throughput difference between casting it with Killing Machine or where we believe it's needed. Okay, so minor stuff there. Unholy is... The main one is that you put the zits on yourself now, right? In Midnight, our primary goal for Unholy is to deliver fantasy and gameplay that embody what it means to be a master of disease. We found Festering Wounds to be mechanically overbearing and decided to move away from it. We're overhauling the core ability of this. I don't know if that's true, but I guess for a lot of people it probably is. It's like spreading it around, I guess. Well, it always felt nice when you set all the wounds up and then you popped all of them. Like, you drop that D&D and you go to fucking town and it just starts going boom, boom. Like, that is such a satisfying payoff. But sure. We're overhauling. To deliver this vision, we've introduced a new type of summon. Oh, we're going to create a new rotation. A new type of summon called the Lesser Ghoul, placing at the heart of Unholy's baseline rotation. Festering Strike now grants a buff that empowers your next Scourge Strikes to summon a Lesser Ghoul, instead of applying a debuff to a single enemy that needs to be spread and tracked throughout an encounter. We're also updating Army of the Dead to summon these new Lesser Ghouls and restoring it. So they're basically making these things that'll do it for you. That's cool. I like the class fantasy of your ghouls like spreading disease and pain amongst the enemies. That's alright. I'm restoring it as Unholy's primary CD by reducing its cooldown to 1.5 minutes. We recognize that simply having cool ways to summon armies of the dead doesn't necessarily create meaningful gameplay. That led us to design a new rune spending ability called Putrefy, the third rotational partner alongside Festering Strike and Scourge Strike. With Putrefy, you'll sacrifice your oldest summoned Lesser Ghoul to explode and deal damage to nearby enemies. Like Implosion? We've intentionally placed Putrefy early in the spec tree to enable further fun and meaningful interactions you can opt into. And for those wondering about targeting, don't worry, we've got you covered. Just press the button and enjoy the show as your ghoul explodes spectacularly. How are we tracking ghouls? Does the button light up? Anybody? You guys wouldn't have played it. I didn't. I should have asked Biceps. Does it like light up when one is about to die? Something like that? Now that we're covering summoning, let's talk disease. In Midnight, we're introducing a new disease. This is like the 5th new disease, bro, called Dread Plague. which will work alongside your AoE disease virulent plague. As with summoning, simply applying cool disease isn't enough. We're redefining some core abilities and bringing runic power spenders like Death Coil and Epidemic into the mix. Scourge Strike will now cause your diseases to inflict an additional tick of their periodic damage at a percentage of their effect. Okay. While your runic power spenders will extend their durations. Ah, so you have like a balancing act. When talented as a Blight Burst, the explosion effect of Putrefy will consume a significant portion of your diseases and deal that amount of damage instantly. By leveraging these concepts, okay. So it's a balancing act. That sounds fun. We might play some Unholy later. That sounds fun. Okay. DH Dev Notes. Where's the Fire Mage one? This is a lot of info. Yeah, let me check actually. I'm not going to start the... alpha login, log out process until we get there. Yeah, maybe the same way you subtract. I mean, you want to do it at the end of life, right? It's not... just to make sure it's nice. Was this mage? Balance. Hey, what did they say about balance after all the dooming? The design of how you enter and maintain Eclipse is changing. We'd like to introduce some more gameplay to it. Eclipse before midnight is so important that you immediately drop everything to refresh it when it ends. There's no timing or strategy, and it can be a struggle during phases with high movement. In midnight, Lunar Eclipse and Solar are an active ability that instantly enters Eclipse and has a 30-second cooldown. And can be talented to have 2 charges. The goal is for balance to prepare for each Eclipse and choose the perfect moment to activate it. Depending on talents and pacing of a fight or a dungeon, you might have an Eclipse up to 60 to 80% of the time. You want to spend your time in Eclipse spending Astral Power and dealing damage, and your time out of Eclipse building resources to refreshing dots to prepare for the next Eclipse. Don't mind that. Always felt bad when I was main balanced to have dots and shit to do during Eclipse if something went slightly wrong or you had to move. Don't mind that. I would like an activator, though. That isn't just like push button, go into Eclipse. There's something satisfying about firing off that spell and Eclipse happening while you're already pumping. The master has been changed to reflect. Okay. Belana. Hello, Miss Torres. Feral removed from the game. Good. Good. Mage. All right. Developers note. We're taking a pass to reduce button and aura blow in the mage core tree. We're also consolidating defensive power to simplify the landscape of mage defensives. Oh, so it wasn't just active abilities. Like your DPS spells. They removed some of your defensive stuff as well. I see. In midnight, barrier spells should be potent, consistent, and reliable. Mirror image and invisibility should now be able to be used for their utility instead of tacked on defensive benefits. They did have a lot. We're also removing shifting power. Shifting power was uniquely powerful for Fire Mage and substantially less interesting for Arcane and Frost, but it came with its own set of tuning challenges that made it difficult to balance their cooldowns appropriately with its existence. Fire Mage will be getting some spec-specific adjustments to make Fire Blast more accessible to compensate for the loss of shifting power. We're also reducing Shimmer's power to help make the decision between Blink and Shimmer feel like a Shimmer has been hammered so many times. Just let us have Shimmer and Blink again. That was really fun. Players who want to maximize... not Shimmer and Blink. Shimmer and Ice Flows. Yeah. Players who want to maximize uptime and display mastery over an encounter its mechanics should feel empowered to express that through Shimmer, whereas progress and more reactive mages should enjoy the increased availability of Blink. Okay, so Blink will have, what, more charges or much shorter cooldown. So... the following talents have been removed. Acute Shielding, Blast Wave is gone, Displacement, Frigid Winds, Ice Flows, Incanter's Flow, Mass Barrier, Reabsorption, Rigid Eyes, Shifting Power, Slow, Supernova, Tempest Barrier, Temporal Velocity, and Volatile Destruction. Boom. I know the mages are upset about this. Do you think mages were fucking busted? Compared to your spec and classes stuff. Ah. Not to say they should be, like, have their legs chopped off. I'm obviously not advocating for that. I don't think anyone's spec should end up in the bin, but they were very, very, very strong. What did it say about fire particularly? With the reintroduction of Phoenix Flames... Oh, Phoenix Flames! Yeah, boy! And the addition of hero talents, fire mages have had an easier and easier time generating Hot Streak. Oh, no. This impacts the tuning of Pyro and Flame Strike and the pace of Fire's combat in extreme ways. But that's what makes it fun, though. In Midnight, we are heavily increasing the damage of Fire Mage's premier damaging spells like Pyro, Flame Strike, and Meteor, while reducing their access to guaranteed crits by removing Phoenix Flames. We're also changing Kindling to be a flat cooldown reduction on Combustion to reduce how punishing imperfect uptime can be. Is this not going to fuck up towards the end of the expansion, though? Is this not making a Fire Mage into what has traditionally been the Warrior? We're increasing the cost in the Fire talent tree to access Ignite spreading functionality to help make the Ignite spread playstyle more distinct from Fire's other builds. And damage profiles, and also make it easier to tune around. In Midnight, Fire Mages should be casting Fireball more often, and in exchange, we'll see significantly increased damage from their Hot Streak consumers using combustions. I'm with you, Fire Mages. That sounds horrible. I made the Fire Mage throughout Legion. Casting Fireball felt like a fucking failure. If I couldn't do Fireball, Pyro, Fireball, Pyro, Fireball, Pyro into Combustion, Pyro, Phoenix Flames, Fire Blast, Pyro, 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 Pyro. The worst part about playing a Fire Mage is casting Fireball. Sucks. It sucks. It really sucks. And you feel like a failure as a Fire Mage. If you have to cast too many Fireballs without a crit, you actually just want to die. Like, it fucking sucks. That's not the way you should look at it. There's supposed to be a balance gameplay-wise. I would rather Pyro more often because it's fun. It's really, really fun to do that and have less power in those Pyros and even bake more into Combustion, because doing a good Combustion always feels good. I don't know if people agree with me on that. Let me just log out of here and see if the alpha's been activated. Yeah, for me, casting Fireball more often and not getting crits, that sounds shit. That sounds really shit. Donk. Yeah, it's like playing a classic. I mean, if you guys have played classic WoW, you've played a Fire Mage, you've had a moment where you've pressed Combustion and still not crit. I mean, should I just leave? Is that what we're saying here? I should just fucking leave if that's what's going. Is that what we're doing? I'm pressing my Combustion and still not critting. Like, oof. Can we check Rep Pally? Sure. Pally will be after Mage. LMNOP. Paladin. Ret. Okay. As we head into Midnight, we're taking a close look at a couple of things, such as how Ret Paladin generates holy power, the amount of spells needed to cast for setup, the hero talent balance, and the design of the third gate in the spec tree. Currently, we feel the choices in the third gate are too limiting, forcing players to pick between single target and AoE with little flexibility. To address this, we're redesigning some abilities while removing some others. The most impactful change here happening with Execution, Sentence, and Final Reckoning. In Midnight, we've decided to combine these two abilities into one mega ability that is useful in all situations. What is it called? Like, Templar's Execution, Sentence of Pain. And it's just a fucking giant yellow golden piss ball that lands on everything by the stars. It's just, I mean, Ret Paladins are always so flashy and ridiculous. For Holy Power generation, we're looking at the amount of passive over time effects. The key focus here is Crusading Strikes. While it has served Ret very well over time, it has become an invisible passive Holy Power generator that's difficult to track and lacks meaningful interaction. We're shifting emphasis towards Templar Strikes. Another important change will be coming to Divine Resonance, with the aim of giving players more agency and clarity on Holy Power generation. Judgment of the Holy Heavens by the Templar's Verdict, oh my. Going back to the amount of spellcasts, one change we'd like to address is Divine Hammer. We know many enjoyed its interactions with the Templar hero talents, but on the other hand, many found it stressful to manage on top of other abilities such as Execution Sentence. In Midnight, with the approachability in mind, we decided to find a different place for Divine Hammer inside the Templar hero talent tree as a key AoE component. This change will allow us to be more flexible. Nothing about them being useful anymore. Of course you loved it. Passive generation of resources is always fun. If it just generates it for you, it's so good. But Divine Storm. Astral Power going away. The Boomy one we read is they're changing it so Eclipse is now activated. So you'll have a button for Lunar and a button for Solar. So you'll choose when to... Like, oh, here's the AoE pack. I've dotted them already. I now choose Lunar Eclipse. Now we blast the Starfires and stuff. Oh, we're popping off here. Now I go to... I press my Solar Eclipse button. Isn't Alpha the best yet? I don't know. I know Kalamazzi spent all day on Alpha checking it. Let me just go for a pee, guys, because interview time is coming up really shortly. I'll be back in 1 second, dude. It's not chair inspection, alright? I just need to check how is this interview happening. Nups has let me know. I always have an issue when we do interviews because my microphone runs through a different PC. It's a Teams call. Let's see. Let me get that ready. There we go. We got a Linkarino. Good stuff. All right, Paul's got to be with us in a few minutes. Sorted. Have we got the alpha? Checkers. No, let's do a log out and check. Log out of the battle swag. If we don't have alpha by then, I was hoping to do a dungeon with him, but I'm not going to be able to level to 81 in that time. In the next 10 minutes. So we might have to do standard interview style, which is fine. We've done that before, my friends. No, we're still not flagged for alpha yet. We're still not flagged for alpha. What's happening? We've got Paul Cubic coming in. Okay, let me get... where did Bex put the questions? Is that here? No, that's... did Bex write down... Bex said she'd done a list. I can't see it. Bex, of all the things you've been asking today. Do you accept jewels for gold? Nope. She said she had a spreadsheet. Yeah, I just can't see the link in our team chat. I might be blind. There's been lots of stuff linked today, though. Greg's... Oh, in fact, big news coming in, guys. Greg's is raising the prices. It's happening. You thought add-ons were a big deal? Excuse me, I mentioned that ages ago. I mentioned that ages ago. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. Sausage rolls, 65p. Used to be 60. Oh, okay. It's not a spreadsheet. It's just this list here. All right, let's go over our important topics then. I'll make my own little spreadsheet. Boodaloo! I have most of it in my head, but reminders are always nice. Yeah, first that, then this is happening. That's too bright for me. Okay, so certainly we want to talk a little bit about add-ons. You guys can remind me a little bit of the stuff we've talked about. The class simplification. There's a bunch of housing stuff, right? Yeah, text bar on boss mods. In fact, I've got to lump that into like reskinning of add-ons that they're allowed. Yeah. But I'll put it on separate here, like sound events, things like that. Pretty sure that is happening anyway. Yeah, reskinning I think is more the primary function that'll lead into that conversation. Yeah, the lasagna. That was what we wanted, yeah. Thinking about player limits. Housing using both Horde and Alliance areas. Interrupt tracker, cross faction guild neighborhood. Yep. Permissions. Anything else you guys can think of that you was pressing from today outside of your stuff? Yeah, /say stuff. Yeah, interrupts and just general CD tracking with the people. Okay, so as far as it works now, anything that you can preset, like notes and things like that, works. Because it's not doing anything during the fights. So that is going to be fine and dandy. That should include combat reminders, by the way, because you can preset them beforehand to... Although I think it requires you to know when the boss starts, excuse me. But I guess that's combat start, so yeah, that works. That's about the ability stack trinket stack tracking, such as prism stacks. I mean, that's we're asking for trinkets in the cooldown tracker, is what we're saying, yeah? Yeah, for sure, Bex, if anything pops up. I've got plenty, but you never know. Paul's not exactly short on answers. You know what I mean? Paul likes to have a bit of a yappers. And to add those to bars. No, Ian is the Yap Master General. Ian will go forever. People's buffs. The class simplification, yeah. It's because it's coming to console, right? That's why. I hath prepared a scene. Of course you have, Chris. You're always on the case. Yeah, Paul's really creative. In fact, one of the main things I actually want to ask him outside of these required things is, has he been able to put his own creative spin into the game? Did you ask if the pet battle add-ons will work? Nope. No, I cannot. No, absolutely not. Sorry. Ask it. Yeah. Absolutely none of that will be going on. Hey, we like FF7 music. I think that's the primary things we want to talk about, at least that matter to me. Oh, nameplates. We also want to be able to reskin those and certain options, right? Like Finn was asking, and the boss timer. Like nameplates, Finn was what debuffs anchored to certain places. Well, again, this falls into the reskinning idea, but different anchors for those. Boss timer, can it go from right to left? Which again falls under reskinning. I'll use bars. Very important. Very, very important. You want to be able to change people's colours. I don't. I think Blizzard should change the Death Knight colour. I think it's funny that DKs look like enemies. But I mean, it needs to change. It needs to change. It's definitely bad. Where's my decimal points? I like my decimal points. No, interview is in like 5 minutes. It's I'm doing mine and then Annie's doing Ian after. You can already set it to right to left in the alpha. Are you sure? I didn't see that, Gogsy. I didn't see that option, and I can't check now. Yeah, I can't see that. Can we ask about TTS on boss timers, as in the TTS saying spread instead of the ability name? Oh, you're talking about custom TTS. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be? I'm not sure. Half hour, maybe? And then if he wants to hang out, he could do more. I'm not sure if he's in the same interview booth that Ian's using. They might have to do like a tag in, tag out situation. Mayhaps. Can you ask Ian to get Blizz to buy the rights to the series Black and White and go to do a remaster? Yeah, maximum importance. These things are of maximum importance that we get those. Not active yet. Oh, Ian's doing one with no. Obviously because Ian is with Dan and then Annie 30 minutes later. I see. So they're doing the round robin, Annie. That makes sense. Maybe Dan's asked some of the questions we have.
Game max level content, and then once everything is there, do a character wipe, call it beta, and invite a bunch more people in, and really do that like end-to-end testing of the holistic experience.
Fantastic. I promise I did do Eversong words. They're not just, I didn't just run around Kazagar and stuff. One thing I did notice, and I would kind of love to hear the philosophy, I guess, in regards to this. There's a couple of areas of Eversong Woods which are basically like one-to-one like HD upgrades. Pretty much like one example is like the Sunstrider Isle. Quel'Danas obviously as well felt very much like I was in the Burn Crusade version, if it's like in the best graphics in the world. I guess from a philosophy and design point of view, where were those decisions made in regards to like we should redesign this or versus like we should just kind of up-res this in a sense?
Is this the guy who can't cook?
It's a mix of factors. I think it has to do with the story intent for that area and whether the way it was laid out, what was there, 18 years ago, still fits what we want to have happening today and what we need, what stories we need to tell. I think also the areas that were used purely for the initial starting experience for Blood Elves are generally more compact and laid out in ways that just aren't suited for modern and late game expansion play. I mean, they were meant for
microtransactions,
a level 5 player running around. Whereas you think about Quel'Danas, and like that wasn't end game space originally. It was more spread out. It had different hubs that were already meant to serve these purposes, and also narratively, the area directly around the Sunwell is one of the places we'd expect to have changed the least. That is a place of monumental importance to this civilization, and it's almost a holy site. Whereas the rest of the woods are an evolving location. We'd expect to see the Dead Scar healed. We'd expect to see areas that were previously hostile now have been settled. And so it's exciting to kind of have that approach of marrying nostalgia with the ability to tell new stories in these familiar spaces.
Yeah, I really liked it. I love the fact that it was the same mobs in Sunstrider Isle as well. It was like the banner worm things and stuff like that. That was really cool.
Yeah.
A lot of people asking about the Armani trolls, but you did kind of answer that yesterday, so I'm not going to ask that. So
we have tweaked their appearance based on feedback since Gamescom. So thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, that was.
What was
actually,
wrong with the troll appearance?
That was a big
What
thing.
was wrong
so
with
it's
that?
Great to see that.
One
final
location
thing that people are really
weapons.
spamming about.
No, I don't
and again,
do transmog shit.
Feel free not to answer.
Unless
a lot
it's
of
like
people asking about the
I get one word
World of
answers,
Warcraft
that's gonna
Community
happen.
Council. And
their
if there are any
noses
plans
weren't
to
big enough.
Expand it or change it or whatever. I guess because we haven't heard a ton from it in the last couple months, I would say.
I don't have current information there off the top of my head. I think it's our community team that really administers that. So my focus has been elsewhere, but I can see what I can learn.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. I think that's probably around about time, I would say. But yeah, thank you very much, Ian. I appreciate it. I know you're very busy. You've got all the other streams to drop into, and Alpha just launched. Apparently, people were just saying the build has been pushed. So,
what? Hold. Well, I don't have it, so that's lies and slander and bullshit. Did I? Yeah, I didn't get alpha. I got the private alpha. I'm not allowed like the normal alpha. That's, you know why? Because I'm a beta. Nope, I don't have it. All right. Okay, let me go full screen here while I. Oh, Chris is doing stuff. Let me see if I can get in here. Right, I'll turn mine off. Wait, how do I change my fucking team's name? Blue, 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 blue. There we go. I'll just be Preach. Oh my god, he's waiting for me, this guy. Outrageous. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Paul. Hello, hello.
Let me mute. Can you hear me, Paul? No? Okay. Setting up microphone, I guess. Bear with me, team. Do you hear me, Paul?
Yes, hello. Test 1, 2.
How you doing, buddy? Okay.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am really good. I'm just looking how to mute something. Okay. That looks pretty good. Hello, sir. It's going really good, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, okay. Apparently you're muted. Bear with me, Paul. I promise I'm a pro at this. Can you just sound check for me?
Yes. Hi, chat. Hello.
All right. We should be good, I believe.
All right. Perfect.
Excellent. Working. Yay. You've definitely done this before, I promise. And turn you up. There we go. Yeah. Loads came out in the last... the deep dive was really good. And then more information happened. And now I've got all the questions in the world for you, if that's okay.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, this has been a whirlwind week for us, sharing all this information about Alpha through the deep dive, through the Q&A, and then folks like yourself getting into hop in and play, and soon lots and lots more people hopping in through Alpha and Beta. So really excited to talk about Midnight with you.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so we had a good chat game, Sky, but now we've got to try it, and I got to play it. Let's talk about add-ons a little bit, because I had a lot of people distressed and coming to talk to me after the alpha was going on. We had an interview with one of the DBM mods guys. Mm-hmm. This seems like you're not quite sure exactly what you're taking away yet, but you've gone and taken everything away. and then going to see over the course of the alpha what people are saying, I really need this, and then going to bring it in. Is that kind of the approach?
Yeah, so I'm not the most technical person to talk about the specific calls in the API, which are disabled currently in alpha. But we've been working pretty closely, and our UI engineering team in particular has been working pretty closely with add-on authors to make sure that that is clear and understood. And generally, what that information is being cut out is real-time understanding of combat information. So that's presence of auras, of applications of auras, damage, things like that, or what add-ons will no longer have direct access to, such that they can perform calculations on them to in cases trivialize encounters or make changes to rotations. And so this is going to be a continuing conversation with add-on authors as we move through alpha, and one of the reasons why we've invited a lot of add-on authors to be able to come in.
Okay. So you're not super sure on what's going to go away, but the main focus has been from our feedback is reskinning. Do you know what the philosophy is internal with that? It's like, you've created this mod, it shows certain information, we're not going to give you more than that, but I'd just like to change how it looks.
Yeah. So we do have some new tech that our UI engineers have been working on to make reskinning and the way that information is presented possible without having direct access to that information. We call it sort of secret info or secret numbers. Ian described it as a black box, I think, yesterday in the Q&A, where information is presented to the UI in this sealed box, and then your UI can change it. You can grow it, turn it yellow, turn it pink, whatever you want to do, change the order of things, and change the presentation of information. What it can't do is do calculations based on the number inside of whatever that is inside that box. And so this should allow things like reskinning and visual customization to be possible for add-on authors and players who use add-ons.
Fantastic. So we're looking that cosmetically, even though we're using your information we can make it look how we want it to be.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, that's superb, because that was very worrying. Something like, I don't like this icon to be in this way.
Yeah, and then of course this is not simply changes to the API and that's it. There's also a tremendous amount of work that UI designers, artists, and engineers have been working on to make sure that we are providing all that information directly or through secret info, so that the add-ons can have the information that they need to be able to give folks the information that they need to be able to play their class, to be able to understand information in raid frames, understand information in nameplates, etc.
Okay, well, that kind of moves us on to the simplification process we saw recently. Big post came out for you guys. Lots of class changes going through. Is this something that you've pulled from data from the one button coming in? Like, has there been an increased success rate? Maybe things are more complicated than we originally thought? Or has this been in the works for a while?
We think about the one button rotation and the approachability efforts that go into Midnight as almost two separate things. The one button rotation has been more for just folks who prefer to play the game that way. We've heard feedback from a lot of folks who like that. One of the things that they want to do is move around the world, play through quests, explore the world of Azeroth, but the rotations or the ability to play their class to a level which feels acceptable was daunting, and this just made it a lot less stressful to be able to have to get over that hump to learn that. And so that is sort of one aspect. The approachability efforts that are going into Midnight are focused on a number of different other reasons, some of which are tied to the changes that are made with add-ons, where we are making sure that we're addressing any abilities which made players feel like they needed to have add-ons. A good example is Outlaw Roll the Bones, where there's some complex mathematics behind the scenes that was required to be able to play optimally. It was not, while you're in the middle of combat, trying to dodge pools of fire, trying to perform the rest of your rotation to understand, should I reroll now? Should I keep the buffs that I have? And so abilities like that will be redesigned compensatorily to make sure that it doesn't feel like you need to have this additional calculated information to be able to play your class. And so these are the types of changes that are going into the class changes and our approachability approach.
I mean, obviously, a lot of people are fearful that when we see posts like this, oh, you're going to make the game very, very easy to play. But that's not the intention.
Absolutely not. No, we still, the goal here is more to raise the floor so that we can make sure that it is easier for folks to be able to get into a new class to understand the rotation, but there should still be plenty of opportunities for skill expression, plenty of opportunities for players who have been playing hard, playing a lot, playing at high level to be able to express their skill over others and to have a good time doing so. And this is one of the big reasons that we do tend to have an alpha at the point where we have it now, is because we're just at the point where we're able to test pretty much all of our specs at a level where they are able to to understand the intent behind most of these changes, and then we can continue to gather feedback. And so I know myself and a whole bunch of people on our team are actively looking around and seeing folks' feedback to how is this feeling? Does this feel? Do we hit the mark in terms of making this class feel a little bit more approachable? Are there places where we went too far? In respect to the fear that you brought up there, that like did this take the class and sort of in approachability simplify some of the fun out of the play style? And if we hear that feedback, then we continue to iterate.
Oh, that's really good. So we're looking to get as many people as possible to get this feedback going, because historically speaking, it's been very difficult to be agile in this environment. A lot of things have been set in stone, hard to swap them. But one of the things Ian brought up at Gamescom is that you've modified the communication and creation process now to allow you to be much more flexible here. Is this where we're going to see that example?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have plenty of systems within sort of the org here that we can get feedback from players. We're getting bug reports through QA that we're able to address things that are just straight up bugged, but also get feedback from folks about how classes are playing or how a zone's questline is playing, how one of the new features, once people start play testing Prey or as they're working with housing, we're seeing a tremendous amount of feedback on housing now on just cool things that people are making on one side, but also people saying like, hey, this tool could be better if it worked this particular way. And so this is all already coming in, with alpha having been open for just about 24 hours now.
Well, that's good. I wanted to ask you actually, personally, now you're in charge of Midnight, you're traditionally known for coming up with really creative, really interesting piece of content that's a little outside the norm. But Ian also brought up there's a parity element as different teams are making a different expansions. Have you been able to put yourself into Midnight? Like your creative touches? Or have you been hands off?
Well, of course, it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And so there's a whole bunch of people who are putting all sorts of creative efforts into what's going into Midnight. I might push back a little bit on parity and what Ian said there. I think that we do want to make sure that we know what an expansion is and sort of the expected. You're going to get this, raids, and you're going to get seasons, and you're going to get dungeons and whatnot. But there's sort of that mantra of if it ain't broke, don't fix it doesn't necessarily apply to WoW expansions. That like we do want to make sure that we're providing novel experiences. We want to make sure that each expansion feels different or has something to. It shouldn't just feel like a new coat of paint over the same tried and true formula. And this is proven true time and time again. We want to make sure that we're doing new things. So things that I think were important to me, and when it came to building out Midnight Story, one of them was the nonlinear flow of the zones. Mm-hmm. We saw an opportunity to do so. Not every expansion has to be nonlinear, but there was a really good opportunity for us to do so in Midnight when we built these. The zones that we built. Also, sort of trying to break the structure of a campaign chapter is a zone and a zone is a campaign chapter with the Eretor's Journey. This was also something that we worked closely with Chris Metzen and the creative team to start to build the structure of this expansion and say like, hey, let's not just say that the old world is for going back to and visiting with nostalgia and nostalgia alone, but we can use the old world for our actual like story moving forward. And so that Eretor's Journey does take place in places like Stratholme and places like Black Rock Mountain. And so these are a couple of the areas that I wanted to put a little bit of extra creativity that was important to me into this. Prey is also another feature which I'm really excited to see people playing with, just because it seemed like a fun thing to do to hunt someone and also have them hunting you. Well, again, takes a team. So I'll say this started as something that came out of my desk. Sure, like this was looking at like what are some things that we can do that that make the outdoor world more interesting. And we looked at delves Zekvir, Underpin, Kaiveza can show up every once in a while, and that's an exciting moment. You look at games like Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 where the butcher will show up, and that's like, oh shoot, I need to do something to like it. Can we engineer more moments like that? And there was a cool story opportunity to do so based on the nature of the elves in Silver Moon, where they're sort of high and regal, but they've also got this skeezy underbelly where there's murder row and there's all sorts of underhanded dealings that have always been going on and continue to go on even now in Modern Azeroth. They're like, we can build this cool prey system. So that was sort of the starting assignment. The team and the people who are building the quests and the underpinnings of the system beneath, or who came back and said like, hey, this is actually an opportunity to add some additional difficulty to the outdoor world. That was never part of the assignment. That was sort of like a cool opportunity that they discovered. And arguably, I would say the more exciting part of Prey now is that this is a way, when you get to hard mode and nightmare mode, to take your adventures through Zulaman, your adventures through Harandar or whatnot, and make those something which is actually going to keep you a little bit more on your toes, if that's your thing. And of course, a lot of folks, if you just want to go herb and pick herbs, do mining or whatever, you don't have to opt into that difficulty. But if you want a little bit more challenge and a little bit more reward in outdoor gameplay, Prey is actually a pretty interesting backdoor way into doing that.
So how does that work with the other teams that are working on like Last Titan? You made Prey, and your team's come up with this, and it's really successful. Is that then ported to Last Titan? Is that able to be done? Or is it not going to fall under the Evergreen territory?
It depends. This is the type of thing that we wait and see. You're not necessarily going to see Prey in Last Titan, much like we weren't necessarily going to see Delves in Midnight. But Delves were something that proved to be pretty popular as a feature of the War Within, and so we're continuing to build. We got a whole bunch of new exciting Delves, new Delve follower, new Delve functionality and whatnot going into Midnight.
Okay. When you picked up yeah. Like, I'm not a Delve guy. I'm not going to pretend I am, but
sure,
they definitely are super successful with members of my team. They do Delves exclusively. I wanted to talk to you about picking up Midnight, considering it seems like the World Soul Saga wasn't the initial idea with the War Within coming, and now you've got this World Soul Saga 3-story that you're in the middle of. Was that difficult for you to pick up and say, okay, this is now the middle part of this cake, I need to get involved? And did that create a change of path for you that you had to adjust to?
I don't know if it was building an expansion is always a challenge. There's a lot of work that goes into making an expansion. Luckily, folks here on this team are pretty good at it by this point. There's a lot of people who've built expansions in the past, and so we know what needs to be done. It tends to be a lot of work. This Midnight was a little different, being the second chapter of a saga. We needed to think a lot more about what happened last. And historically, expansions, the opening of it is opening a new book. It's starting a new fantasy. We're going to Pandaria. We're going to Draenor, and so on. And that's not necessarily the case here. Not only is it we are continuing the story that's set up in the War Within, but also specifically, we're not a couple of our zones. We're not going to a new place. We're revisiting some of the older zones by going to Eversong Woods, going to Zulaman, which is not an older zone, but is an older dungeon, and we're used to that fantasy. So those are some of the wrinkles that went into this process. But by and large, like by the time we've been working started working in earnest on Midnight, the folks who work on creative here, I mentioned Chris Metzen before, but also Maria, a number of other folks who work on the sort of the saga that is the World Soul Saga, had laid down a lot of really awesome groundwork that made sort of my job and the rest of the team's job down the stream a lot easier to say like, oh, cool, this is the story we're telling. All right, let's start building some zones. Let's start building some features of dungeons and raids and whatnot. And then it was a lot of just creative whiteboard work after that.
Okay, that's cool. Can I ask you about raiding? Because as somebody who takes part in casting the Race to World First, we're getting the staggered raid release.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that a little bit? Is that something to do with like checking add-ons and the whole system is working before the big raid comes? Because there's a lot of theories going on right now as to why this staggering is going, or is it story-based? What's the idea there?
Yeah, so for those unaware, we haven't been following the details of Midnight. We have 3 raids that are part of our first season, 9 total bosses, and they're split 6, 2, and 1. When the season starts, 2 of those raids, the 6 boss raid, the Void Spire, and the 1 boss raid, the Dreamwell, will be able to. Name escapes me while I'm on a live stream, but nevertheless. Dream Rift. There we go. Thank you.
Yep.
Is the second raid that is available, and then a couple weeks later, the March on Quel'Danas becomes available. The reason we decided to split up the raids is due to player feedback. This is something that actually came from our encounter team, having built a couple 8-boss raids a couple times in a row. We wanted to mix things up, and we'd heard feedback from players that like, it would be nice to have a breakup, to have some split raids like we have in the past. Going back to that mantra I said of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, doesn't necessarily apply. This is like, yeah, we do want to make sure that we're injecting novelty by changing the formula every once in a while. So this is sort of the idea there. And so the plan was, okay, let's do 2 raids this time. And then as we built it out, one of our lead encounter designers said, actually, I've got an idea. What if we did 3? And so we made it work and found this a way to add the Dream Rift raid in as well. Now, as far as splitting things up kind of time-wise and why they're staggered, this is a function of story. This is because it has nothing to do, like as mentioned, with add-ons. It's more to do with the adoption of story mode raids as something which we really just started dabbling with in the last expansion in the War Within, as a way to take the content that happens in a raid and allow players, even players who don't step into any difficulty of raid, to be able to see the story that happens there. And we saw some really good success with that. A lot of folks choosing to hop into story mode raids and see the story there. And so we said, well, we've got some really cool twists and turns. I should say, for those of you who are looking into like data mining information, which will be coming out, or if you're able to hop in the alpha, there's reasons we haven't really talked about the boss lists of the story raids we have here, the Void Spire and the March on Quel'Danas, and that's because there are some spoilers in terms of who those bosses are. So if you want to if you want to look, go ahead, please hop in and see who you'll be fighting and learn the mechanics and whatnot. But if you want to save yourself some of the story twists and turns, maybe keep those under wraps. And those spoiler bosses have names, which are the final boss is called the Crown of the Cosmos of the Void Spire. Specifically, so we're not spoiling those who don't want to know who you're actually going to be fighting there. But nevertheless, there's some really cool story opportunities that come from splitting up the story from that first raid, and then some stuff happens, and then we finally have that conclusion or that denouement of 2 additional raid bosses a couple weeks later.
I think stuff happens has been the common thread that has been said to me by so many of you guys. Maria has used it on me so many times. Xal'atath is attacking the Sunwell for reasons, because stuff is going on, and it's all going to work.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to note that while we are in the closing season of the War Within, the War Within's not over. We're at 11.2.0 right now, and we can expect some 11.2 point somethings to happen. We already know about 11.2.5 coming along the line, and so there will be additional stuff that happens in between now, even now, and the stuff that you're able to see and start playing in alpha.
Is there something you're really excited about? Is a much more story-focused World of Warcraft, where trying to get those players to be like, this story is great, we think it's going to be good, and now to the point where we're staggering raids for story reasons? Are you seeing an uptake in people caring about the spoilers? We want to enjoy this more compared to what we've seen in the past, certainly.
I don't know yet. This sort of putting a spoiler in a raid is new. I'm sort of curious to see how folks respond to that. And this is the type of thing that like we do want to try things which are different, try things that are risky and dangerous to mix up the presentation of a WoW expansion and give people a different experience. And so we're going to see how people respond to this, and maybe what that ends up meaning is some future raids do have more story connotations. Maybe it means like, no, the raids will be more of a spur off the main story. A good example of this was the first raid of last expansion, where you're fighting against the Nerubian Queen. The main thread of the story was actually completed in quests when you have Illyria fighting against Xal'atath and whatnot. That was separate from what happened in the raid. The raid was still very important, but it wasn't load-bearing story that led into what happened in Undermine and whatnot. And so we'll see how folks respond to that. I think that we are building a really cool fantasy game, and anytime we can inject some interesting, cool story into that fantasy that gets people excited and invested in the world, invested in the characters, invested in their characters' involvement in it is a positive thing. And so we'll keep shooting for that whenever we can.
So on the other hand, though, we should expect the difficulty across these raids, even while staggered, to be similar. Mythic in the early raids will be similar to the difficulty of Mythic later, even though we've had some gearing up process.
Yeah, this is something we're gonna test out as we move through the testing process as well. So that for that first kind of group of 7 bosses, you will have the 6 bosses of Void Spire, which will have a progression similar to what you would seen in a 8-boss raid in the last couple of expansions or last couple of seasons. That one boss that is in the Dream Rift is going to be somewhere in the middle. Of the 7, maybe it's 3rd or 4th most difficult. We'll see, and we do expect folks who are playing through that season, especially folks who are playing through Race of World first, to want to complete the entirety of those 7 bosses. The latter 2 will be harder, largely because you'll have gear by that point, and so for it to be a satisfying experience, it just doesn't fall over in one pull. You want to have a satisfying number of pulls so that the achievement means something. That will be a bit harder. I would say that first boss of those 2, the one that's testable on alpha right now, Beleren, would maybe not be as hard as the final boss of Void Spire, but that last one should be the exclamation point at the end of season 1.
That's very exciting, Paul. Thank you very much. That's great.
Certainly. Yeah.
My last stuff for you before you have to go is about housing. We're planning to have we're going to bring FF14 to WoW. I talked to you about this in Boston. We're going to have DJs that are already preparing. We're having a big party. Some of the things we talked about then were like player limits within I call them wards, neighborhoods, which are huge. Have we got any idea of what we're going to be allowed to do there? Like, is it going to be limited to like 60 people or several hundred? I know it's a selfish question, but I'm curious for the type of events we could do in this new environment.
We're going to be relying on you and your community to help us test this, to figure out what the limit is before the servers light on fire. Oh, yeah. And really that is sort of the limit here. The philosophical approach to housing is and always has been since it kind of came up was let players do what they think is fun. This applies to the way that we allow decor, which is throw out all the rules. You can place things wherever you want, clip it into a wall, rotate it, flip it, grow it, shrink it, float it in the middle of the air and turn off gravity doesn't really matter. Allowing players that flexibility to do things, some might say people are going to build the ugliest crazy houses because you're giving them too much control. But with that power comes the ability to build truly majestic, awesome, wonderful things. I think the same generally applies to like the social structures in neighborhoods as well, that like we wouldn't artificially limit the number of folks that can hang out in a house, in a neighborhood or whatnot, much like is the case with a shard in the outdoor world or in a city where we're largely limited by performance. If enough people show up that you're dealing with slideshows or dealing with disconnects or anything like that, then absolutely that's not a positive experience for anyone. But beyond that, party on.
Is that ever solvable? I have brought it up with Ian in the past, and it seems to be an issue that's like, will we ever get to the stage where we can have a couple of thousand people playing smoothly, or is it just the internet just can't support it?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because that's the other side of this equation too, is engineers working on the problem to make so that the netcode, the structure of the game itself is able to support more people. And you've seen this as a natural evolution of just computing power in general, but also improvements to our engine, where look at the ringing of the gong the first time versus when it happened in classic later. Yes, exactly. And you can have so much more people and so much more performance. And so this continues to be a thing that we want to make sure that our game has high performance and can handle more characters in one place. And so we do continue to work on this, not just for players, but for monsters and spells and cool things happening.
Oh, sick. One last question, if I can, Paul. This has been requested by everybody who I showed housing to today. Guild housing, which creates off subdivisions. But a lot of people asking, is that dictated by the guild master as to whether it'll be the alliance or the horde area? And is it possible to sort of lasagna them? So if you've got a guild that is greater than 50, which creates many subdivisions, some of them are horde ones, some of them alliance ones, because they prefer that aesthetic. Or does it all have to be, oh, your guild master is horde, then it's all Razorwind, and that's it?
That's a great question. The structure is currently the latter right now, which is if you have a Razorwind neighborhood, then individual partitions of that neighborhood are all Razorwind. This is one of those things about housing, though, where we sort of built the system and then share it with the community to see what they think. And there's a million different cool ideas. There's several thousand cool ideas that come out of this. This is actually, I think, one of them that I can see this as a natural evolution of if there's a desire for large guilds to have multiple subdivisions of their neighborhood, which are of different districts. Why not? It's just a matter of taking the time to build that out and prioritizing that against the 999 other really cool ideas that we're looking to build into housing.
Oh, that's superb. Okay, my time is up with you. Always wonderful talking to you, Paul. Have a great day. I know you're doing lots of stuff today, but appreciate your time every time.
Thank you for the great questions. Thank you for your community for playing the game, and look forward to seeing you in Alpha and Midnight.
Bye-bye.
So long.
Not bad. What a dude. What an absolute dude. Let me close this out. Oh, Chris, hold on, Chris. Get off my mouse. How dare you. Leave. Get out of there. Not bad. Not bad. The last boss in the raid is going to be harder. At least we've got a heads up on that one, eh? The last boss is going to be harder. How much did you enjoy your own voice in your ears? The problem I actually had, though, during that interview, which you guys obviously are aware of, is Teams doesn't allow you to mute individual chatters in the call. What the fuck is that? It was 3 times louder than Paul was my own voice. It was horrendous. I was right-clicking for ages. I actually Googled in the middle of the interview, it's like, how do I mute one caller? And so my solution, if you didn't notice, is I turned my volume down to 3 so I could barely hear Paul, and that put my voice at a normal volume. I'm used to hearing my own voice when we do the Race to World first, but you have it quietly. It was 3 times louder than Paul, so I got used to it after a couple of minutes. Like, look, thankfully I've done that shit before, so it's fine. How can you talk normally hearing your voice? I'm trained to do it, thankfully. Not trained to do it like that, because you would never do that in a casting environment. You would never have yourself louder than you do the people you're with, but I am trained to do it, so luckily we'll be all right. That was sick. So it looks like we're going to get the lasagna. They're going to work on that. That is really good. The raid stuff is cool. It's for story mode, not for add-ons. We are going to be able to reskin add-ons. Big thumbs up. We are going to be able to reskin add-ons. They're totally going to let you do that. They are going to do it. Yeah, the add-on skins was great. That actually was like 50% of my questions because I expected them to say not really. And they were like, nope, you could totally do that. Yeah, I can't mute myself because this mic's on. It's a complicated thing, but yeah, thankfully, a lot of people who use Teams know exactly the issue I was having there, and it could not be solved, unfortunately. Well, we said earlier, housing is never going to be done. This is never going to be finished. There's always going to be more stuff. But the fact that it's brought up, I think we got some... I genuinely feel really happy about that. I think we got some really good answers and really good looks to the future. I know some of those questions are selfie, like Race to World First stuff. But I think it is worth knowing for some people. It's like, hey, you know, this is going to be your introductory raid, and then it's going to get real fucking tough later. How hard it's going to get, who knows? We still not alpha flag, though. Which is a bummer. Hi, Jess. Cuddles, Jess. Cuddles for you. They said you could customize visuals. We didn't know if you were able to customize the add-ons they've made themselves. That was the difference. Especially like severe customization changes. Like to bars and things like that. You're waiting for alpha? Yeah. Let's see. Housing is going to be forever EA kind of deal. Yeah, and rightfully so. If the housing was done, that would be terrible. Interesting that Prey is not evergreen. I knew it was Paul's idea. I fucking knew it. I knew it. As soon as you started giving credit to someone else, I was like, I knew that was your idea. That guy comes up, and that makes me... I cannot express to you, I'm not sucking balls here. That makes me so excited to try the Prey system, because everything Paul has made has been gold. Absolute gold. He comes up with the great stuff. Brawler's Guild, that was him. Withered Training, that was him. The original Torghast, that was him. Like, now I sensed it. I was like, this is totally your deal that you've made. And it's good to see. And not evergreen. So we're now back, not back, I suppose. We're in the mindset that not every expansion feature is evergreen. And I wonder if they're letting the directors, because it's different directors working on Last Titan. Paul's not doing Last Titan, he's doing Midnight. They're obviously able to be like, I've got a cool idea, let's try it out. And it doesn't have to be evergreen. It doesn't have to be that. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. What's the Prey feature? The Prey feature is something you can activate, Jess, that has different difficulty modes, where when you're out in the open world, you'll be like set upon, ambushed, there'll be traps. You'll basically make the open world have this hunter stalking you. on occasion. I was really fearful that it was just like, oh, you overgear it, it's just going to be free loot for people who turn it on and just mess around with it all the time. Like, who cares? I Star Surge it twice. It's so if he's been messing with it, that makes me way more excited for what it might be. Yeah. You are the prey. Yes. I think it stemmed from the idea of just having something, like Paul said, his idea for prey wasn't a world feature. It was just the idea of having something fucking cool happen while you're out in the world. Like, what if you were stalked by this mad serial killer, essentially, right? Because in the preview video and the deep dive, they showed the names. So what if you were stalked by essentially a serial killer? And that was happening. And now it's like, oh, well, why don't we make this into a world thing? And they can actually have that happening out there. So we'll see. Yeah, you're meant to hunt them, but they're not changing it. I think you get like a bounty is the idea, but they can like appear and jump out and get you and do all sorts of stuff. So that should be really fun. We've got that in. I've got it on my board. The prey system is week 5. So week 1 is about to start, which is kind of what you've seen already, because that's Devour, Eversong, and the dungeons. And then we've got Zullerman and 2 dungeons next week. We actually asked boss mods down for P3, but they pushed that forward. But P5 is the prey system, so it's one of the last things being tested. Nightmare mode sounds like Heroic World Tier and Remix. Yeah, some combination of all those things. You were so asked about the roster Rainbow design going forward with the elimination of combat asset add-ons. They've addressed it a lot, honestly, Parson. That has been brought up many, many times. So you're not going to probably get that question. The idea is, Ian even talked about it last night in the Q&A, is with the removal of add-ons, they're going to give you a couple more seconds to adapt, because you'll no longer have like markers telling you where to go. You're not going to get something over your head auto-assigned. You're not going to have a /say over your head so you can see spray. It's going to be all visual based on maybe a noise. That's going to happen, and then you're going to have to decide what to do. So they have talked about that quite a bit, so you're probably not going to get a separate question on that one. Yeah, they might give it a bit longer if they feel it's needed, or have you been carried hardcore to the point where you're finishing the exact cast down to the millisecond until you actually fire off before you actually bother moving, right? That kind of angle. That was sick. That was a great interview. I really liked that one. Not blowing my own dick or anything. I just glad we got actual answers. I love it when I do an interview and they actually answer the questions, like straight up. Yep, this is how it's going to be. This is what we're going to do. So much better. Maybe Fury. We haven't tested it yet. We got to test it in week 5. So we haven't tested it yet. Let me have a look here. If I don't have alpha now, I do not. All right. I'm going to go see my family. I'm really happy with that. I'm going to walk away with a smile. And be a happy boy. So I assume most people have left for Annie now, so we'll just raid whoever's left for Annie. How the fuck do I spell this at the end of the day? Annie Fuchsia. That's correct, right? So Annie is with Ian. Our boy Ian is over with Annie, so I'm going to love you and leave you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. No, we're doing tactics in the morning, and then probably some alpha over the weekend. Legitimately over the weekend, all right? Bye-bye. Drama time tomorrow for your WoW stories.